Experience immersive digital and live slot gameplay through Board Slot. Start earning banana points through our slot games. Exchange them into SBC token. Register now.
Adventure next.
The world's most advanced cold wallet for the new generation of cryptocurrency lovers, Descent. Quickly verify full transaction details on large OLED display. Save valuable time using 4 buttons for fast operations. With Descent's fingerprint authentication, transactions are made secure and convenient. Using Bluetooth communication, manage your assets anywhere and anytime. Based on multi-chip architecture, Descent provides robust security to managing all your valuable assets. The world's most advanced cold wallet. Descent.
It's whatever. Decentralized aggregation platform dedicated to crypto community members. Real-time monitoring on-chain data, providing the latest market data. A variety of the app and tools. You can use Telegram in the app. Your convenient crypto wallet. Thornbud, the token creation titan. Forges new coins with the power of a thunderous hammer. Holding puppy elite sniper strikes with eagle-eye precision, seizing profit of opportunities. Ahead of 95% trend traders. Connect global crypto community. Experts, social feature share insights. Get a strong one-stop experience. Expert, market data, e-apps, community, all in one platform. Go to Expert.
Master your data with Moonray. Drop beats, time trades. You're in control. Boundaries are imaginary. This is your stage. There are no limits. Make your mark. Your data, your assets. Own it.
GM trainers, trainer access has been granted. Welcome to the Nara Training Academy, where you can train and earn. This is Sai, an AI digital creature that's powering the Nara ecosystem. As a trainer, you get to adopt, train, and interact with your very own Sai. Your Sai will even initiate conversations with you. The more you interact, the closer your trainer bond will be with your Zygo. And your Zai will evolve into one of 5 possible Zygos. Together, you will complete missions, collect streaks, and even climb the leaderboard. You can also find your community, earn badges, and rank up with fellow trainers. The world of Nara is yours. Choose your own adventure, and your journey is just getting started. Once again, welcome to Nara.
Take me away, away, away. Take me away.
时代洪流中，科技革命推动人类文明，区块链技术加快了变革的步伐。如今，我们迎来 Web3 时代的黎明时刻。Web3 市场迅速扩容，虚拟代币浪潮席卷全球，人们纷纷入局，与时代狂欢共舞。然而，浪潮之下，空气代币不断涌现，扩散滋长，市场上充斥着大量的空气币，但真正有应用价值的代币却非常稀缺。
And Bitcoin spot ETFs will be trading. Does that mean that we could see the same for other tokens out there? Could we be seeing a spot
Stardust 打造重应用的音乐新生态，将体量庞大的 Web2 音乐产业连接至 Web3，通过举办音乐节、演唱会以及选秀活动，培养与打造超级个体及其虚拟形象，赋能全亚洲明星通过 Stardust 进入 Web3 时代。大量的忠诚粉丝也将追随明星的步伐涌入 Web3 世界。音乐消费趋势不断增长，音乐产业价值已超过1万亿元。Stardust 借助音乐产业经济来构建元宇宙智能生态社区。无论是投资者、明星、粉丝，还是品牌合作伙伴，均可通过听歌、创作、消费等行为挖矿，共同建设极致的 Stardust 生态，并共享收益，携手实现 Web3 革命的关键一步——全面的应用落地。Stardust 集结了音乐产业核心资源、顶尖 Web3 技术团队以及资深国际资本，拥有完整的代币经济体系。Muse 代币作为 Stardust 生态的应用货币，采用创新的去中心化设计，限量代币均通过挖矿获取，拥有巨大的增值潜力。以希腊女神缪斯为名的 Muse 代币，将实现生态与现实间的价值流转，同时象征文艺之神正式莅临 Web3 时代。通过 RWA 机制，部分音乐产业收益也将以代币形式呈现。Web3 时代瞬息万变，音乐新生态正回响文明。Stardust 从亚洲出发，引领全球，邀您共度风潮，开创 Web3 应用新纪元。
With Trump narrowly escaping an assassination attempt, can he become the BTC president? Let's wait and see. Anomi, the most comprehensive fully on-chain platform for asset issuance and lending, has launched a special event called Fight FOMO. This event pays tribute to this historic event and the iconic blockchain game FOMO 3D. Fight FOMO is an event on the Anomi platform where participants collect cards, auction them to synthesize keys, and compete for a massive USDT prize. The gameplay mainly follows the classic rules of FOMO 3D. Users only need to mint event cards and synthesize keys. Each time a key is synthesized, the game's countdown timer resets. When the countdown ends, the last user who successfully mints a card and synthesizes a key will win 50% of the USDT prize pool. The remaining 50% of the USDT prize pool will be divided among other key holders through a random blind box mechanism. The Fight event, launched by Anomi, also improved the rules of FOMO 3D. All keys held by users and the synthetic raw material NFT cards support secondary trading on the NFT marketplace. Unused NFT cards can be used in the fully on-chain game for battles. Besides, they can be redeemed at par with a guaranteed premium after expiration, providing strong asset risk guarantees for all players. Years ago, FOMO 3D created a prize pool of tens of millions of US dollars, and the final grand prize winner received millions of US dollars. We look forward to Anomi's Fight FOMO creating a new miracle in the prize pool this time. Welcome to participate in Fight FOMO Anomi.
时代洪流中，科技革命推动人类文明，区块链技术加快了变革的步伐。如今，我们迎来 Web3 时代的黎明时刻。Web3 市场迅速扩容，虚拟代币浪潮席卷全球，人们纷纷入局，与时代狂欢共舞。然而，浪潮之下，空气代币不断涌现，扩散滋长，市场上充斥着大量的空气币，但真正有应用价值的代币却非常稀缺。
And Bitcoin spot ETFs will be trading. Does that mean that we could see the same for other tokens out there? Could we be seeing a spot?
Stardust 打造重应用的音乐新生态，将体量庞大的 Web2 音乐产业连接至 Web3，通过举办音乐节、演唱会以及选秀活动，培养与打造超级个体及其虚拟形象，赋能全亚洲明星通过 Stardust 进入 Web3 时代。大量的忠诚粉丝也将追随明星的步伐涌入 Web3 世界。音乐消费趋势不断增长，音乐产业价值已超过1万亿元。Stardust 借助音乐产业经济来构建元宇宙智能生态社区，无论是投资者、明星、粉丝还是品牌合作伙伴，均可通过听歌、创作、消费等行为挖矿，共同建设及治理 Stardust 生态，并共享收益，携手实现 Web3 革命的关键一步——全面的应用落地。Stardust 集结了音乐产业核心资源、顶尖 Web3 技术团队以及资深国际资本，拥有完整的代币经济体系。Muse 代币作为 Stardust 生态的应用货币，采用创新的去中心化设计，限量代币均通过挖矿获取，拥有巨大的增值潜力。以希腊女神缪斯为名的 Muse 代币，将实现生态与现实间的价值流转，同时象征文艺之神正式莅临 Web3 时代。通过 RWA 机制，部分音乐产业收益也将以代币形式呈现。Web3 时代瞬息万变，音乐新生态正回响文明。Stardust 从亚洲出发，引领全球，邀您共度风潮，开创 Web3 应用新纪元。
With Trump narrowly escaping an assassination attempt, can he become the BTC president? Let's wait and see. A Anomi, the most comprehensive fully on-chain platform for asset issuance and lending, has launched a special event called Fight FOMO. This event pays tribute to this historic event and the iconic blockchain game FOMO 3D. Fight FOMO is an event on the Anomi platform where participants collect cards, auction them to synthesize keys, and compete for a massive USDT prize. The gameplay mainly follows the classic rules of FOMO 3D. Users only need to mint event cards and synthesize keys. Each time a key is synthesized, the game's countdown timer resets. When the countdown ends, the last user who successfully mints a card and synthesizes a key will win 50% of the USDT prize pool. The remaining 50% of the USDT prize pool will be divided among other key holders through a random blind box mechanism. The Fight event, launched by Anomi, also improves the rules of FOMO 3D. All keys held by users and the synthetic raw material NFT cards support secondary trading on the NFT marketplace. Unused NFT cards can be used in the fully on-chain game for battles. Besides, they can be redeemed at par with a guaranteed premium after expiration, providing strong asset risk guarantees for all players. Years ago, FOMO 3D created a prize pool of tens of millions of US dollars, and the final grand prize winner received millions of US dollars. We look forward to Anomi's Fight FOMO creating a new miracle in the prize pool this time. Welcome to participate in Fight FOMO Anomi.
My name is Tristan, and I just wanted to let you know that the BitBoy product was the best in show at the Bitcoin 2024 conference.
What makes you say that?
Most innovative way to get children interested in cryptocurrency and mining cryptocurrency, being part of the community. They can learn about it, earn it, grow their fortune, their wealth at a very young age, and get started. Absolutely the best in show product.
Right there. Cheers.
I know what Bitboy is.
Oh.
You Unisat, you do experts on there, right? Trump knows his things.
Check out the
wow, beautiful. That's amazing. I feel like I'm in an arcade.
Bitcoin arcade.
Good luck and God bless you all. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
Introducing Board Slot, the first Web3 online slot game that utilizes the BAYC, MAYCIP. Experience immersive digital and live slot gameplay through Board Slot. Start earning banana points through our slot games. Exchange them into SBC token. Register now.
Measure next.
The world's most advanced cold wallet for the new generation of cryptocurrency lovers, Descent. Quickly verify full transaction details on large OLED display. Save valuable time using 4 buttons for fast operations. With Descent's fingerprint authentication, transactions are made secure and convenient. Using Bluetooth communication, manage your assets anywhere and anytime. Based on multi-chip architecture, Descent provides robust security to managing all your valuable assets. The world's most advanced cold wallet. Descent.
It's decentralized aggregation platform dedicated to crypto community members. Real-time monitoring on-chain data, providing the latest market data. A variety of fiat and tools. You can use Telegram and the app. Your convenient crypto wallet. Thornbug, the token creation titan. Forges new coins with the power of a thundering hammer. Holding back the elite sniper strikes with eagle-eye precision, seizing profit of opportunities. Ahead of 95% trend traders. Connect global crypto community. Experts, social features, share insights. Get a strong one-stop experience. Expert, market data, the apps, community, all in one platform. Go to Expert.
Master your data with Moonray. Drop beats, time trades. You're in control. Boundaries are imaginary. This is your stage. There are no limits. Make your mark. Your data, your assets. Own it.
GM trainers, trainer access has been granted. Welcome to the Nara Training Academy, where you can train and earn. This is Sai, an AI digital creature that's powering the Nara ecosystem. As a trainer, you get to adopt, train, and interact with your very own Sai. Your Sai will even initiate conversations with you. The more you interact, the closer your trainer bond will be with your Zygo. And your Zai will evolve into one of 5 possible Zygos. Together, you will complete missions, collect streaks, and even climb the leaderboard. You can also find your community, earn badges, and rank up with fellow trainers. The world of Nara is yours. Choose your own adventure, and your journey is just getting started. Once again, welcome to Nara.
close my eyes and I feel the rhythm of the wind. Pay no mind to time flying by, I am free. Take me away, away, away. Take me away.
时代洪流中，科技革命推动人类文明，区块链技术加快了变革的步伐。如今，我们迎来 Web3 时代的黎明时刻。Web3 市场迅速扩容，虚拟代币浪潮席卷全球，人们纷纷入局，与时代狂欢共舞。然而，浪潮之下，空气代币不断涌现，扩散滋长，市场上充斥着大量的空气币，但真正有应用价值的代币却非常稀缺。
And Bitcoin spot ETFs will be trading. Does that mean that we could see the same for other tokens out there? Could we be seeing a spot here?
Stardust 打造重应用的音乐新生态，将体量庞大的 Web2 音乐产业连接至 Web3，通过举办音乐节、演唱会以及选秀活动，培养与打造超级个体及其虚拟形象，赋能全亚洲明星通过 Stardust 进入 Web3 时代。大量的忠诚粉丝也将追随明星的步伐涌入 Web3 世界。音乐消费趋势不断增长，音乐产业价值已超过1万亿元。Stardust 借助音乐产业经济来构建元宇宙智能生态社区，无论是投资者、明星、粉丝还是品牌合作伙伴，均可通过听歌、创作、消费等行为挖矿，共同建设极致的 Stardust 生态，并共享收益，携手实现 Web3 革命的关键一步——全面的应用落地。Stardust 集结了音乐产业核心资源、顶尖 Web3 技术团队以及资深国际资本，拥有完整的代币经济体系。Muse 代币作为 Stardust 生态的应用货币，采用创新的去中心化设计，限量代币均通过挖矿获取，拥有巨大的增值潜力。以希腊女神缪斯为名的 Muse 代币，将实现生态与现实间的价值流转，同时象征文艺之神正式莅临 Web3 时代。通过 RWA 机制，部分音乐产业收益也将以代币形式呈现。Web3 时代瞬息万变，音乐新生态正回响文明。Stardust 从亚洲出发，引领全球，邀您共度风潮，开创 Web3 应用新纪元。
With Trump narrowly escaping an assassination attempt, can he become the DTC president? Let's wait and see. Anomi, the most comprehensive fully on-chain platform for asset issuance and lending, has launched a special event called Fight FOMO. This event pays tribute to this historic...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all our distinguished guests. Welcome! Hello, good morning! So right at the beginning of our first day, we would like to grab these chances to express our gratitude and give our special thanks to all the sponsors, including title sponsors, Matrix, Pomerian, and Big Boy by Oldest Skin, and also diamond sponsors, Seraph, OKX, Boardslot, Arena of Faith, Sakaro, and StarNext. And also gold sponsors, Anomi, X Protocol, iAgent, Universe, Nara, Star Symphony, Kokoda Game, and Dexpert. So right now, we will begin our first panel. If you see the chairs, you are most welcome to be seated and join with us. So first of all, we will begin the first panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the founder of Phuket. Phuket, where are you? Please come out on the stage. Welcome. And the co-founder and COO of Star Symphony, Lao Jerry. Welcome. How about a round of applause? And make some noises. And the gaming global lead of Safe Foundation, Jason. Welcome. And the co-founder and CEO of Sakaro Labs, Jack. And the head of partnership of WeMade, Donnie. Welcome. And the Chief Growth Office of Scale, Andrew. So right now, we would like to have the moderator to take control. Thank you.
All right, guys. First off, welcome to the first panel. And today we're going to talk a lot about gaming. So shout out to every one of you guys who came early, got excited, came onto the seat. Any guys behind, if you want to join in on the discussion, please do find a seat. We're going to get started. And today we're going to talk about building the future, how gaming chains empower next-gen game development. All right, Jelly, GM, are you ready?
Morning.
Okay. So I'd like to start out with an ice-breaking question, kind of hit you a little bit.
Okay.
I got to ask, what currently is your favorite gaming chain?
What is your most hated chain?
I'm not gonna share, man. You gotta tell me.
I'm just joking. My favorite chain, I don't think I have a favorite, but there are a few chains that I'm keeping in view, which is we do have Arbitrum, do have Say, Ronin, and Polygon as well. I think all of this not bad, really not bad, but definitely all EVM compatible chains are really my favorite.
Okay, so EVM compatible chain. All right, Jason, how about you?
I mean, as a Say representative, I would lie if I would say is not my favorite chain. But I think to be completely honest, it depends on your point of view, right? So if you look at tooling-wise, I guess Immutable is doing pretty decent in terms of their Immutable passport and all. In terms of users-wise, probably Ronin. In terms of like subnet, probably AVAX. But at the end of the day, I definitely believe that Say will definitely be one of the contender for the gaming space in the future. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I want to throw it over to Jack, but maybe switch up the question a little bit. From the project perspective, right? When you are finding a chain, thinking, okay, this is the chain that I want to build on, what are some of the criteria that you will go through?
So basically for us, right, it's not just about the tech side. So we have our chain, and the way we work, we kind of work as a publisher as well. Because most of these games, I mean, even in Web 2, right, a lot of games, they need help from the publisher. to help with user acquisition, all these things. In Web3, it's even more difficult because there's legal side, there's all these different things. So like for us, we do like kind of full support from like 0 to 1 and make sure all these games kind of get up to speed and legally can operate. And of course, yeah, I would say tech and business for sure.
All right, thank you. Donnie, how about you?
First, thank you, Bobby, for setting this up. I would say very similar. User acquisition, and obviously I would care about how much in grants they could provide to me. Beyond that, I think most people are going multi-chain now. So perhaps they're trying to double dip, both with the users and the grants. So I think that's not a bad strategy to utilize.
All right, got it. Last but not least, Andrew.
GM. I'm going to double down on what they said, users. So just for background, I was the first CMO of Arbitrum. Now I'm the first CMO of Scale. But one of the deciding factors, funny enough, a lot of those chains you mentioned are chains that have come after me over the years, is users. We've got north of 230,000 active gamers, and because of the gas-free nature of Scale, like a lot of them are literally coming through the Epic Game Store and not even realizing that there's blockchain integrated into the games.
All right, I'm going to go back with Andrew. One follow-up question. We talk a lot about user acquisition, and these days, I think every single day there's a new chain coming out. Everybody is saying they have tons of users that they acquire. So how can a chain be unique in a way that it's not everybody just copy pasta the method? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to take a little bit of like a marketing approach here. So I've worked with all the big game studios, mobile gaming companies over the years, and there is a Web 2 gaming marketing model, and then obviously there's a Web 3 gaming marketing model. The challenge is if you're taking this latter approach, you're going after the 5% that's currently on chain. You're not going after the 95%, and you're not going after a lot of the traditional gamers, right? And so for us, because we're gas free, it's a completely frictionless experience, meaning we can onboard real gamers who end up being stickier because if they like the games, they're going to keep playing the games. They're not just going to farm an incentive program and then move on to the next one. So I think the onboarding experience is a huge factor for sure.
All right, one more follow-up question. I know just now we chatted a little bit and you say, hey, you hit up Scale and you say like, let me come in and do all this amazing stuff, right? What was it that, caught your attention?
Yeah, so I would say it's a couple things. One, the founders. So anyone that doesn't know Jack, like he's a former Silicon Valley guy. He's built and sold 3 businesses already. This guy understands long-term business building. Stan Kladko, CTO, studied under Dan Bonet at Princeton, built the Java virtual machine, worked at Los Alamos, built cryptography for public Wi-Fi. So I would say like leadership was a big one. Second one for me was users. Like there are a lot of ghost chains. One thing that I've realized over time is a lot of chains are logging wallet connects as transactions. So there's a lot of like inflation and bogus metrics and things like that. So I think we have over like 13 games with 10,000 DAUs. So like that was a huge driving force for me. And then I would say, the tech, right? So fastest blockchain proven by Dartmouth, gas-free, right? So for gamers and normies, completely free to play these games and onboard. And then we're also built, we're not an L2, but we have kind of similarities. We're EVM compatible, but it's basically a horizontal scaling model, meaning if I want to launch a game, I can launch it on the gaming hub chain. But if I'm a builder that has a team of 200, which we have a lot of those companies, they can also launch an app chain instantly and scale that up to 20 million users and not have any latency issues, not have any downtime. We've got like 99.99% uptime. So I would say those are probably some of the biggest factors, yeah.
All right, got it. And I want to pass it over to Donnie as well. I think based on the topic, next-gen game development, we're always wanting to think, what is the next, I would say, narrative that is happening on gaming, right? So maybe you could share, some past, I would say, success stories in terms of how this game came in, you guys gave support to them, and what comes out from it.
So I think that's an interesting question. I don't think anyone expected these tap-to-play games on Telegram to be so successful and popular. And I don't know if you can call that the next generation of gaming, but it's there, and it's powered by distribution. So these things are really hard to say. One thing I will say is that in the traditional gaming industry right now, at least in Korea, the market fell from around a $30 billion a year market to $27 billion a year market. That's a big drop. We have concerns about the payment or the traditional models of gacha as well as pay to win. And so we are really at this point in the industry where we're experimenting, trying to go into consoles and all of this. But I think Web3 is kind of the same thing. The one thing I will say is that chains like Scale, Sakura, Mega EVM, or Mega ETH rather, these real-time blockchains, gasless blockchains, however you want to do it, that stuff could open up new gaming experiences that we don't really know yet. And I think that's what's interesting, is that we're going to ask questions for the first time that we've never asked before. That's where the value really is.
All right, got it. One more final question to you. So how how is Remade tapping onto like the tap narrative?
We're not. We are an MMORPG developer. For us, we were the first studio of our size to integrate blockchain into our games. There's no, I guess, NFT element where you need an NFT to play. It's more so you can wrap your characters and your items at the end of the game and sell it. That stuff has really opened up the market for us. It's made a lot of money for us in terms of real US dollars. So I don't know if you can really call that the next generation of gaming as much as it is additional functionalities that make for a gaming experience. I think when you think of next generation of gaming, frankly, you're thinking of a game like Axie, which has completely changed the way people think about gaming. Or if you want to go into traditional gaming, something like World of Warcraft. I don't know if we really fall within that category in terms of what we're doing in Web3. What we did in the past, opening up MMORPGs in China, that stuff was next gen. But as of now, we are just improving upon the model we have, which is doing very well.
All right, thank you for that. And next, I want to go over to Jack. So Jack, I feel like you guys here have day in, day out talked to tons of projects, right? What are some sort of like the interesting stuff that you discover over the past few months?
The past few months, I think more and more students start to recognize that like they need to design the game properly, right? People, they should, the fun factor should not even be like something you have to think about. It's so obvious it has to be there. But then there's a lot of new design on the tokenomics, also various ways to do utilize blockchain properly, right? Because these days a lot like centralized exchanges, investors, they all interested in on-chain stacks. And like for us, we are able to make it so cheap so that there's some studios actually completely switch over from Unity Analytics to actually write everything on-chain for us as well. So we have the model. And I think, Web3 definitely has a lot to catch up to Web 2. And I think it's getting there. Like, for example, like we sent some of the game over to some Korean studio like last week, and they were like, where is blockchain? It's so seamless now that it's no more basically UX problem. And I think this is where, when like he said, I think a lot of games now going to start work on more interesting thing, and blockchain is just going to be one part of the company, just technology.
Do you think that in the future all games should be fully on chain?
It depends. I don't think so actually, because blockchain itself, the technology is not that scalable so far. And if everyone do everything fully on chain, you can take a look at Pirate Nation, right? Pirate Nation basically almost killed Arbitrum Nova because Arbitrum Nova, the box size is like what, 30 or 40 million, right? So no one else can use it. So if everyone start doing that, none of the blockchain can handle it. It's just impossible right now. And I don't think it's necessary either because, we use blockchain for transparency, right? We use blockchain so that it's easier to transact, so that it's become decentralized, so you own your asset and all these components. Getting to the point where every game's become fully on-chain, I think we're at least 10, 20 years away.
All right, thank you. And next, I want to go over to Jason as well. So coming from, say foundation angle, I know a lot of chain, because of seeing how gaming is booming in the last few months, they kind of have a team that's really deep diving into getting games building on Say. How has it been for you? Because based on my experience, I know Say because of the Saiyans, the Colony, all the crazy NFT stuff, and seeing you guys are deeply wanting to go into gaming as well. Love to hear that experience from you guys.
I'm glad you know about Say through Saiyan, but I think moving forward, people will know about Say through gaming as well, right? So we are not just doubling down our initiative on gaming through onboarding the number of games that we have, but rather helping the games that we onboard succeed, right? which means that we are going to build a kind of ecosystem to help them with when it comes to like NFT launches, TGE, tech side of things, or even go to market strategy, right? So the team that we have here, basically what we want is you want to hear the projects on what they need from us, and then basically help them scale, help them raise, help them basically do whatever they need to succeed in the market itself. And the kind of games that we're looking for nowadays, I wouldn't say there's a specific genre, right? We believe that all kinds of games should basically go to all different chains that they want, right? They have the flexibility to look at whatever they want. Like for example, for say, we have the fastest time to finality, in the current market right now with 0.4 seconds. I believe that's the fastest right now in the space, right? So basically, all kinds of games that can bring us users, basically, we just want to have them succeed.
All right. And I think just now somebody mentioned about grants as well, right? And I know like, a lot of projects loves to hop around getting grants and stuff. So how do you validate that, hey, this project, when they come in and build on Say, it's not just that you guys giving the fattest grant, right? But they actually love the tech, utilizing it.
I mean, first and foremost, as a chain, you shouldn't use grant, to appeal yourself to them, right? I'll be completely honest. If someone is coming to you for a grant, and because of the grant, they're coming over to you, it basically says that after the contract period, the exclusive period, there's a chance that they can move from, your chain to the other one. So these are the kind of projects that, when we do our due diligence, we will take note, right? Are they on any previous chains? Why do you want to come to Say? Why do they want to, what are they looking for forward, right? So that's something that I wouldn't say dislike, but we will basically, evaluate in that sense to see, if they come to Say, how can we support them? What kind of support they're looking at? If it just grants, then they might not even get it. It really depends. We look at a game, through their game loops, their game mechanic, their founding team, and how are they different from like Web2 kind of games. And earlier you mentioned about the games that is on like Telegram, right? I mean, if you look at the space, mini games don't start on Telegram. In fact, Tencent QQ, WeChat, Facebook, Web2 space, Telegrams, or should I say mini games are already out there long before we see them like tap in Web3, right? Basically, what people are seeing right now, the hype that we are seeing is basically replicated through Web2 success. It has been there for over a decade, right? So it's nothing really new for me as a gamer, right? But generally, right now, it's something that is picking up in Web3, and I'm pretty sure that this will definitely continue to drive as we see more different kind of mini games building on Telegram.
All right, thank you. Jelly, are you ready?
No.
Yeah, I think it's good to hear, different perspective from, different chain. Everybody's saying that they are the fastest, so I love it, have a healthy competition on chain. But to you, you are building a game. Yeah. Like, when you talk about user acquisition, what is it for you guys, in terms of, is it going multi-chain? Is it focusing on one chain, doubling down on the users? Like, what is the strategy for you guys?
I think I'll give my opinion based on one of the takes from one of our advisors. So what he told me was that if you really wanted to go onto user acquisitions, building a community, or even getting into the Web2 market, the most important part is how you're going to incentivize your users, your early supporters, and of course, those that actually created contents for you in the early stage, give you exposures and stuff. So we have been working on strategies, even ways, collaborating with other platforms. When we were to launch our mobile version, we're going to start all of this incentives to all of these community members, early supporters, and of course, content creators. Because at the end of the day, they were the ones that helped you to build out that tight-knit community. And later on, they will be helping you to bring in more users that, of course, channeling them into your game itself. So I do think that that's the most important part. I mean, when it comes to chains, right, any chain will do. Any chains will do. But the most important part is the people that trust, support, and sticks with you. Yeah.
Okay, I love it. Any chain will do, all right? There's some spicy take there. But in terms of, you said incentivizing communities, getting people on board. I think now the next narrative is so multi-chain. I see a lot of games are going out, building different. They could be launching the game on, on this chain, but then their NFT on another chain and stuff like that, right?
Correct.
Do you think, that will be the future of like, a game that comes in and then, just tapping all the different narrative, or a game should just focus on one?
I'll still I still agree with what Jason mentioned. So if you were to go multi-chains and your purpose is to get in more users, onboard more users, or even make it more fun, and at the end of the day you wanted all of the ecosystem to win, then I think you should go multi-chain. But if you were to come in just for the grants and then you'll be hopping chains after you finish one contract, then the purpose is not there anymore. You're only in for the money. You're not in to build something in the Web3 scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
So final question for everybody, right? This is the hot, spicy take. So get ready, guys. Jelly, are you ready?
No.
All right, so the first spicy take is, which game do you think has the highest chance to succeed in the next few years? Name one, bro.
One. Definitely. Okay, I'm building my own game, but I'm going to say Matrix. Definitely Matrix.
Okay.
Yeah, you see all the stats and you will know.
Okay, got it. Next, Jason. I feel like now everybody's, after having their NFT launch, their token launch, they launch their own chain, right? I think that is like the new narrative. So the question is, should all games build their own chain?
I would say definitely no, right? You look at the number of resources that you need to build a chain is pretty intense. Like the team, the financial, the marketing that you need behind, building a chain is way harder than, what, it seems to be, right? And it takes basically like a tech genius to basically be like, an Ethereum out there. So it's not that easy. Yeah, so my answer is definitely no.
Okay, got it. Jack, thoughts on L1, L2, L3? Is there any difference in picking this? Which do you think has the highest chance to succeed?
I don't see any purpose of L3, right? I think you have L2 to scale, and L3 these days, they don't really do much besides just, they don't even compress the data so that it's more scalable. So I don't think there's a need for L3. I think L1 and L2 should be enough. And I think there's definitely always going to be a need for L2 because L1, you just can't scale, right? Take a look at Solana. Solana is supposed to be scalable, but now there's 5 L2. Right, because with all these meme contracts, it literally just brings down the network. So I think L1, L2, I don't see a need for L3.
All right, Donnie, my question is, which are you more bullish on, EVM or non-EVM chains?
Oh, that's a good question. I think EVM is very, very good. That being said, I think Solana is really, really strong, and it's really surprised me. I thought it was gone. So I don't have the same technical background as some of the people here, but I do think that this whole thing with real time and gasless, I think there's something there, not just in gaming but also in payments, and the two put together, I think could do some very, very interesting things. And I do know how to code a little bit of Solidity, and I can, even with my elementary understanding, I can see that there are gaps. So definitely like EVM, but I do think that there may be more upside in non-EVM. That being said, I hold a lot of EVM, so I clearly think that there's upside there as well.
All right, Andrew, last question to you. General chain versus fully on gaming chains. Is there any difference?
First off, can I go off? Can I go off on a couple things? I'm a spicy guy from Cali, so here we go, folks. The only reason to multi-chain, you're grant farming, you're community farming, that's it. The chains don't matter, they do. You build on a non-high throughput chain, your chain's gonna crash. We've seen it happen on multiple chains in the past year, just DYOR. Last thing I'll say, TPS and finality. We had 1.46 seconds time to finality with Pacifica upgrade. That just went up by 122%, so fastest. And then in terms of the last question, it doesn't really matter. I think, like, as someone that's worked in the industry for years, both inside, multiple chains with the VCs advising, here's my general take on chains. Some chains were intended to be GP. As a result of their architecture, they've resulted in large ecosystems of very specific types of dApps. They should pivot and become purpose-built blockchains for those types of dApps and stop trying to chase everything. I think for us, case in point, like, we might seem like a GP, we're not. We're purpose-built, we're high throughput. What is high throughput? 3 things: gaming, AI, social. You build a dApp that's gonna process millions of transactions. You build a dApp that you wanna scale up to 25 million users. If you don't do that on a high throughput chain, it's gonna crash.
All right, that's it, guys. This is a wrap for the first panel segment, Building the Future, How Gaming Changes Empower Next-Gen Game Developer.
Whoop, whoop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How about another round of applause for moderator and all the speakers? Thank you. We did it and we're done. A photo, ma? Photo. Should we? Okay. So please stay as we will have a photo all together. We would like to welcome all the moderator and the speaker back on stage in order to take photos. Photo, 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 please. How about thumbs up? Okay, we make sure the photographer got a photo. Okay, everyone got the photos? 1, 2, 3, cheers. Okay, thank you so much again. Wonderful job. Thank you. Okay, and right now we will begin the second panel, and also we would like to remind you, right after our second panel, we will give away Tenko wallets, okay? Tenko wallets, so you are most welcome to stay with us. And right now, we will begin our second panel. A round of applause to welcome Head of Products of Flipper, Yang Sang. Yang Sang, welcome. And also Managing Partner of GGS.io, Nicholas. Welcome. And co-founder of Bosla, David. And co-founder and core contributor of X Protocol. And also CEO of Jumbo James. So right now we give the control to the moderator. And we would like to remind everyone, don't forget we will give away our 10 cold wallets later on. So should we start?
So guys, thanks for coming in early morning. And this is a pretty fun session. And we have a wonderful panel from different diverse backgrounds. So we're gonna just go ahead and start right away. We're going to talk about the evolution of games. So I think the games scene is basically one of the, I think, the most hyped areas in blockchain in 2024. So we want to address some of the topics around how games are different from Web 2 versus how it is now, and how these panelists think that we should evolve into. So I'm going to just start off from getting some intros from our wonderful panelists. So starting off from Nicholas, can you just briefly introduce yourself?
It's not working, bro. Hey everyone, I'm Nicolas. Most people call me Nico. I'm from Colombia. I'm a gaming investor. I believe in investing in the top 1% of Web3 games that have a chance to do something in Web 2, acquire millions of users, get into the top platforms like PlayStation, Xbox, Steam. So that's what we've been focusing on.
Hi guys, my name is David, co-founder of BotSlot.
So we're from a company called D8, and basically we are overarching our first product, which is Bot Slot. So what is Bot Slot? Bot Slot is basically a Web3 online slot gaming platform where we empower the ape community, and also our focus is basically to help the ape ecosystem as well. So basically what did we do is we wanted to be the pioneer of what we call as play to earn. So basically people can play slot games, and at the same time they can earn what we call as banana points. So once we launch our own token, basically they can swap the banana points to our own token. And at the same time we have a buyback program where we will be sharing profits to BAYC and MAYC holders from buying the ape token and distribute it back to them. As part of how we can help the whole ape ecosystem. Yep. Thanks.
David?
Hi, everyone. I am Peter, and I'm the co-founder and core contributor of X Protocol. And previously, I co-founded a couple of startups, one of them being a mobile gaming studio called Space Jump Studios that generated over millions of downloads in the mobile casual gaming space. I also co-founded a startup called GoTrade, which was commission-free stock and crypto trading platform, basically Robinhood.com for Asia, that was backed by YC, and also another startup that was backed by Sequoia Capital as well.
Yep, that was Peter. And we have another panelist that's not up on the screen, so I'll give it to him to introduce himself.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I just want to thank ABS and all these sponsors for making this happen. And I want to thank you. If you are sitting here listening to this panel and not somewhere else in the conference, we appreciate you. I'd like to apologize for not submitting the information for the above. I am James, to everyone, the CEO of Jumbo. We are building a $99 US mobile smartphone for emerging markets for the mobile Web3 infrastructure. Personal intro, I'm ethnically Chinese, 中国人,但是 I grew up in Africa. So most of the time around problems like banking and bank, cross-border payments, remittances, and that's how I got into Web3. Cheers.
All right, so we have very different panelists from different backgrounds and different jobs. I want to go through each one of them just a little bit more on why you guys chose a specific area to kind of invest more in. For example, for GG's IO, why are you guys focusing on these like Web3 games and incubate them?
Yeah, so basically we come from Web2 gaming and esports. I've been a gamer since I was 5. I played everything from like RuneScape, World of Warcraft, Call of Duty, like the whole thing. There's always been different issues. I don't know if you guys know, but one of the biggest Web3 games without it being in Web3 is World of Warcraft. Another huge Web3 game without having blockchain is RuneScape. Another huge Web3 game that doesn't have any NFTs or anything is CSGO. And for us, what's lacking in those games is actually blockchain. Like they need to solve their technological issues with blockchains. And blockchain could be actually a pretty good solution for it. For some reason that hasn't happened yet, not just with those games, but no AAA games to that level have come up. So we decided to invest in the ones that we think that have a chance at making that happen. So we've invested in Off the Grid, Gonzilla, which for us is, it's the first Web3 game to be listed on PlayStation. We've invested in games like Chrono Forge that are trying to do World of Warcraft for Web3. We're investing in games that are looking to acquire millions and millions of users that can actually have a shot at making something happen. We believe that having tokens is not enough. Pumping a token is not enough for you to call yourself successful. I think the only way that we can see Web3 gaming becoming more than a sub-niche is by actually having adoption. And that is with Web2. That's with actual players enjoying games, transacting without worrying about a wallet, without worrying about a signature, without worrying about what the hell is an NFT. So that's what we believe in.
Yeah, so speaking of like your mentioning of Web2 games that were super popular, that could have been like a really huge Web3 game. I think I want to move directly into our core questions. What do you think is the key difference between like these Web2 games that was really popular and like the Web3 games as it stands today? And do you think like, where do you think like the crypto kind of makes sense to kind of jump in outside of just like trying to get mass adoption? Like how do you think the crypto fits into those games?
So I view it in a very similar way than I think in the 90s people saw internet companies. You know, like in the 90s when the internet was a thing and was a bubble as well, people would say like, oh, I have an internet startup, you know, and that was a thing. Today people have companies. No weirdo is gonna say like, oh, I have an internet startup, right? You just have a startup with social media, with a website. Like it's required of you to have that. I think crypto is the same way. I think we see a lot of people saying, oh, I have a Web3 company, I have a Web3 game. I think in a couple of years that's not gonna exist. I think it's just gonna be games that may use one technology or another for different things, right? And I think transactions, of course, like blockchain is needed. Ownership, blockchain is needed. But I think the main thing is that it needs to be invisible for the gamer. No one in their right mind, no normie, is going to care about whether MetaMask and the TPS per seconds and the chain that you're on, and if this is, you know, like that doesn't exist, right? It's like, is the game good? And oh, can I trade this skin for something better? And oh, I made 20 bucks. That's it. Like if we manage to make that happen with a great game, great quality, to the level of CSGO, to the level of Call of Duty, then there's an industry. If not, there isn't.
Moving on to David, like what do you think is the key difference between these two as it stands today?
I think for us, mainly bot slot is, I mean, we are an online slot platform, right? So the main key thing for us is definitely the security, right? So if you look at traditional online games platform, things that always happen is people don't get their money. That's one thing. So for us, security is number one. Second is transparency, right? Because we're giving back of revenue or GGR back to the BAYC or the MAYC holders, right? So transparency is definitely something that we want to show them that here you go, this is our profit and this is what you get by joining us as one of the club holders. And then second thing is that, third thing is that by mixing Web 2 and the tech from Web 3, we are basically revolutionizing the whole online slot gaming platform, because one thing is, if you go to traditional online gaming slot platform, you will not be able to earn their profits, like for example. But how do we utilize this as part of the whole ecosystem where we can share these revenues back to the people, back to the whole community, where they can become players and they can also become one of the shareholders, for example, right? So basically, this is like the beauty of two things mixed together. So I think this is the difference of Web 2 and Web 3 for us as a online slot platform. Yeah.
All right. So Peter, Web3 entertainment superchain is X protocol, right? So why do you think that like a specific protocol is needed like in the Web3 gaming? Because I think you've kind of jumped into that space. And how is that different from Web2 gaming in your perspective?
Sure. So yeah, at X Protocol, we decided to build an L3 because we thought it's more scalable. So we chose OP-Stack and Obase because of the security and like inherent distribution system that comes, and the network effects that come with this as well. So it's just a tool that we used and the chain that we went with at the beginning. And for us in particular, we are very passionate about digital IP rights and digital ownership because we think that's the core ethos of Web3 itself. I always use the analogy of Web2 versus Web3 gaming. For Web2, it's like you are entering a grand theme park where you buy the tickets, you enjoy your popcorn, and buy different rides, different attractions. But all of those attractions remain within the park itself. Once you exit that park, all the value that is accrued, you cannot do much with the assets that you have accrued and interacted with at the park. So as opposed to that, for Web3 gaming, all the tickets, all the assets that you acquire, you can actually trade it outside of the park itself. They become your digital assets that you are able to freely to use outside of it as well. And that's also the key to empowering the players and giving them sort of governance rights and have a say on how the park and how the game is being run itself. So the second key difference, apart from digital ownership for us, is also the interoperability itself. So you can use different assets across or from one game and use it in another game itself. So at X Protocol itself, we believe in that. we've seen the trend of growing Telegram games on Tone ecosystem. So we've launched a number of Telegram games as well. One of them is called Wonderbits, an idle RPG built on top of X protocol itself, but also interoperable with the Tone blockchain itself. And so these are two elements that we think are crucial and correlates to Web3.
All right. So mentioning like a blockchain, we have also another infrastructure in the form of hardware with Jumbo. I actually want to ask a bit of a different question to spin it a little bit. You know, all of you guys probably know there are like a lot of gaming platforms, launchpads, blockchains, but I don't think we have seen as many Web3 games flourish yet. So I want to talk a little bit about your perspective as an industry expert on how do we find like a good balance of good gaming projects versus the incubating infrastructures. And I want to start from Jumbo, why you guys decided to kind of start off from this hardware infrastructure. And what you think is like meaningful in that movement.
No, I appreciate it. Great question. Maybe I'll just take like a quick, literally 10 seconds to explain what Jumbo actually does. Like if you go through the flow before I give the answer so you see my perspective where I'm coming from. Jumbo is essentially a smartphone. Android operating system is $99, probably cheaper than the t-shirt you're wearing. It comes pre-installed with 15 Web3 applications. The Jumbo app is only one of them. It's your multi-chain wallet and your questing platform. Why that is important is because it tells you what to do in the other 14 apps. Now, I think the other panelist right before this, when he was asked what's his favorite Web3 project to succeed, said Matrix Fire, which I would have to concur with that. They're one of the games pre-installed in the Jumbo phone and have amazing traction. So how it will work was, think you're a 19-year-old in Lagos, Nigeria. You buy the phone for $99. What do you have that you want? Sorry, what do you want? You want to earn money. What do you have? You have time to give. Now, what does every Web3 company need? Users and your time. So how you trade that time is spend time in that ecosystem. So go into Matrix Fire in the phone, play the game, get to level 5, level 20, earn tokens, goes to your multi-chain wallet, and we provide you the on-ramp and off-ramp in your local market. Because even if you got Fire tokens in your wallet right now and you have no off-ramp, you don't care if it's Fire tokens or World of Warcraft or RuneScape tokens, it means nothing to you. It's just a digital currency. So currently Jumbo ships to over 130 countries. We've done a bit more than 500,000 phones this year, about 2 million new wallets. But to answer your question, moderator, a little long of a prelude, why we did infrastructure for gaming, etc. There's only one thing, right, that I go to sleep and wake up thinking about, and just one thing: distribution. That's it. Distribution and how to get our phones in the hands of users, right? We're probably the only company that has partnered with multiple L1s. I'm not saying this in a cocky way, like Aptos, Solana, etc. I'm saying this in the sense that there's rarely a platform that can connect so many L1s together and the users together. So truly what we're trying to do is multi-chain interoperability in the sense that if your assets is in Matrix Fire, right, like your skin, etc., and you want to bring it to another game, we want to try to enable that. So it's interoperable. So like Nicholas said, the previous panelist, he said, it doesn't matter what chain, what NFT, what, etc. It only matters to the end user, how easy is it for him. So I honestly just want everyone that's sitting here, if you're sitting here at a Web3 gaming panel, amongst all of this happening, you're probably interested in Web3 gaming or building a project. My question to you is, what is the difference, honestly, between Web2 and Web3 gaming? Like gaming itself has proven to be the fastest onboarding portal in emerging markets like Arena, Free Fire in Southeast Asia, and etc. in China, Wangzhe Rongyao, etc. But what is the difference between Web2 and Web3 gaming? It's just the on-chain component, which no one's really solved yet, other than I argue for a few partners, but that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually, like this question I think really fits well with Nicholas too, because from GG's IO you see a lot of projects kind of like rise and fall in between like the cycles, right? What's your take on like gaming launchpad versus good games? Like the balance of it, and what do you think has more chance in the Web3 ecosystem as it stands in 2024?
Yeah, I think that, again, it all comes back, and I think, what's your name, my bro?
James.
James, great answers, James. It's all about distribution. It's whoever manages to execute the best. And for that, you need to have like the right infrastructure to execute the best. So the more Web2 friendly, the better in that regard. Matrix Fire, I'm a huge fan of them. We weren't able to invest. We weren't set up yet as a fund, but huge fans of them. And I think the numbers speak for themselves of what they're building. And they're still like, they haven't even launched the real game, right? So that's one that I think can be a potential winner. Again, games like Off the Grid, I think Matrix Fire and Off the Grid are the two big boys of Web3. Off the Grid, being able to list on PlayStation, having a companion app that makes everything easier, like the skin trader, skin trading, sorry, they make it a lot easier as well for the end user. They have easier matchmaking as well. There's no signatures, there's no user onboarding, quote unquote, on Web3. It's just seamless. The game is, I'd say, at the same level of a Call of Duty mixed with an Apex Legends. So that's huge. I think other games that are maybe a little bit more on chain are still doing great things. The Beacon is one of them. This #1 game on Arbitrum. Very Web2 as well. They're trying to do Stardew Valley for Web3. So I think all these games, I think it's the initial cycle. I don't think we're at the, I think we might see the breakout cycle for games, which is the next year, like this, this month until like probably Q3 next year, I think is this game cycle. Whereas before was, let's say, Axie Infinity, Play to Earn, then that evolved into Play and Earn. I think now we're gonna see like the first AAA Web3 games, but it's gonna be the first of many. And I think if you combine that with AI as well, like when AI and Web3 actually start working in gaming, everything's gonna go crazy because development cycles are gonna they're gonna become way shorter. All these AI agents, they can also be NFTs. So that's like insane, the potential that there's there if it's executed well. So games are gonna be like way more immersive. And if you also combine that with side IP, so let's say movies, series, merch, side games, interoperability between different games, then the next cycle after that is gonna be crazy, right? Like then it's gonna be insane. But I think we're just seeing the beginning of the actual adoption cycle.
Got it. So question for David. You're an ape holder yourself. Like the question in short is like, why board slot? Because you could do like an exciting slot or a different types of slot, but you chose board slot and you kind of incorporated an NFT community into your project, right? What's the motive behind it, and why do you think is essential in the Web3 ecosystem to, utilize this strategy?
Good question right there. I think first thing first, personally, I'm a Bored Ape holders. That's one, right? But definitely, I think the whole beauty and the formula of doing a business now, where you own an NFT, that's the beauty of it, right? It's you have existing community, right? Like for example, BAYC, MAYC, Kodas, the whole ecosystem from Yuga Labs, we have more than probably 30,000 users. So imagine, let's say you want to start up a project and you want instant users coming in, right? So why not just tap into the community, that existing community, like for example, like what BotSlot is doing. So from us, we're building bot slot, and the moment we launch our product or our website, we instantly have users because we are giving back to the community. That's definitely one of the things that we are focusing on. And the beauty of Yuga Labs as well is they are empowering the community by creating something. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it. It's called NBA. It's made by apes.
Yeah.
So these are some of the things that they are giving license and ownership for people to actually build on their IP, and from this whole thing they can actually scale their product even bigger.
It's also a free advertisement board too, right?
Definitely, right? So it's basically like community helping. The brand itself is also helping us, right? They are also spreading us. The community is also spreading our brand as well. So imagine like, not sure if you guys heard of Bored and Hungry, like for example. So let's say one day if you want to start a burger business, for example, but you start off with something of your own brand. I don't think you can go that far and fast as Bored and Hungry. So these are the things that you can actually use to really, grow your product faster. And that's why for me personally, jumping into this community is one of the first things that is really important for us. And for us as D8, bot slot is definitely not the only project that we have been working on. I mean, we own a lot of different communities, NFTs as well. So, I mean, over the time in the future, definitely we'll build more to cater to more community, so that each and every community can leverage from the NFT that they're holding, and from there, people can actually learn to love and hold on to the NFT rather than just go around and just sell and think that their NFT is not worth any value as well.
Yeah, I think like it was very interesting because it's kind of like a Web3 version of PUBG skin collab.
Right.
Because if PUBG does like a Lambo skin and people that love Lambo would kind of like hop into the bandwagon. And I think a lot of Web3 games are experimenting in that region too. Like for example, Exociety is also working with PUBG to do skins. So it's I think good vampire strategy if you guys are trying to build games. Maybe utilizing that IP or community is a good strategy. Yeah, thanks for the answer. Peter, so when I read your bio, you had some experience from crypto trading platform. I also work at a crypto trading platform, and I see a very like a big similarity between the trading platforms versus like the gaming platforms or like the game scene in general. I actually am curious why you chose that spin, like the transition, and like how you see those two kind of merge together. Because once you have a token with Web3 games, it's inevitable that someone needs to trade it, right? Yeah. How do you see that future kind of merging into like one?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think that the two worlds eventually converge together as well. For gamers, they learn how to trade by interacting with the Web3 games, by trading their digital assets, buying and selling and trading them as well, which kind of increases their financial literacy. In a sense, I think there was a survey done that most Web3 gamers, they are more likely to be financially literate as well. As for crypto and stock trading platforms, by implementing the gamification side with leaderboards, competitions, socializations with copy trading, as well, they become sort of like the games itself, as well as the universities for people to learn how to appreciate the value of investments, as well as trading. So these two words of financialization and gamification of the gaming, of the games, as well as trading platforms will eventually converge in the future and become one. And this is how we see the future panning out.
Got it. Because we're also thinking a lot about like gamified experiences, and I think that's a lot of things that trading platforms are curious to kind of figure out, as well as the Web3 gaming platforms trying to figure out how to get that liquidity in to trade for users to be able to trade well, right? So I think you have that good mix of like knowledge to drive that forward. Thank you for the answer. And James, like you said before, you lived in Africa for a long time. Do you see any materialistic difference in how people approach Web3 gaming between regions that you have experienced? And what is basically the key factor in driving that distribution? Because I can imagine it would be a totally different situation between Africa versus, let's say, Taiwan. So what is your take on that?
Yeah, Africa versus Taiwan, that might be a different situation. I'll say this, right? Like, first of all, think about what kind of gaming. In Africa, there's only mobile, because most emerging markets like Africa, LATAM, Southeast Asia skipped over the landline, computers, PCs. It's all mobile. So if you go from mobile, then you think about the mobile stack and how different companies are preparing for it. Are you Android, iOS? I think most founders know that Android and iOS are both wilding right now. Like, it's really hard to get your app past if you're crypto, etc. So then are we talking about PWAs, like progressive web apps, to pre-install on the phones? So I think there's a lot of different components to it. But at the end of the day, when you look at emerging markets, right? Right now, Jumbo, our largest markets is like LATAM, Brazil, Argentina. Our first offline store is opening in Sao Paulo this month. You look at Africa. I grew up, by the way, in Congo, in the DRC, in Central Africa. That was colonized by Belgium. So like the mother tongue there is French, right? But then you go to East Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, that's English. LATAM, that's Spanish. Brazil, that's Portuguese. Like, it's just really hard. I say this because I think most founders on this panel will know when you deal with a community, you gotta really, vibe with that community. You can't vibe with a community unless you speak the same language. So how do you even brand shipping to 130 countries? So that's something that we think about a lot, how to get across the message to these people. Now, taking a step further, right? We're on a Web3 gaming panel. I think everyone here is like, yeah, Web3 gaming. I think this half, on the stage is super excited about it because we're all building stuff inside of it. Maybe this other half listening to it is more like, hey, what the hell is Web3 gaming? I'll say this though, even beyond Matrix Fire, etc., the #1 Web3 game there ever was that had me spending 10 hours a day on it in 2021, right? I think that's part of the panel thing, like 2021 Web3 to 2024 Web3, is a game called Steppin', Walk to Earn. I don't know if anyone here knows about that. Shout out Steppin', shout out Jan, shout out Jerry. Like, that was amazing. And no matter what you do, love or hate it, it's still the #1 Web3 game by Web3 DAU MAU. So honestly, there's a lot of hidden gems out there. I think people just gotta, dig deep into the resources, into the communities. But at the end of the day, it's still how do you access those communities, speak the same language, probably through friends. So I think it's everyone's job here to make it more accessible. Thank you.
Thanks, James. So before we move on to our last question to Nicholas to wrap up, I want to just quickly ask, I know everyone here is probably interested in gaming, so that's why they're listening to the gaming panel. But who in this session has actually played a Web3 game or farmed or invested into Web3 gaming projects or building one? Who's more directly involved? Can you guys raise your hands? So we have 3, 4, yeah. So the reason I was asking is, Nicholas is actually a managing partner at GG's.io. So I want to, because you went through a lot of projects, I want to kind of give you the last question on what do you think is a successful Web3 gaming project look like in the future, and what are some aspects that you would like to see, or the investment scene would like to see from Web3 gaming projects in order for them to be more successful, at least gaining traction or raising funds?
Yeah, so I think that it's been a lot of what we've been saying for the past a few minutes. I think one, distribution, like we mentioned. Two, I think emerging markets, like we've also been talking about. Emerging markets are the most important market for Web3. It's where governments don't work, so there's a lot of currency distrust, and therefore there's an appetite to try out a new coin like crypto. Our employees, when we pay them in Argentina, they literally cannot receive the money in fiat, because if we pay them in fiat, they get a cut off 60%, 60 out of the paycheck, and on top of that, until the last president, they had 30% monthly inflation rate. 30 monthly. Let that sink in for a second. So that means if you get $100, you're really gonna get 40, and those 40 are worth 30% less next month, right? So it's impossible. It's game over, default, it doesn't work. So then you start looking at stable coins. And Bitcoin sounds a lot more better than it did a year ago. And then if you combine that, at least in Latin America, there's 300 million gamers. So it's a huge prime opportunity for Web3 games to tap into that, and they haven't. I think the best Web3 games are the ones that are Web2 friendly, emerging market friendly, and that want to go big. I don't think that it's time to look at it like it was last cycle, that 2 million daily active users was a big thing. That's nothing. Garena Free Fire was mentioned here. Free Fire has 600 million total downloads. Those are Web2 numbers, and we need to get to those numbers in Web3 to be able to compete. I think the only project that's competing against that right now is Matrix, as we've talked about. Off the grid, maybe the Beacon, maybe a couple that we've invested in, hopefully. But that's, I think, what Web3 gaming needs to start thinking about. And I think that the biggest issue that's blocking that right now, ironically, is tokens. There's a ton and ton and ton of tokens. Just in May, there was a bigger influx of tokens than the rest of since Web3 has existed. That's crazy. Everybody has a token. And the issue with tokens is that they don't have a product that back them. And the issue about that is that there's no token value accrual. So the value doesn't come from a product generating revenue or gamers playing or anyone transacting. It comes from investors. And investors like us need to make our money back. So the way you make your money back is you dump on people, right? You sell. So eventually, when you have all these investors going into a ton of tokens and everybody's on a vesting schedule and there's no retail, no product, no adoption, everybody starts dumping and everything goes down. That's the biggest thing that's probably gonna happen over the next few months, which is a great opportunity for also anyone that hasn't invested in. You should by then, like everything's gonna be super cheap, do that. But I think it's also a wake-up call in the near future for games to actually start thinking about doing tokens the right way. Tokens weren't meant for an investor to just dump on them and make money on them. Tokens were meant to be an alternative to like monopoly money, right? Like the RuneScape Gold. You know, tokens should be the RuneScape Gold that you can actually cash in, that you can actually transact with. It's supposed to have utility. And I think projects are thinking still about it the wrong way, the opposite way. They're thinking about coming up with a token and then, what would be the best utility for this? That's stupid. You know, that it should be the opposite. It should be like, this is a great game with a great game economy, with a great design. And you know what would be perfect for it? A token. Because of this and this and this and this. But it's from the ground up. Right now it's all scrambled. So yeah.
All right, so that caps our last question. But any last words? 20-second. If you guys have any, no? And then we could wrap it up. All right, guys, thanks for the wonderful chat. And these are your panelists. I don't think James has a screen up, but after the session, you guys can freely reach out to them and maybe have a chat if you want. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all the speakers and moderator. Please stay as we will take a photo all together. Thank you. Please big smile and look at our photographer. Okay, we need to make sure everyone got the photos. Thank you so much once again. And right now we will give away one cold wallet. Who would like to win it? Only one? So since you are the first, but I have a question for you. Anything you like the most right here at the exhibition and why? There is no correct answer.
A 档，因为它的项目还蛮多，就是还蛮喜欢它里面其他东西。
So, just give a round of applause for your braveness. Thank you. And right now, we're gonna have a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished guests, we will be right back.
With Trump narrowly escaping an assassination attempt, can he become the BTC president? Let's wait and see. Anomi, the most comprehensive fully on-chain platform for asset issuance and lending, has launched a special event called Fight FOMO. This event pays tribute to this historic event and the iconic blockchain game FOMO 3D. Fight FOMO is an event on the Anomi platform where participants collect cards, auction them to synthesize keys, and compete for a massive USDT prize. The gameplay mainly follows the classic rules of FOMO 3D. Users only need to mint event cards and synthesize keys. Each time a key is synthesized, the game's countdown timer resets. When the countdown ends, the last user who successfully mints a card and synthesizes a key will win 50% of the USDT prize pool. The remaining 50% of the USDT prize pool will be divided among other key holders through a random blind box mechanism. The Fight event, launched by Anomi, also improves the rules of FOMO 3D. All keys held by users and the synthetic raw material NFT cards support secondary trading on the NFT marketplace. Unused NFT cards can be used in the fully on-chain game for battles. Besides, they can be redeemed at par with a guaranteed premium after expiration, providing strong asset risk guarantees for all players. Years ago, FOMO 3D created a prize pool of tens of millions of US dollars, and the final grand prize winner received millions of US dollars. We look forward to Anomi's Fight FOMO creating a new miracle in the prize pool this time. Welcome to participate in Fight FOMO Anomi.
My name is Tristan, and I just wanted to let you know that the BitBoy product was the best in show at the Bitcoin 2024 conference.
What makes you say that?
Most innovative way to get children interested in cryptocurrency and mining cryptocurrency, being part of the community. They can learn about it, earn it, grow their fortune, their wealth at a very young age, and get started. Absolutely the best in show product.
Right there. Cheers.
I know what Bitboy is.
Oh.
You Unisat, you do experts on there, right? Trump knows his things.
Let's check out the
wow, beautiful. That's amazing. I feel like I'm in an arcade.
Bitcoin arcade.
Good luck and God bless you all. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
Introducing Board Slot, the first Web3 online slot game that utilizes the BAYC, MAYCIP. Experience immersive digital and live slot gameplay through Board Slot. Start earning banana points through our slot games. Exchange them into SBC token. Register now.
Adventure next.
The world's most advanced cold wallet for the new generation of cryptocurrency lovers, Descent. Quickly verify full transaction details on large OLED display. Save valuable time using 4 buttons for fast operations. With Descent's fingerprint authentication, transactions are made secure and convenient. Using Bluetooth communication, manage your assets anywhere and anytime. Based on multi-chip architecture, Descent provides robust security to managing all your valuable assets. The world's most advanced cold wallet. Descent.
It's decentralized aggregation platform dedicated to crypto community members. Real-time monitoring on-chain data, providing the latest market data. A variety of fiat and tools. You can use Telegram in the app. Your convenient crypto wallet. Thorba, the token creation titan. Forges new coins with the power of a thundering hammer. Loading rocky elite sniper strikes with beetle eye precision, seizing profit and opportunities. Ahead of 95% trend traders. Connect global crypto community. Experts, social feature share insights. Get a strong one-stop experience. Expert, market data, the apps community, all in one platform. Go with expert.
Ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished guests, boys and girls, welcome back. And right now we will begin our third panel. It's our honor and privilege to have a global BD lead from Pacific Meta, Andy. Please, how about a round of applause? And CEO and co-founder of Universe, Chris. Welcome. And the BD director of Men's Lab, Laughing Chow. And co-founder of Anome, Tiger. And COO of Seraph, Yezi. Please be seated. Thank you. So right now we give our control to the moderator.
好，大家中午好，我是 Pacific Meta 的 Andy，然后欢迎大家来到这一次用中文来做的这个 panel discussion。然后这一次我们的题目呢，就是 NFT 在这个 Web3 游戏经济系统的角色。然后就邀请到4位就是各个项目的代表来跟我们去探讨这个项目。那在我们进入这个主题之前，我们先请4位各自简单介绍一下自己吧，可能包括你的项目的内容，还有就是你自己的一点小经历。就我们先请 Chris 开始吧。
各位，嗨，大家好，我是 Chris， 是Universe 的 founder， 我来自香港，然后从之前10年的投行的经历转到这个 Web3 游戏都快2年多了，从2022年开始，然后我们研发了一款Web3 的 Pokemon Go 这样子在真实世界寻宝的一个游戏。最近还发行了一个游戏跟低拼结合的一个产品，叫 Moon Ring， 就我手上这个，对，做一些就是consumer 低拼的方向跟游戏的联动。对，谢谢大家。
好，那接下来我们请 Laughing 去介绍一下自己吧。
大家好，我是 Laughing Men's Lab 的 BD Manager。然后我觉得我们的项目跟其他几位项目方不同的是，我们是从一个头像类的 NFT 项目变成了一个游戏项目的。然后对，首先是我们的 NFT 项目叫小幽灵 Where to Go Scan， 我们是从21年底开始运营的，然后到现在已经是2年半的时间了。然后在这期间，我们是做了很多Web2的品牌联名。包括很多世界知名的品牌，比如说像 DQ、小红书、美图秀秀、酷陌、杰士邦这些品牌，然后包括在北京的 The Boss 商场、上海 TS 淮海都搞过一些线下的联名活动，然后还赞助过一些 rapper 的巡演以及音乐节等等。然后我们希望通过这种方式，让我们的小幽灵的 IP 还有 Web3 的这种文化走入到现实世界中去，然后由此我们做了一个游戏叫 Alta， 它是一个虚拟宠物养成类的游戏。然后我们希望基于这个游戏可以承载小幽灵这个 IP 以及更多的内容。对，以上是我们大概一个介绍。然后今天也非常高兴和各位嘉宾在这里一起交流，谢谢。
好，谢谢 Laughing。然后接下来我们请 Anome 的 Tiger 去介绍一下吧。
大家好，我是 Anome 的 co-founder Tiger。Anome 的话，其实现在是一个结合了 AI 的玩法的一个 TCG 的卡牌游戏，然后它的原型来自于全球最大的这个 RPG 游戏 Final Fantasy VIII，如果在台湾的话，应该是有叫太空战士8。然后，因为我们整个团队最早就是做索尼 PlayStation 的 video game 的，所以一直也是在做这种 TV game 的这块。差不多2018年的时候开始做 Web3 的 game， 然后我们就发现，就是说我们可以把我们非常热爱的一些游戏，通过Web3 的技术和通过 NFT， 然后把它带入到真实世界，让大家不再是停留在一个虚拟的游戏空间当中去玩，而是通过 NFT 能够跟真实的人面对面的，然后用手机或者是用这种 掌机的设备来去玩 NFT 的卡牌游戏。那最重要的一点的话，现在 Anomi 现在通过现在这个 AI 技术的这种爆炸性的这种出现，我们能够让每一个玩家通过去玩卡牌游戏的过程当中，他自己的卡牌的组合方式，他自己打卡牌的这种策略是进攻为主还是防守为主，能够去训练出他自己的一个垂域的小模型。这个小模型是能够去完全模拟这个玩家的这个打牌的策略和思路的。那它的最重要的一个特点就是，当这个玩家晚上睡觉的时候，它可以让这个 AI 去帮他去代打游戏。那么更有意思的一点是，当这个游戏的它的 AI 有很好的胜率的时候，我们是支持玩家可以把他的 AI 出租给其他的用户的。那也就是说，我晚上睡觉的时候，我的 AI 如果说出租给了1万个用户，每一个人给我付费$1，我今天 AI 就给我赚了1万美金。这个就是 Anomi 在 AI 和 TCG 这个层面做的一个非常大的一个探索。谢谢。
好，谢谢。然后最后我们请这个 Seraph 的叶子跟我们介绍一下吧。
Hello， 我是 Seraph 的 CEO 叶子。Seraph 是一款暗黑风格的 ARPG 游戏啊。我们一直是从2020年开始成立，一直自我去研发，然后去年开始上线测试的一款 ARPG。就一直都很想做一个从 ARPG 到 MMORPG 的探寻的研发的 Web3 原创的 game，希望可以打造一个 Web2 到 Web3 共同能兼容的一款全新的经济模型的一款，我们认为可能是未来会比较流行的游戏的一个开放游戏的一个方向。对，大概就这样。
好，谢谢叶子，也谢谢各位的分享。就是我们今天的这个题目，就是说到 NFT 在 Web3 游戏的经济系统里面的角色。然后刚刚听了各位去分享你们各自游戏的特色，我想知道在你们一开始设计这个游戏或者是设计这个项目的时候，对于就是 NFT 在如何维持这个项目的经济的时候有什么的想法？就是如果有什么的话，可以随时跟我们说一说。Chris， 要不 Chris？
我先开始。我觉得 NFT 对于游戏来说有几个要点吧。第一个就是准入的问题。如果你没有 NFT 准入这个事情，所有人都能去撸代币，就变成现在的很多 Tap to Earn 的游戏。会正常人是比不过那个机器人的，就他可以在你不睡觉的时候继续在那里按，继续在那里玩，然后那个脚本也可以，可能你按了1下，他已经看了10下，那最终可能90%的代币都去到这些工作室手上。那这种，他们拿到这个代币，他只有一个目的，就是因为他说他做生意嘛，他算账嘛。我这个肯定全卖掉的，他不会成为代币的买家，就等于说你的90%以上的用户都是只卖代币，不会买的。无论你的这个 tokenomics 做的多神仙、多强，也没有用，因为90%以上的用户都是卖币的用户，不是买币的用户。这如果没了 NFT 这个准入，去把一些真正的挑选一些真正的玩家，然后留存到这个游戏里面。你的代币模型就是没有，就是无从可说。第二个就是版本迭代的问题，因为在传统游戏一些版本迭代，可能上一个版本的这所有角色啊什么的，全部都是归零了。比如魔兽世界，我开了一个新的版本，我从那个装备等级从300级去到500级。那这300级的装备基本上都是归零。那有了这个 NFT 的话，可以通过某种形式去进行一个兑换，完成这个版本的迭代。因为你也不在 Web3 的游戏，你的 NFT 也不可能说，我这个就是全就是变成废品了，不算数了，然后开一个新的版本，把所有玩家全 rock 一遍。因为这在Web3 的整个玩家的认知上面是不可接受的， 所以通过这个 NFT 的归属权，可以去做某方面的一个过渡，然后可能中间通过代币的一次性结算或者burner， 然后mint新的，和去完成了这个转移的过程。第三个的话就是在整个就是因为其实 Web3 的游戏最后 ultimately 都是代币嘛，那你代币之前，你代币还没上币之前，你拿什么去留存玩家呢？其实 NFT 的交易属性就可以很好的弥补这一点，相对一个 liquidity 就流动性没那么高的一个环境，然后通过有一些交易让玩家对这个 earn 有一个预期，从而让项目在代币 TGE 之前有一个更好的这种路径去运营你的社群，运营你的玩家的预期，运营你的整个市场价格体系，主要这几点。
对，谢谢。我也是觉得这个 TGE 之前的那个点，对于就是 NFT 它怎么能够协助这个游戏去维持它的经济系统非常的重要。然后我有一点好奇，就是Laughing， 就是你的项目一开始是 NFT 开始嘛？就是在从 NFT 发展到这个 Web3 游戏的时候，就是有什么你的团队有特别去着重的点去维持这个经济系统的生态呢？
好的，谢谢主持人。我觉得对于我们来说，这可能是一个比较长的故事，因为我们项目是从20年底开始运营的，22年的时候，22年2月完成了发售。当时正值 NFT 的牛市嘛，然后我们会围绕 NFT 做了很多创新，比如说我们做了一个无代码的 NFT 发行平台，叫 Mana Studio。我们希望能够降低艺术家进入 Web3 的门槛，让他们把他们的艺术作品更容易的呈现在 NFT 上面，让更多的 NFT 玩家或者说 Web3 的这些用户去感受他们艺术作品的这些魅力。然后我们还做了一个潮流艺术品牌，叫做 Cut Up。我们希望把 Web3 的这些文化和概念引入到现实世界中去。但是随着NFT 市场的下跌，然后整个市场遇冷，我觉得整个 NFT 市场就开始变得很迷茫，大家很多 NFT 项目都不知道后续该去做什么。那个时候我们开始思考，就是如何让我们的这个项目去活下去。所以我们想把我们的这个小幽灵变成一个 IP 的品牌。然后所以说，刚才也介绍了我们跟很多的这种 Web2 的品牌去做了联名，像 DQ 啊，小红书、美图秀秀这些世界知名的品牌。然后今年还会跟罗森，就是那个全球连锁的知名的便利店罗森，然后我们会跟他开几百家的线下的快闪店，然后我们会把我们的联名的产品在这些门店中去销售。对，这是我们在 Web2 的一个联名的方向。然后做 Alta 这个游戏的出发点呢，我们是觉得需要有一个平台去承接我们的 IP， 还有一些就是内容的创作，就是做游戏是一个很好的方向。所以说我们是从去年的11月、12月就开始去做这个游戏，然后去开始立项，然后直到今年4、5月份的时候，烫生态开始爆发，然后我们开始观察烫生态，我们发现烫生态上面就是它可以降低用户的准入门槛，让玩家比较容易的进入 Web3，就是你可以通过 Telegram 一个小程序，你就可以去玩这个小程序里面的游戏。所以最终我们决定把我们的 Alta 放在这个烫生态烫上面去首发。所以对，上面是我们的一个主要的发展流程。就是说回来的话，我觉得这个一个对于一个游戏来说 ，NFT 的着力点肯定是要围绕游戏玩家对于这个游戏的目的还有动机的。如果一个玩家他对于这个游戏他最主要的动机是赚钱的话，那这个游戏的设计的着力点可能就是它的经济模型，它的设计难度可能不亚于任何一个 DeFi 的项目，就是如何让它的这个经济模型能够持续的跑下去，就是足够的庞氏嘛。然后还有一种玩家就是他们会比较重视游戏的可玩性，就是我觉得很多现在 Web3 的游戏可能它抛去它的经济模型， 来说，它的游戏可玩性可能都已经倒退10年了。那这个时候我们就要思考，就是 Web3 游戏它的着力点，就它的重点是什么？就是是它的游戏吗？还是说大家对推崇的说什么道具呀、人物的这些所有权的问题？对，这是我觉得 NFT 在游戏中需要关注的一个点。对，谢谢。
谢谢。这个 NFT 跟 IP 这个话题，我觉得也是这一次希望可以从大家身上做探讨一下。然后就是说到 Web3 跟 Web2之间的那个隔膜，就是到底怎么样去透过这个游戏，或者是透过这个经济系统去打破，也是一个很有兴趣去探讨的话题。然后就是对于这个 AI 用在这个游戏上面，怎么去协助这个 Web3 游戏去维持它的经济系统，我希望能够向 Tiger 你请教一下。
好，其实是这样，就是我们在21年的时候，其实也做过基于这种 IP 的 NFT 的发行，当然，而且我们也上过币安的 Launchpad，当时我们也拿了像这个 One Piece，然后也拿了这个就是复仇者联盟。其实我们当时应该是全球最早有敢拿漫威的 IP 去发 NFT 的，但是我们当时拿的是中国的上海迪士尼那边的授权，所以当时我们在在 Balance 准备直接上 NFT 的 Launchpad 的时候，就是漫威的 Global 就给我们发邮件，就说这个只能限于中国地区，你不能再发 Global 的。所以其实后面我们还是就是临时就是整个团队就是临时出了一整套新的 IP 出来上的这个 Balance， 而且我们也当时也卖了200多万美金，然后其实还是不错啊。就像刚刚那个说的，我们那个时候差不多是在21年 NFT 的这个非常火的一个时期，所以我们其实总结下来就是说，我们后面就是把那个 NFT 做成了游戏，然后我们会发现一点问题，就是 Web2 的游戏和 Web3 的游戏在经济模型上面，我们先不说 NFT 为载体的问题，在经济模型上面，如果你要做 Web3 游戏，你做 PVP 还是做 PVE？ 我们目前跑下来感觉是做 PVE 是这个方向是不对的，因为首先你做 Web3 的游戏的时候，你的经济模型不像因为我自己原来是做传统的这种索尼的 PlayStation 的游戏出来的。我们一个 Web2 的游戏，你在做的再庞大的时候，大家都会发现你的经济当中模型当中会有一些秘技，或者特殊的道具，或者是特殊能够疯狂刷钱的方式。大家在玩的任何的主流的 Web2 的游戏都会有这样的点，它会变成一个乐趣。但是在 Web3 里面并不是，因为你的这个所有的这些资产，当它是真的是跟金钱挂钩的时候，当你出现一个这样的秘技的时候，整个市场的用户一定会去深深的直接去嗡上来去挖你的那个秘技的方式，导致你的整个经济模型的崩塌。所以一个 Web2 的游戏，它出现一个经济模型设计上面的一个小的 bug， 不影响它的生存，但是一个 Web3 的游戏可能就直接就崩掉。所以我们就会发现，就是在 Web3 游戏当中，你推出 PVE 的模式，让玩家跟你的整个游戏成为对手盘，其实它是非常非常危险的。而我们现在 Anomi 推出的方式就是一个 PVP 的变种，就是说我们不要去跟玩家去打对手盘，我们要让玩家跟玩家之间玩。但是 PVP 又有一个问题，你在链上没有办法去做到2个玩家的这种实时的这种异地的这个同时匹配对战。因为尤其是当 Web3 游戏初期的时候，就是你的用户量还不多，当有一个用户在的时候，其他的用户还没有在，他们很难形成 PVP 的对战。那这个问题如何来破局，也是当下因为 AI 小模型出来之后才能够被解决。我们解决的方式就是鼓励大量的玩家，他可以去把自己的这个玩法训练成 AI， 然后让这个 AI 去控制自己一部分的资产。那每一个玩家他可以分身成10个、100个玩家，在不同的时间点上面用他自己的思路去玩游戏，管理自己的一部分资产。 那么当其他玩家上来对战的时候，他遇到别人去做 PVP 的时候，他并没有在跟平台对战，他还是在跟其他的玩家对战。所以平台就把自己在经济模型当中的这个风险摘出来了，永远让玩家和玩家之间去对战。那这样的话，即便是出现一些漏洞，即便是出现一些黑客的攻击，它也只是对小范围的玩家的资产产生了一些损害，那我们都是可以弥补的。你整个平台的经济模型是可以持续的运行下去的，这就是Anomi现在所探索，并且是我们认为找到了一个 Web3 游戏如何用 AI 来解决经济模型死亡螺旋的这样一个风险的一个办法。
好，谢谢 Tiger。然后我知道，就是大家都会说到很多关于这个经济性跟这个游戏的游戏性。就是这一个平衡，我觉得就是大家都各位分享了很多关于 NFT 如何在达到这个目标上面去发挥它的功效。那在于 Seraph 的项目里面，就是你们在设计开发的时候要怎么就是活用这 NFT 这个元素去达到游戏的良好的经济系统呢？
其实 NFT 在游戏里面的作用，我们一直是把游戏里面，我们的做法是把游戏里面我们认为重要或者我们认为玩家可能会重要的东西，其实提炼起来。就传统游戏里面，可能他们认为重要的一些装备或者皮肤，我们把认为玩家希望留到的东西，我们把它提炼到了链上。其实 Seraph 到现在我们探索出来的路。就是我们两侧的数据告诉我们，游戏还是要回归 Web2， 就是 Web2 的玩家永远是大于 Web3 的。我们在2次测试都获到了，我们上一测试总共是6万多账号，3万多活跃用户。那实际上我们的 NFT 的持有者，其实链上可以看到只有1000多人。也就是说，我们其实大量的用户其实是 Web2 的。我们把经济模型呢拆成了本身的游戏装备跟 NFT， 然后 NFT 只是当你的普通游戏玩家在游戏逐步的感受了你的整个经济模型以后，他突然想追求的更高级的，他想收藏或想拥有的装备，然后他能获取探寻更多的你的游戏类的经济模型，这个是目前我们去设计的整套生态。然后我们从转化数据上来看，其实是很良好的。我们上一测有高级账号，我们是有接近8000多人是进行了法币支付，然后我们一共收到了300多万美金的收益，在上一个赛季。然后这些收益呢，实际上那8000多用户呢，非常多人都是 Web2 的用户，但他们里面其实有200多号人吧，我们的数据应该是，我如果没有记错，他通过 Web2 转化成了 Web3 NFT 的玩家用户。所以我觉得我们探索出来了一个，我们现在把经济模型拆成了我游戏类循环及炒币这件事儿。就是虽然大家都说我们不要去做证券化，但是我认为我就是要做一个自身就能盈利的游戏，然后呢再来说我的 token 给你们奖励，然后我们有一个长青等的回购计划让它完成。也就拿上一个赛季来做比例，我们实际上准备发放出去的代币大概是200万枚，然后我们收到的奖励按我们的规划制度里面有100万美金是要进行回购的。也就是说，在我们未 TGE 或未发行之前，我们实现就是数字上的数学题是5亿美金的市值。对，这个就是我们在探寻的一条道路。而那8000多个付费用户呢，它非常有趣的是，其实它有很多人都没有回本。如果我们用 Web3 的逻辑，他们其实是消费了整个游戏。所以我们觉得 NFT 跟 Web2 的游戏之间，我们一直现在在探寻的是，我要找到一个平衡点，它是一个既有可能能赚钱的游戏。但有可能在你在游戏的过程中，我可能选择我就是玩游戏了，我进行一定的消费，我哪怕这个月我花了100多美金，但我不 care。我哪怕又卖回来50、60美金，我觉得我很开心。这是一部分 Web2 玩家的一个心态。我们在这两者之间找到了平衡点。那当然有一部分玩家就是说，我要追求极致的利润，我就会去算我现在持有 NFT 的成本是多少。所以 NFT 是我们 用于来做整个游戏内部经济支撑的重要的环节点。但我们也在尝试哪些 NFT 是对于玩家他觉得会更重要的，我们在尝试性的出皮肤。那我们看外观是不是它会值得购买或珍藏的？那现在目前从交易额上来看，它是不足够的。就是它的交易额是我们整个 NFT 体系里面非常弱的一个环节，我们就会思考，那我外观之外是不是还应该给予它什么样的东西？我们其实是在探寻，就是传统游戏哪些东西是属于稀有的，玩家很想珍藏，愿意付费去炒作的，这个我们把它划为了高级 NFT 啊。当然，因为我们是赛季制的游戏，它装备普通的很多装备我们是赛季制销毁的，但我们目前来看还是有很多。玩家都会为装备进行大量的流转。我们上个赛季好像整体的交易流水是7000多万美金还是多少，我记不住了。然后有大量的，其实我们的游戏类资产，就非 NFT 的资产转换，其实我们达到了40%，就是说它有非常高的，都是非链上玩家通过很简单的游戏类的交易平台，它就完成了一个流转。所以我觉得可能 NFT 的体系是你划分哪些是你核心资产和它的作用的一个支撑体系。可能我觉得未来 Web3 游戏的破局之路也需要它。就你是一个普通还不错有趣的游戏，虽然我们现在确实我们整体的水平，你说跟 Web2 的游戏能打吗？它不能，就是。摸着每一个这个从业者，因为我们确实没办法赌，因为现在 Web2 的游戏已经卷到已经非常高的高度了，大家的投入、厂商的投入都是不一样的。但我觉得作为一个先行性的游戏，我们在探讨的是我们在我们有限的资金之下，怎么样能开发出一款不错的游戏。大家通过 NFT 能作为进入 Web2 的转 Web3 的一个敲门砖，感受到 Web3 的乐趣，最后他再来给我研究怎么样去炒 token 啊，怎么样我才发现加密世界的乐趣。我觉得Web3 game 可能未来承载的是这个作用。啊，然后对，我们也努力的在往这个方向去思考跟尝试啊，就是像以前就像小幽灵一样，我有很多小幽灵，我是你们吼的，对，就是小幽灵、无聊猿、Punk 那一些 NFT 我们都在购买，其实那个时候我们购买逻辑是无用之用，就那个时候的 NFT 是没有作用的，我只需要它。可能今天我有无聊猿的头像，我换上去啊，用我弟弟的话说，他说我就为了装一下，就是希望别人默默的发现，好，你最近过得好像还不错，对。但现在我们往游戏里面 NFT 做生态，我们在努力做的是有用之用。就我们希望 NFT 现在是能变成有用型的资产，那它有用的作用是一个什么？是我们在探讨。然后我们觉得可能游戏场景是现在最好容易理解的一个，所以我觉得游戏 NFT 也是后期在 NFT 的升雄吧，能稍微表现好一点的原因，就是大家在探讨它是有用之用的这个逻辑，就看谁能够真的跑出来挽回一下大家对 Web3 game 的信心。对，大概是这样。
好，谢谢叶子的分享。就是我们时间也差不多，可是就想要在最后请四位可能分享一下你对于就是 NFT 在这个游戏的展望，就是今后 NFT 在 Web3 游戏里面会有一个怎么样的一个发挥呢？就是我们先请 Chris 吧。
我对这个问题，其实我最近半年思考挺多的。我觉得就是像叶子说的 ，Web3 游戏你按游戏质量跟 Web2 游戏是没得比的，但同时就是它的整个节奏和运营也不适合用 Web2 游戏那一套，很多钱砸出来你还有很好的宣发渠道，要很成熟的产品。那 Web3 游戏基本上都是运营先行。那这样的话 ，Web3 游戏其实我觉得要回归到打金，我觉得打金还是 Web3 游戏最好玩的。就无论你什么游戏，就这2个字打金啊。其实这打金的这个东西是原来从比特币挖矿衍生过来的，只是用了一个游戏化的手段去挖矿，然后我们把它叫打金。那打金的话，那 NFT 的定位就很简单很清晰了，就是一个金产，就是拿去挖那个矿的一个金产值。对，这是我的理解了。但中间我觉得 这从22年下半年到今年，中间整个 Web3 的游戏行业其实对未来的这个路径思考思辨了很多遍。我也参与过很多，这在推特上面是讲啊，究竟是打那个游戏性重要还是打金重要？但去到今天，其实很明显，隔壁 Tom 的那个 Tap to Earn 的游戏，很明显的告诉我们，肯定是打金比游戏性重要。不然为什么这么多的这个 Tap to Earn 的游戏出来了，必然也接受了这个上去，对吧？所以这是已经是一个毋庸置疑的一个问题。所以我觉得往后没有必要在这个问题上面去探讨，反而是说，哎，你怎么去把你的这个打金跟你的经济模型结合得更好？因为我刚才也讲过，就是说，零撸的用户他们是不可能买币的，对于他来说，他就是拿时间换成代币，然后卖了就下一个，然后每一次都冲头矿。所以反过来就是，什么人或者什么动机才会让用户去买你的代币？那很简单，就是复投，就是我想打出更多的金，去升级我的金产，把它从一个铁产升级为一个金刚钻的产，然后这样子才会有买币的动力，你的 tokenomics 才能转起来。所以回过头来 ，NFT 的作用还是怎么去把它就是成为一个可以升级的产。
好，谢谢 Chris。那接下来也请 Lavin 就是分享一下你对这个 NFT 在 Web3 游戏的展望。
好的，我其实比较关注的是如何能让通过 NFT 或者说 Web3 游戏，让 Web3 这个文化真正的 mass adoption， 就是能够大规模的采用，包括像是最近很火的烫生态，因为它是背靠有9亿用户的 Telegram， 所以说很多用户可以通过烫通过 Telegram， 就是减少这个交互链路去进入 Web3 去玩烫上面的这些游戏。然后我觉得这是一个很好的方向。然后烫它也是通过像 Notcoin 这个很简单的 Tap to Earn 的游戏去盘活了整个烫的生态，然后让很多人去关注原来在 Telegram 上面可以做这么多的拓展，原来让这个普通的用户去进入 Web3 原来是这么的容易，就是我觉得他打了一个很好的例子吧。然后再就是还有很多像什么账户抽象啊这些方向我们也都会比较关注，就是看看怎么样能让这些关注我们的游戏玩家能够更容易的进入 Web3。我觉得这个概念其实跟我们之前小幽灵一直在做的事情是一脉相承的，就是降低用户的门槛，然后 mass adoption， 然后包括说我们之前做的这些 IP 联名，都是为了让现实世界中更多的人去了解我们的 IP 和 Web3 的文化，然后让这些人有机会能够通过我们去进入 Web3。对，这是我们希望未来能看到的一个事情。对，谢谢。
谢谢。
我们是比较坚定的认为 NFT 一定会再次繁荣，而且会比上一轮的繁荣更加的空前。这个从几个层面来说，第一个是 NFT 的使用场景，就像刚刚嘉宾在分享，我们从原来的无用之用，正在往有用之用的这种发展。那作为在 NFT 的技术层面，各个的这种项目方，各个的这种技术和 BD， 大家都在寻找，就是给 NFT 更多的赋能，这是一个很好的趋势。那另外一个从技术的角度来说 ，NFT 它自己也在不停的变化，从原来的7211155再到现在的404，那么它在 NFT 和 FT 之间能够寻找到更好的结合点，使得它的使用场景更加的广阔，而且它的成长能更加的健康。所以从这几方面的这个综合的考量，加上我们最近也在做很多欧美大的机构的调研，其实你会发现，现在虽然市场上老的 NFT 可能已经跌了80%、90%，很多用户对 NFT，很多散户对 NFT 可能信心也都非常的伤得比较重。但是你会发现，相反，现在有很多欧美的机构，他们反而开始对 NFT 产生信心了，尤其是像 RWA 的这种方式大量的接进来，所以我们非常坚定的认为，就是 NFT 接下去一定会进入到第2轮的复兴的阶段。第1轮的这种纯泡沫的这个浪潮过去之后，第2轮它会更加扎实的进行一个更大的一个发展。这也就是我们现在 Anomi 新的一个 slogan， 就是 Anomi 会帮助 NFT 再次繁荣。我们也在 NFT 围绕这个技术板块一直在做全生态的一个建设。
谢谢。然后最后请椰子也跟我分享。
其实我的观点跟他很像，我觉得 NFT 最后会大家发现最适合它的作用地的，因为 NFT 其实是我们从 Tom 链生态来看，它为什么能破圈，就是因为它其实来了非常多的新用户。而 NFT 其实包括上一轮 NFT 的繁荣，很多人都没有发现，上一轮 NFT 都新韭菜在炒，它而不是老韭菜。因为 NFT 呢更容易被传统的就是非 Web3 玩家所接受。比如说我买了一件装备，我就知道，其实他并不知道，就是他用钱包抽象，比如你下载了我们的钱包，你只知道你买了一件装备。其实你是买了以后，你才在了解原来它是 NFT， 它对 NFT 这个概念其实是会有一定淡化掉的，或者是你今天买了一个皮肤，就只是说啊，我们今天我觉得这翅膀太炫了，在游戏里面，我就想买它，我就是为了这个翅膀去购买的。我炒作的是它本身，它可能购买以后，它才反应过来啊，原来它是个 NFT， 原来它是限量发售的，原来它只有多少，它重新在自己获得以后才开始去学这个逻辑，它比代币 token 它其实更好理解的一种生态。所以我认为可能 NFT 它还会通过各大项目方也好，各个运用型场景的推出，逐步越来越多的人了解 Web3 的一个敲门砖。其实 NFT 的很多玩家都是通过 NFT， 然后逐步成为了炒币的各种韭菜，对吧？我记得以前认识的非常多的老 NFT 的 holder， 以前都是 NFT 的 KOL， 最近都在带着大家冲咪咪，对吧？他们自己从自我的转变说明了，就是 NFT 就是一条从 Web2 到 Web3 的一个敲门砖的作用。所以我觉得 NFT 一定会再次繁荣的，但是它再次繁荣可能会给币圈带来更多的玩家层面，以及更好的破圈效应。对。
好，谢谢椰子，也谢谢4位的分享。我们也希望就是 NFT 跟 Web3 游戏还有币圈，大家都继续的繁荣下去，做得更好。然后非常谢谢今天4位出席，也希望台下观众有享受到这一节的 panel discussion。谢谢大家。
谢谢主讲人以及语坛人，恭请留步，我们将进行合影留念，谢谢。我们合照一张，来，尽量的往中间站，然后请看一下我们的摄影师，好，帮我们秀一下灿烂的笑容。好。有确定拍到吗？你是否恭请大家帮我们竖起大拇指呢 ？Thumbs up。好，有捕捉到画面了吗？我们要确认一下摄影师有捕捉到画面。好，帮我们看一下有举手的那位摄影师 ，OK 哈。好，再次感谢主讲人以及语坛人，谢谢，小心您的脚步哦，小心。好，在这个环节当中呢，我们还有一个冷钱包 ，We still have one cold wallet to give away。有没有人想要？有人想要的话，我们一样问个问题，然后会送给大家。If you want to win the cold wallet, I will ask you a question. As long as you have the answer, you will win the cold wallet. 有人要吗 ？Anyone？好，3秒钟确认一下哦 ，3，OK，OK。好，那我们的问题很简单哦，中英文都讲一下。请问刚刚的就是座谈当中呢，你有没有觉得有什么样子的想法？10秒钟跟大家分享一下。Anything you want to share from the panel discussion？
这个 NFT 跟 game 的，我是蛮认同，尤其我最认同那个。倒数的3位同事啊，我觉得 NFT， 我相信 NFT 会继续繁荣。这个过去 NFT 都是一些没用的小图片，但是 NFT 如果结合上游戏啊，结合上一些有用的东西，我觉得这是一个可能比这个 meme.com 更有趣的东西。谢谢。
感谢您的支持哦，来，谢谢。 好，接下来呢，我们一样要邀请现场所有的先生、女士们，还有我们的贵宾朋友们，稍微休息一下。等一下会有我们的 keynote speech， 然后邀请大家稍微休息，马上就回来哦。We will be right back。
With Trump narrowly escaping an assassination attempt, can he become the BTC president? Let's wait and see. Anomi, the most comprehensive fully on-chain platform for asset issuance and lending, has launched a special event called Fight FOMO. This event pays tribute to this historic event and the iconic blockchain game FOMO 3D. Fight FOMO is an event on the Anomi platform where participants collect cards, auction them to synthesize keys, and compete for a massive USDT prize. The gameplay mainly follows the classic rules of FOMO 3D. Users only need to mint event cards and synthesize keys. Each time a key is synthesized, the game's countdown timer resets. When the countdown ends, the last user who successfully mints a card and synthesizes a key will win 50% of the USDT prize pool. The remaining 50% of the USDT prize pool will be divided among other key holders through a random blind box mechanism. The fight event, launched by Anomi, also improves the rules of FOMO 3D. All keys held by users and the synthetic raw material NFT cards support secondary trading on the NFT marketplace. Unused NFT cards can be used in the fully on-chain game for battles. Besides, they can be redeemed at par with a guaranteed premium after expiration, providing strong asset risk guarantees for all players. Years ago, FOMO 3D created a prize pool of tens of millions of US dollars, and the final grand prize winner received millions of US dollars. We look forward to Anomi's Fight FOMO, creating a new miracle.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. Who is ready for the keynote? Raise your hand. Yeah. And right here, right now, it's our honor and privilege to have from the CEO of Pomerian, Sherry, CMO of Pomerian, Sherry, to share with us. How about a round of applause? 掌声在哪里？
大家好，我是 Cherry， 我是 CMO 来自 Pomerian。But sorry, from now I cannot speak English. So Pomerian, people keep asking me what kind of platform is Pomerian is. Today, I'm very happy to have me here to introduce Pomerian. So first, Pomerian was built around 2021, and now we have around 100 employees in our office. So our office is based in the Korea, Gangnam area, and we have a whole building now. So inside our building also, we have some exhibitions, and we have some like a meet-up space. So why we build the Pomerian? First is like Web3 gaming start around like 3 to 4 years. But so far until now, there's not many high quality games be published. And second is like many people think when the game plus Web3 will become like a little more difficult. So for us, like we want to lower the barrier and make people more easier to enter the Web3 gaming platform. So what we did, first is like our slogan and our vision is fun and easy blockchain for everyone. So first is like, you guys can see the character in my hand. This character called Pomad. It's our original IP. So until now, like we already published some, we already developed 3 games based on our original IP. This is our original IP called Pomad. So you guys actually can download our emoji in the Telegrams. So early this year, like around February, we published our PFP based on our original IP, and those PFP will be used in our following new game. So we published around 3,333 free mint PFP on Polygon chain, and it was mint out in just like 1 minute. And now actually, if you join the Gata platform or you follow our Twitter, we are keep giving away, we keep doing the airdrop about our PFP. So you can find our PFP called Pomad Village in like OpenSea or some like NFT platform. So what exactly Pomorian is doing? So we are not only doing the game develop, we also provide swap, we provide like a staking, and we also have one system called Guardians. It's the game data verify and security service. So user can come to verify their data and got an airdrop. So now we already have 3 games be published on the BNB chain, Pomad Run, Pomad Survival, and Pomad Rumble. And this year, December, we will publish a game called Pomad World. It's an LBS game, and today actually is the first day we publish our pre-event page. So if you guys visit our booth and scan the QR code, sign out and connect your wallet to our Pomad World pre-event page, you can get like this kind of gift. So Pomorian is not only like we develop game by ourselves. There are so many Web2 games that want to enter the Web3 industry. But so far for them, it's really difficult to enter very easily because first they need to find different engineers and they need to have their own token. So Pomorian now, we already have 20 plus Web2 games on our pocket, and we are going to slowly publish those games from September. So those Web2 games, they can use our token to purchase the item and use inside the game. Also, when they play the Web2 game, after they got a point, they can do the play to airdrop. So you can see we have 4 games now. We can publish first, show some information to you guys. Yeah, so first is kind of more like MMORPG, and then we have some like a dice casino game. Also, we have some like a Secret Good. It's like a little casino plus some pretty girls games. So inside our Web2 games, you play the game, you finish the mission, and then you can get the reward and also the airdrops. And this is the Guardians I just talked about. So inside our ecosystems, we have PNG, it's our ecosystem token, and also we have PNR and PNE. So when user play the game inside our service, can get those tokens. So PNG already been listed in 10 plus exchange platform. So now I like the highest trading value is in Gate.io. So what we do until now, like I think recently, if you guys visit many offline events, I think many people see me very often, because I think in Japan, in Hong Kong, in Thailand, even in like Dubai, I all there to do the pitch. So what we are doing now is like we want to do the branding. We want everyone to know about the Pomorian and what we are doing. So we do the partnership with many companies like Small Baller, Sandbox, and then Punch Penguin, Line, Gata, Metrifiers, B-Boys, like we do partnership with those companies. And this is our like community size. It's like around 324K in total. So we do a lot of offline events. As I mentioned before, we have our building in the Gangnam area. So we do so many events offline outside of Korea, also inside of Korea. So today is our first trip of the second half year of 2024. It's in ABS, and end of this year, end of this month, we are going to WebEx. We will have the event with Gaida in the Tokyo Tower, and later on KBW, we also have the with the Web3 GameCon in the Sebison, in the floating island. So, and later in Token 2049, I think you guys will see me very often until September. So this is our WebEx event, and also the Korean KBW event, and the Token 2049. So this is not the only thing we do corporations. In Korea, we do the cooperation with Samsung. That's why today I bring one Samsung Galaxy A24 Premium Special Editions. It's like after my pitch, I will do the airdrop here. So if you do notice and listen my pitch, you can answer the answer later and then got a phone immediately and back home. And also in our booth now, we have events. If you're looking for 7 stickers, you can see the sticker on my t-shirt. There's a number on it. Actually, in this stage, also in each game booth, you can find 1 sticker. If you collect 7 stickers with pictures, you can get the Samsung Galaxy back home today. So please go to visit all the booths in the W3GC and looking for the stickers. Actually, now here have 2 stickers. One is on my body and another one is on the chair. You guys can find it. So if any company overseas of Korea, you want to do the cooperation with Samsung, you guys can contact me. We can do the bridge and then make you guys like the cooperation with Samsung too. And you guys can see we have also our metaverse called Pomeverse on the sandbox, and it's be launched around 1 month. And also we do the cooperation with the Punch Penguin in the Hong Kong offline events. So like people ask me, so you guys, the new game haven't published it yet. Our new game will be published end of this year. And also our Web2 game will start to publish from September. So why Pomerian spend money to host the big booths and in each event to meet the people? I think it's very simple. It's like, we want to know what exactly Web3 users want. We want to know what exactly Web3 game players, what they want. And also, we want to meet the users and listen to feedback from them. Because I think most important thing is we are not making the perfect platforms. We are making the platforms users want. So please come to our booth and visit and tell us what do you exactly want for the Web3 game industry. So let's make the Web3 industry better together. Thank you. I'm Cherry from Pomorium.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do the give airdrop of the Samsung Galaxy. So the question is very easy. So you need to raise your hand quickly. So what's his name? 1, 2, 3. No one know his name? Okay, I'm gonna give some hints. Do we have a hint here? Okay, his name is on here. So, okay, what's his name? Pome, yeah, correct. Congratulations, please come to the stage. So if you didn't got it, don't be like, oh, I didn't got it. Just find a sticker, you guys can got it too. Yeah. Yeah, please. Thank you. So please find the stickers. Every one day have 1 Samsung Galaxy cell phone. Every day until 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the CMO of Pomerian. If you have any questions, you're most welcome to visit Pomerian right there at their booth. And right here, right now, we're gonna take a short break as later on we will have our next panel. Thank you.
With Trump narrowly escaping an assassination attempt, can he become the BTC president? Let's wait and see. Anomi, the most comprehensive fully on-chain platform for asset issuance and lending, has launched a special event called Fight FOMO. This event pays tribute to this historic event and the iconic blockchain game FOMO 3D. Fight FOMO is an event on the Anomi platform where participants collect cards, auction them to synthesize keys, and compete for a massive USDT prize. The gameplay mainly follows the classic rules of FOMO 3D. Users only need to mint event cards and synthesize keys. Each time a key is synthesized, the game's countdown timer resets. When the countdown ends, the last user who successfully mints a card and synthesizes a key will win 50% of the USDT prize pool. The remaining 50% of the USDT prize pool will be divided among other key holders through a random blind box mechanism. The fight event, launched by Anomi, also improves the rules of FOMO 3D. All keys held by users and the synthetic raw material NFT cards support secondary trading on the NFT marketplace. Unused NFT cards can be used in the fully on-chain game for battles. Besides, they can be redeemed at par with a guaranteed premium after expiration, providing strong asset risk guarantees for all players. Years ago, FOMO 3D created a prize pool of tens of millions of US dollars, and the final grand prize winner received millions of US dollars. We look forward to Anomi's Fight FOMO creating a new miracle in the prize pool this time. Welcome to participate in Fight FOMO Anomi.
All right. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen, and all distinguished guests. One thing we would like to remind you, tomorrow, right at the booth of Pomerian, you might have a chance to win a masterpiece from Korean #1 colorless Diana Kim, okay? Tomorrow at 1:30 to 2:30, okay? At 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. All right, so right here, right now, we're gonna begin our next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are free, how about a round of applause to welcome team leader of RSG, Bobby. Please come up here on the stage. And also the CTO of iAgent Protocol, Lux. Welcome. 来点掌声好不好 ？And also BD advisor of Passion Singapore, Henry. Co-founder and CMO of Nera, Nicole. COO of Dexper, Ivan. So right here, right now, we give the control to the moderator. Thank you.
Right. Hello, everyone. Right. I think AI is a very interesting topic. Right. Like we have seen a lot of AI in Web 2, and right now, like Web 3 is very hot right now. But what does really AI got to do with gaming? Right. I think that's a very interesting topic. Okay. So first question, guys. There's like a huge AI trend coming right now. Right. So how do you think it will affect the gaming industry?
Yeah. We have seen AI is transforming a lot of different industries, and gaming is something that I think I'm foreseeing that it's going to revolutionize in a lot of different aspects, not only on how good the game is looking, how the storylines are going to come up. I have seen some games where everyone plays the game at the same time, but the story is different and the ending is different. So it's a generative gaming aspect. So I think there are a lot of ways AI can transform. One of the ways that what we are doing is like, we are enabling the gamers to train their own AI to mimic their behavior. So all the pro players, if you want to have a chance to play with them, you can just rent out his agent and then play with him. So there are endless opportunities and endless various aspects that the AI can come into the gaming and revolutionize. I think it's going to become a new era of gaming once the AI starts coming into the picture.
Awesome, awesome, right? So, Henry, what do you think about that question?
Actually, I'd like to have the other panelists go first. And
Go, sure, right? I think definitely Nico will be willing to answer for this question.
Hi, I'm Nicole from the Nara team. I think personally, because I've been a long-time gamer, I think personally what I'm excited about is maybe something along like tailored rewards and better like skill-based matchmaking. And I think it also means that there is less of a barrier for new players to come in, because I think sometimes with really more intense games, certain newer players will feel like, I can't keep up with the community, I can't keep up with the current skill level, but if there is AI, you can actually dictate your own progression and your own journey in gaming. So that part I'm really excited about.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people would like to have, automated transaction as well, owning an NFT, right? So how about Ivan? What do you think about it?
Actually, I'm a gamer as well. So I spend my whole life on gaming. My dream is I don't have to work, just stay at home, playing game, that's it. So the one thing I don't expect it to see is AI, because I can see in my lifetime. That's what I didn't expect. So the AI creating the content generation, and also the difficulty, and also the character animation, it could drive me crazy. So it is not only human design. With the computing creative, I think it will make a better world. As you can see, people love to have the open world gaming mode now. So with the AI technology into it, we can enjoy more, and we can see more, we can talk to the NPC more.
Yeah, I think that's really a good point, Ivan. Yeah, because when we have AI, it's potentially going to reduce the development time of the game, and it's potentially going to revolutionize different areas how the open world is going to generate. So we don't need to like specifically code all the various assets and stuff. So basically, it gets generated by itself. So I think not only for the user experience, also for the developer experience, I think AI is going to revolutionize. Yeah, that's really a good point. Yeah, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, but I think there's a world where... Sorry, Henry, please go ahead.
No. And just adding to that, there's no doubt AI is going to enhance the gaming experience. We're going to be able to do crazy stuff, right? Really bridging sort of like physical and the human activity. But I think there's one step further beyond this. I think the combination of AI and gaming is actually going to start creating new knowledge. So we're sort of taking this discussion even one step forward. What can we learn from this? What kind of new knowledge can we generate from human activity in games? And how can AI translate this information? I'll try to discuss that a little bit later.
Yeah, I think I'm very excited when everybody talk to NPC, they give different responses, right? Everything right now, you just have one responses. Imagine if the response is really catered to you. Your gaming experience will be totally different, right? So let me just ask the next question, I guess. Like, how will you define the AI in the content of gaming? And what excited you most about in the AI X gaming part?
So yeah, it's a really good question, yeah. So I come from data science background. Before coming into Web3 and gaming, I used to work in Bosch in automotive industry. So there are a lot of challenging problems which are said impossible, or which are said that it's going to take like millions of man hours to do it. And with AI, we are cracking out all the aspects, yeah. So there are still different aspects specific to gaming that requires still millions of hours to do it, or it's literally impossible to do it. One of the open world games, Star Atlas, it was something that before 5 years, it was something that is completely impossible to do. But now it's live and people are using. So it's really an interesting era. We live in a very, very interesting era. So we need to see how the AI is going to revolutionize to bring us there. And yes, it's all about finding the right problems. So what are the right problems in the industries specific to gaming, either in the visualization or on the technology behind it or the story or the gameplay? After we find the problem, which is impossible to solve with the current tech or current measures that we have, then apply AI to speed up there, optimize there, to revolutionize that part. So finding the problem is the first and foremost step to bring the AI to the innovation and bringing the new era of gaming. Yeah.
I have a slightly different perspective on this, and I think it makes more sense if I explain to you why I got involved with iAgent. So actually, a few years ago, before my career in investment banking, I was working as a carpenter, and I had done that for a number of years. And at one point, I had the opportunity to work with some Japanese master craftsmen. And this one guy in particular, you know, the guy's like 75 years old, been doing it for a gajillion years, and we're sitting down and we're talking about what is technique. And the guys explained to me, technique is not something you teach, it's something you steal. And, you know, my Japanese wasn't all that great, but it stuck with me over the years, and I later sort of figured out in my head what he was trying to say. Technique is a function of observation and like experience and practice. That's what technique is. And in a way, that's what iAgent is doing. So by harnessing AI, iAgent is teaching models how to observe action, perform human-like activities, and then to be able to copy, replicate that into other systems, perhaps even someday robots. So that's what I was referring to earlier about AI and gaming. I think we're onto something a lot bigger than we realize. We're actually observing human behavior, but we're putting it into code. And by doing this, we can now replicate that into other systems. And I think that's what the power is in AI and gaming. It's really, I don't mean to put it in a smaller way, but this is actually like a sandbox or a small ecosystem of how we live. And it's turning into something bigger.
I think personally for me, and my background actually is from entertainment. So I'm very invested in storytelling. I spent years at Netflix and at Prime Video, and my focus has always been harnessing fandom. And it's really interesting to think about how a one-on-one experience within gaming, say you talk to an AI or you train an AI, right? But how does that AI is now being able to push out your ideas for, say, a character, which is what we're doing at NARA, where if you train a character, that collectively builds into like a core consciousness of that character that is representative of the community, which means that now the fandom behind the specific character gets to dictate its stories, its personalities, its adventures. I think about, you know, if you had a chance to have a say in a character in Marvel and where that goes and what the story looks like, I think that has really true power. And I think part of my passion and why I got involved with this project in NARA is how do we give this power back to fandom? And I think there is a role here in which AI can play. So a slightly different take because, you know, my passion is in storytelling, but I think that's where I think there is a very interesting cross-section as well.
For me, before I heard all the other speakers' speech, I would like to say it's about the graphic. But after I heard what you said, something just blinked me up. I would say about the behavior, the responsive behavior of NPC. Because they can tell us before, game designer, they may have different aspects, different specialties on different area. But after AI input, then we will be able to talk to player like a friend, even a colleague. They will share their knowledge. They will understand what you know, and then what you would like to say, and what you would like to talk to them about. For example, I was a barrister in UK before I get into the Web3. So it's a totally completely different area of work, right? So they will share my my knowledge. Like they will talk to me about law, but I don't really like it, so they may need to do some analysis about it. So the behavior of character, which may be the most attractive to me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Actually, that is one of the problem we are solving at iAgent. So we have the agent which can observe by gameplay footage and extract out behavior traits. So we are enabling game developers in our game hub so they can directly play the game as the players and create the NPCs. So this is something that we are enabling the game developers to reduce the development time of NPC bots and also have human-like behavior. So it won't just go around, shoot in random places. It will have human-like behavior. So we have extracted more than 50 plus behavior traits from human players and replicate that into an NPC. Yeah, so we'll be soon doing the close integration with 3+ games. One of the games is Pixel Mons, coming soon, yeah.
Yeah, so I think overall, right, like, you know, AI is really to increase the fan experience, making everything better, right, like craftsmanship, right, making things better. So we have spoken about good things about AI so far, right? But something that has been bothering me for very long, right? Many people will say, hey, AI might spoil this spicy question, yeah? AI might spoil the whole gaming, you know, experience as well, right? Because if you have a strong AI bots, it will kill you. You don't really have to do. There might be a lot of hacks, right, as well. So what do you think should developer or should platform be considered when they are building such AI tools?
Yeah. Again, really good question. That's something that as a gamer, I will also have in my mind, right? So when we started building iAgent, our main focus is to that how we bring out AI without disrupting the core mechanics of the game or core matchmaking rules of the game. So why bots are banned by Valve in Steam or any other gaming platform is these bots will destroy the experience of other players. You get higher upper advantage on winning over all the games, or you will always end up getting matchmake to the players in the lower bracket, yeah? So that is affecting other players' experience, that's affecting the matchmaking rules of the game. So what we are doing at iAgent is you can only train the AI from how you are playing the game. So if you play the game really well, then the agent is going to be really well. And it will have all the footprint of the user, that Steam ID, what is the game patch, all those details will be inscribed into a new digital asset standard. So there is no way that you can able to play with a pro player, let's say from Team Secret's agent, to go matchmake against your bracket when it is like lower. So always the matchmaking rules are satisfied. So if it is not affecting the experience of other players, then of course gaming community is going to welcome the bots. Because in future what we foresee is it's going to be like agent and players or AI and players playing together in different arenas. So that's how I see that it can evolve, yeah?
I guess my take on this is AI is creating a tailored experience for the player. And like Daik was saying, so without affecting other people, just in your immediate universe of where you're playing, it understands your profile and it understands your experience. It understands what you're looking for. And then it will tailor the game more towards what you want. Are you in training mode? Are you in, you know, just relaxation mode? Are you just playing with friends? Imagine if it could actually tailor that experience based on what you want. So we're taking it, like before it was, okay, games, it's here, and you play the game that you're in the mood for. But what if the game was able to sort of adjust to your mood and what you want at this point? And so I think it just, you know, that's how I see AI enhancing the experience. It understands you better. It's almost scary, but it does understand you better.
So do you feel that all the bots in AI are redundant at the moment? All the bots in AI, all the AI bots, everything so far.
Oh, why don't you answer?
Yeah, so yeah, of course, when you fight against the boss again and again, you can easily win because it follows a pattern, yeah? Imagine you have a bot or a boss who's always different, always unique, so you have to always find unique ways to beat it. That's really good. That's something that it looks simple when we say, but it's pretty hard to build it in a traditional way. Without bringing a generative way inside this kind of field, it's pretty hard. So you will always find the pattern, you will always win. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually really curious. I have a question for Henry and Rook. I think part of gaming is a shared game experience, right? And I know, I mean, on one hand, having a tailored experience to you means you get challenged better, but do you guys feel like, or is this something you guys consider when it's like, are we compromising on a shared player experience, meaning like on a larger community if everything is extremely personalized? Because I do think that is part of why we are gamers, right? Because there's a common bonding moment that we can, you know, share. So I don't have an answer, just a genuine question. I'd really like to know.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that I started gaming because I'm playing with my friends, yeah. So you are in your home, they are in their home, so we always chat, communicate, and play. So sometimes when we start playing more and more, then if there is my friends are not available, either I get a random guy or I get a random bot, yeah. So you know the
We all
experience.
have that experience.
Yeah. So you know the experience, right? And I'm playing in Southeast Asia server. That is one of the toxic server that you know, right? So when we started iAgent and then coming up with AI solutions to behavior cloning, so one of the areas that what I want to apply that is to, if my friend is not available, why not I pick up his agent and then go with it. So then I know that this is being trained with my friend's player behavior, so it's gonna play like him, yeah. So then it still keeps the playing with my friend relationships intact and have give me much better experience than playing with a random player or a bot. But I also agree that playing with random players sometimes you can able to make some friends, yeah. But yeah, this is my take that and not only specific to gaming experience on playing together, but we are also applying AI on different dimensions, like how to improvise the overall experience of the game.
So, and to add on to that, I think what AI is doing is it's giving us more options. We have the option to choose to be able to have that random player experience and connect with other people. Or if you're in the mood to be able to play by yourself and just do your own thing, you can. But either way, it just gave us another option.
No, I think those are really great points. I do think that ultimately, at the end of the day, and anything that involves tech, I feel the power of choice is important, right? Having agency and autonomy in terms of like how deeply you want to engage with AI, if you're comfortable with it, if you're not. So, but yeah, I was just really curious because I know iAgent's really deep in that. So.
Yeah. Just to add on one more point, one last point. You play Dota, right? You play Dota?
I used to.
Yeah. You know Loda? So before 5 years back, if I had an opportunity to play with Loda, I would have went with my parents, everyone collected the money, and then I would have just fly to US, of course. But now, with iAgent, you can have a similar experience with playing against Loda or playing with Loda. So that is also another thing because gamers have a lot of fan followers. They look up to those pro players. They watch all their gameplays, videos. They will even hunt to the normal public servers to see if he is playing or not. So that is also another thing that um, uh, I'm foreseeing too, that to play against pro players that I have looked out for in my past. Yeah.
Let's go back to Ivan again, right? In case, we have spoken a lot, we have out of topic for a few times, but it's okay, it's fine. So, what are the consideration that, developers should consider when building AI, right? Like ethical considerations.
About the ethical problem is, as I said, I'm a barrister before, so I'm concerned about is the privacy of the player personal data and their gaming behavior. It could cause a lot of big problem. If you totally understand a personalize of a person, then it's easy for criminal to hack into their ways of thinking. For example, if I just want to withdraw the private key from your wallet, then I will try to get into your mindset and then pretending to be your best friend because I got all your data already. I know your behavior. I know what you like, what you love. So that's why it's easier for me to be a friend of you. So that's the first step. And then if we think about it more and then we go further, it can go very incorruptible and then horrible as well.
Awesome. Okay, so let's move on to the last question of the day, right? So, if there's one key takeaway you want the audience to remember in AIX gaming, what will it be?
I think we are in a really good times to see the next generation of gaming. Whatever we have seen so far is something that's going to change completely different and unique. That's a transformation that we have seen in other industries. So yeah, I'm really, really excited to be here and then see how and what's waiting for us in the future.
I guess what I would say is, by using AI, we may now have the opportunity to monetize skills and technique. It's going to start from somewhere, but this is one thing I think is pretty true. We're going to be able to monetize this. And, you know, where we go from here, I have no idea, but we just opened the box on this one, so we'll see where it takes us.
For me, I think what I'm most excited about is the fact that we're just getting started. And if there's one thing I would ask for anyone who's listening, it's like to join in on this effort. Because I think it's important that you get your voice heard and you're a part of the training of the AI, again, to avoid any sort of confirmation bias or any sort of stereotypes, right? The more inputs we get from community, the better and more diverse the AI can actually be. So yeah, I would say, you know, the possibilities are endless, and I would say everyone should jump in.
As a fan of RPG gaming, I'm quite excited to see when the NPC talk to me just like a human being. So that's the most expected. That is the most I want to see from the NPC to me on the gaming side. So I think that's the AI to me. What I want to play with, what I want to stay with, and then what maybe I don't satisfice from the real world, but I can get fulfilled from the game.
Nice. Okay, we have come to the end. Can everyone give an applause to the panel over here? Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, so let the host take over right now.
And we would like to have the speakers and moderators to stay. We have photos together.
Sure, sure.
Please stand up and stand closer. Yes, so close. Perfect. Okay, we need to make sure the photographer got a photo. Okay, a million thanks again. Thank you. Please watch your steps. And right here, right now, we will begin our next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Growth Advisor, Julia. Do I have Julia with me? And also co-founder and CEO, Kuka Labs, Gilong. And from Appreciation, co-founder, Orange. And the CMO of X Plus, Andy. And partnership and BD manager, Maple Story Universe, Joseph. Julia. thank you so much for your time and efforts. Not only the moderator and also all the speakers. We need to make sure the chair is perfect, correct? Okay.
Thanks. Okay. I hope. Yeah, I think it's good. As long as I don't fall.
No way. I will catch you. Okay, so should we begin?
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks everyone for joining us today, and thank you everyone for joining the panel and talk about user growth and Web3 acquisition. Sounds like it's a hot topic. I realized just spending the past few days here, learning a lot about gaming, Web3, and in the space. Seems like everyone wants to grow, wants to really figure out how to grow their users in the projects, and how to retain those users as well. So today we have a really amazing panel here and talk about how they've spent their time thinking about growth, especially in the Web3 side. Are there any really good strategies we've learned from the traditional gaming, and how can we bring that into Web3? So I guess we'll start with the introduction here. How about that? A little bit about myself. I'm Julia. I've been spending the past decade in Web3, not Web2, on growth and leading some of the top companies in the industry like Amazon, TikTok as head of growth, and really thinking about how we can drive user acquisition and retention. And also spent the past couple of years advising in Web3, helping other projects and company figuring out what's the magic formula here to drive user acquisition. Yeah, and I'm really excited to everyone and talk a little bit about yourself. And you want to start first?
Okay, let me start first. Hi guys, I'm Gilang Gitarana. I've been a game developer for decade here from Web2. I'm started my career in Web2 game industry, and then now currently I'm leading one of game dev from Southeast Asia, Indonesia, called Kuga Labs, and we are now showcasing our game there with Sakura blockchain, Kuga Rumble Arena, and you guys can try in our booth.
Wonderful, thank you.
I'm Orange. I'm the COO of Funimakers, Remake Aprion. I have been in the game industry for 20 years. Yeah, so before the smartphone become popular, I already in the industry. Yeah. So I got into the NFT and Web3 because we saw in the traditional gaming, it lack of something to let user own the ownership of the digital assets. So I try to use my experience and transform my game design and game theory knowledge to make NFT game. Yeah.
Amazing.
Hi guys, I'm Andy from X Plus. Personally, I'm working in the crypto industry for more than 8 years.
Wow.
And previously, I worked for Crypto.com. And then before entering into Web3, I was in Meta, Facebook, and mainly handling user acquisition. So, but during the past few years, I started my own project, which is a mini game platform. And we do casual game. So we don't do like really complicated game. And then we think that casual game is the easiest ways to acquire users.
Yes.
And users they are more than welcome because like we are on Ton right now. And Ton, like tap to earn is quite crazy in the past few months. And we think that casual game is the most important things to let more Web2 users enter into the Web3 worlds. And that's why we create a platform, and then we do quite a lot of interesting things. Like we gamify trading, and many people think that like trading is boring, and then trading is look at the screen, and then looking at the K line, and then, but like we make trading like a competition, like a racing, car racing. And then I think, well, like we think that like this is like gaming experience can help more people to understand crypto, to understand Web3, because like some of the people, they may evade about like meme coin because meme coin is too violent and then up and down, and then they don't want to enter the industry. But we make it like a prediction game and let more people enter into the industry. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey guys, my name is Joseph, and I'm the BD and Partnerships Manager at MapleStory Universe. Much like you guys, I'm originally from traditional gaming, so Web2 gaming. I was part of the Nexon Western Business Development team. So Nexon, if you don't know, is one of the biggest gaming companies in Korea, even in, I would say, in Asia as well. And as for Web3, I first dipped my toes into Web3 with Litecoin in around 2017. You know, a lot of time has passed since then, and I got to join MapleStory Universe, which is our Web3 project utilizing the MapleStory IP in 2022, and I've been part of the business development team there ever since. So we're building the Web3 version of MapleStory and utilizing that IP to become more of an ecosystem that we've always wanted to be, but we are kind of tied back due to technologies. But with blockchain and with the technology that we have in hand now, we are able to capture that whole community and be able to build out what we hope to become a self-driven community.
I love that. Thank you. Yeah, what I love about the panel here today is that everyone seems to have really a lot of experience in Web2 gaming and has really figured out how they work, right? And so today we're going to talk a lot more about how we can bring that into the Web3 space. And I love what Joseph mentioned about the MapleStory side, and it's a very well-known brand, right, in Web2, and we've all played it for the past couple of decades, I would say. It really brings back this memories for me when I was playing it. So I would just love to learn, and also opinions from everyone else here, a bit about what do you see as a whole as the broader opportunity in Web3 gaming, right, compared to, you know, as a very established brand in Web2, why do you want to get into Web3? What's the opportunity there? And maybe a little bit of the challenges you are facing so far.
Yeah, so there's a lot of opportunity here that we're looking at. Obviously, building out our community, first and foremost, is one of the biggest kind of targets that we have in-house. And we want to be able to utilize this technology to be able to achieve the things that we weren't able to do before, like I mentioned. And while we utilize blockchain to reward our players, we want to make that kind of driven within the community to encourage users to create their own content, to be able to become their own leaders in their own groups, and kind of allow everyone to build out this ecosystem that we call MapleStory Universe. So now it's going to be more of a focus towards community service. Obviously, we've had experiences over the 20 years of live service. We want to utilize that as a foundation and then build on top of that this community layer where users can become KOLs, become big influencers in this space, and each other, by building up each other, they are able to reward in this ecosystem to build out together. Yeah. And I mean, difficulties, there's quite a bit. Obviously, I'm sure you're aware that there are some regulations on gaming and blockchain.
Yeah.
But those are challenges that we're facing, but we're building to become, to overcome these challenges and be able to provide a global service in all the regions that we're able to do so. And we're trying our best to broaden the market as much as we can, utilizing the power of this MapleStory IP.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks for sharing, especially tap on some of the strategies. We're going to spend some time, dive deeper in a bit as well on that. But I'd love to hear, anyone else have any thoughts you want to share?
Maybe I share something about my view. I think like for us, we onboard casual game on our platform too. So like many of Web2 gaming studio, they develop casual game. They are looking for like Web3 opportunities. And like we won the TON championship like in the hackathon in April.
Congrats.
So yeah, so we are working as a TON accelerator to help Web2 studio to onboard into Web3. So we also advise them on the tokenomics. We also help them on how to acquire users, because we think that like Web3 users, they are not loyal at all, because they can play 10 games at the same time.
They have one thing that they all go after.
Yeah, yeah, and then they play one by one, and then they just look for like rewards, right?
Yeah.
So as a game producer, we have to think about how to make them loyal and then make them stay in the platform, and like especially on the product, right? Because when all the user enter into the game and then you give them everything is not it's not healthy environment. And like right now, Ton like Tap to Earn is doing something like that. But we want to incite to ask users to spend on the platform,
Yeah.
and then to achieve certain level on the platform. And this is the healthy way to maintain the loyal users. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, one of the projects I've been looking into by this company called Standing Labs, they're also building a new game on Ton, which is what I learned is that they're actually thinking about more innovative ways to reward users and allowing them to build communities around it, building a social network around it, which I think that's something that will go beyond just gaining token, right? You tap, but you kind of want to do more in order to incentivize users in different ways. Because otherwise, we all talk about fatigue, right, in gaming. You don't want to, why is the lifetime so short? Because there's fatigue. If you're doing the same thing over and over, right, I think what I love to see is from the community, see more and more, more games on time for sure, but how do we make it more different, right? How do you differentiate yourself in order to drive the user growth? So thanks for sharing that. What about you? Anything?
I think because Apron is a very mid-core focused game, we always face a design problem that if we decide the challenge is too hard, the user spend a lot of time to finish this, then the pay-to-earn become less valuable for them. They would, in the community, we have a very direct discussion with them. They would compare our game, maybe the pay-to-earn effectiveness, that kind of thing with other games, and will say that they would have the minimum wage to pay the game for earning. For that part, I think it is quite offense for some game is you need to spend a lot of time, but it is hard. But if you oversimplify the process, then the NFT you create after the gameplay would become meaningless also. So, but currently most people focus on the token value rather than the NFT value. So, but for the ownership point of view, we should focus on the asset value. So how to balance between attract new user and maintain the NFT value, that would be a very critical design question, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, from our side, like, let me tell you guys some story because we basically starting our IP here before turning into the GameFi project from NFT collections called Kuga on Ethereum blockchain. So talking about community, we have a real good community, but in terms of having a player from community, it's not that much as we get it from Web2 before because I have experience on helping some titles in Southeast Asia to get, to go to market strategy and gaining some audiences and player. And trying to implement that in Web3 is kind of like a different because as you know, like he said before, like Web3 player is not really loyal. Yeah, I think that it came from their first intention to enter this space is they want to earn something by playing the game. So that's a different thing from Web2 player, which is like they keen to spend their money to play the game they love. So I think that's the two different things that we need to discuss about how like how we can onboard the Web2 player into the Web3 ecosystem because the two sides, the Web3 player might be also a player, but not all the Web3 player kind of like really have experience on playing game.
Yeah.
Most of them like only play to earn airdrop or even like doing some cash without without really immerse on the game itself.
Yeah.
So that's why we are from Google Labs. By developing our game, we're focusing on one thing. First is how people can, or player can having fun playing our game first. Because that will be the first way, I mean like the first way to enter. So in the game, first things that we are after or we are really want to is having fun, and then we are engaged, and then when engaged and when we are really, you know, love the game, then we can starting to spend, we can starting to, you know, play a lot of minutes. That's the thing that maybe Web3 a lack of. Like I know that Apeiron here, I know the game that is really great. They have a really playable gameplay, something like that. So like people even like Web2 player not really know about Web3, seeing the gameplay, they are really interested on that. So that's things that we are keen to approach. We are going to show the game, like how the games looks at, without saying that you can earn by doing or playing our game in the first time. After they are really love with our our gameplay and our, you know, and then we can introduce them to a rewarding system, because playing game, the objective is you have to give your player a reward by playing game. It's kind of like, it could be a skin, it could be a in-game economy, or a player experience that they can, you know, have and maybe useful for their gameplay, something like that. So after that, we can talk more about Web3.
Yeah. I love that. I love how you mentioned the differentiation, right, between on a targeting and marketing strategies for Web3 gamers versus Web2 gamers, because they are quite different, right? In traditional gaming, we always talk about targeting strategy for different demographic, right, different age group, different region. But it's interesting to hear in Web3, you kind of just divide the target audience into the behavior or what they're more used to, right? So I'm curious to hear what are some of the more innovative marketing strategies you've seen that work well in Web3. I know we mentioned the tokenization part, right? The referral rewards. Yeah, if anything you want to elaborate more than that, I would love to hear more.
I think in Web3 is more about referral.
Yeah. But we do have Web2 referral in Web2 as well, right? But tell me more, how different is this Web3 referral compared to the traditional one?
Web3 referral is the top things before the game experience.
Yeah, okay.
And every game asks you to refer a friend first before playing a game. But like, I think back in the time when we play some casual game like Candy Crush, they ask you to play the game first.
Yeah.
If you without the heart and you use all the heart, you invite friend, right? But like in Web2, in Web3, it's kind of different, kind of like reverse. Like whenever you enter the game, invite a friend first, and then you never try the game.
Yeah.
So
how do you share your experience? You've never tried a game. Like, how did you convince your friends to download, to join?
Yeah, so like on user acquisition strategy, we have to think about the onboarding, because most of the people think about Web3, the user experience is really bad, and then they don't know how to use it, and then they always use the money incentive as the first thing. So we have to think about how to onboard users in the easiest way to let them try the game first and make them enjoy the game and become a paid users during the whole journey. So that's the most important thing we have to think about during the design of the onboarding stage. Yeah. So whenever users, let them try the game, not ask them to complete the task and then earn something.
I mean, in Web2, right, not just gaming, beyond gaming, there's a lot of subscription-based applications, right? We all have the 7-day, 3-day trial, right, before you convert someone. And it just seems like Web3 strategy referral is a lot more aggressive in a way, right? We guarantee you'll make money, just refer someone first. Yeah, and then, but we don't know if this will work for Web2 audience as we are thinking about expanding to the broader user base, right? If you want to get 1 billion users to Web3, you kind of have to think about some of the less aggressive strategies, something that's more genuine, right?
Even like in Web2, we can see when you play a game, they will pop up a newbie kind of
Yeah.
like purchase package,
Right.
and then ask you to try it. But like in Web2, we didn't see that. In Web3, we haven't seen that because all the users are incentivized by the rewards. But like I think we have to make some change on this kind of perspective. Yeah.
I agree. I agree. Anyone else? Anything to share?
I think all people agree to how to convert Web2 user to Web3 user, but in mobile game market, everything is talking about retention.
Yes.
The D1 retention, the D7 retention, the D30 retention, but in Web3 game is not talking about
Yeah,
this.
what are the KPIs that we look at on Web3 gaming?
Onboarding.
Okay. Okay.
This
So
is-
just the acquisition, kind of just stop there, right?
But we need to migrate this with the App Store policy. It become more and more clear. We know what we can do and what we cannot do in the mobile version. I think it would be a great step for us to step forward and become more Web2 friendly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I totally understand the frustrations that we have with onboarding and retaining those users once we have their attention. But I think it really comes down to kind of designing this user funnel correctly in this space. Obviously, referrals are a great first step into making this network effect happen in this social media space. But after that, you kind of have to design a flow that really makes sense to the users. So they have these obvious and clear steps that they can take right after that, right? For us, we focused a lot on our Quest system as well. That was our first step to acquiring these users. And once that was done, we've implemented a couple different other activations. First one, we call it Maple Spread Legion, which is where users can become, as I mentioned, kind of KOLs in this space. So it's kind of different as in we don't technically pick these KOLs. They actually choose themselves. So they vote on each other to bring up incubates more and new KOLs in the space. And I think that really resonated with our player base. And that kind of engagement really helped with our retention as well. We actually recently had a closed beta test. We called it a pioneer test with about 1,000 people.
Okay.
And we saw some crazy, insane numbers. I know Angela's going to share this a little bit later in this keynote as well, but we're seeing day 6 retention at around 80%, which was insane. And I know you mentioned, this loyalty might be an issue in this Web3 space, but I think if you have a good foundation, as we mentioned, with the game, and then you add on these new forms of engagement and interacting with the community, you can actually see a lot more crazy numbers that you wouldn't be able to see in the Web2 space.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I love the point you bring about design, right? Design thinking, design the user flow here. I'm curious your thoughts around how would blockchain technology actually change the game, right? In terms of the way how you design the game, making it more engaging or really differentiate from Web 2, right? Because what I hear a lot of gamers from the more traditional gaming background, they don't really want to get into Web 3 because they feel, okay, I can do everything in Web 2 already. Why do I need to get in, right? So I would just love to hear more from that aspect.
If I may add on real quick before I hand it over. For me, coming from a MMORPG background who loves MMO and are building an MMORPG project, it really comes down to ownership and retention of value.
Yeah.
And more specifically, ownership, retention, and value of your characters and of your items. So you spend a lot of time building up your character, building up your items, stats, but in the Web 2 space, technically, you weren't real owners of these items, right? And giving this ownership back to the users through technology, through blockchain technology, really makes it special. And allowing us to do that with this new level of transparency also really adds value to the system
Right,
as well.
right. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of that is as well enabling cross-chain, cross-game, right? So then if you move on to a different game where we don't want to finish the game, right, you can still own that and use it somewhere else. So certainly, great one. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I want to add. It's really similar with my talk, and because I was and I'm still a gamer myself.
Good.
Like I'm grown up playing a game, and one game that I play a lot is Dota, and I'm quite like spend a lot of time in my childhood and till now playing a multiplayer competitive game. And the things that I'm really love on playing Dota is not the gameplay actually, because I'm really suck at that. I'm not that good at playing, but I love playing with my friend. The things that I'm really love on playing kind of game is I can own different character skins, different items that I can use that on game, and I can like flex that into another player. So like that's I'm playing these characters using a special weapon. Even I'm not really good at playing that character, but I have this expensive weapon. That's the things that maybe like things that really working on kind of the player like me, like the one who collecting items from games. And talking about Dota, Dota is from Steam, right? And the ecosystem there, it's actually kind of similar with the things that we are facing right now. They have their own marketplace, Steam marketplace. So it's basically we can trade our item there. So we can. It's kind of like really centralized. We only can sell our item in their ecosystem, and we earn our money, not real money. It's a credit. It's called Steam Wallet, and we cannot withdraw that as a cash.
Right.
And thinking about where the blockchain is taking place is, yeah, with blockchain we can make it possible that we can trade our items. It's belong to us. I mean, like it's the ownership is belong to us, and we can trade that in the blockchain. It's really transparent. We can do that. We can send it. We can sell it. We can trade it using a blockchain technology, and everything is tracked there. It's very transparent, and I think that's the things that might be good to Web2 player to know, because there is a lot of player like me, like I really love to selling skin, really love to grinding levels, just to in the end I can sell or I can trade my items to another to earn money. I think that's the thing that might we can introduce to Web2 player, the blockchain technology, without thinking about how how much incentive we can get in terms of profit.
Yeah.
But it's more like how we can introduce our technology there.
Right, right.
So I think that's from my perspective.
Yeah, I love hearing that. Yeah, it's really not about just making money, right? But you kind of, in Web2, right, we also always emphasize the joy, the entertainment aspect of it. How can we bring down Web3? Because I think that's another theme that we can use to really bring on board more Web2 users, gamers into Web3. Anyone else want to add on that point?
I think like the two other guests speak about the ownership
Yeah.
and the transparency. But like I think one more thing we can mention about is fairness, because we can use the blockchain technology to ensure the fairness in this game.
True.
And every game we can put on the blockchain, and then like the player, they think, okay, this game is transparent and fair. And then the result, the game result is designed by the blockchain. So we can tell the Web2 users like about this idea, and then let them get into the industry first. Because like in Web2 game, the game result may be controlled by the company or the game studio, but like on Web3, we have 3 items. The first one is transparency. The second one is fairness, and then you can own your game asset on chain, and then you can sell it, or you can make money even like owning the game asset.
Right.
So this is the 3 most important things you think about. Yeah.
Yeah, love hearing that. Anything else?
Because I think blockchain is still evolving. Because the major problem it have is when you onboarding a Web2 user to Web3, you need to have a wallet, how to let them play the game first before they need to sign up a lot of very complicated stuff. I think a lot of change is try to have different solutions for that kind of problem. If we believe referee game is the future, I think we still have some step we need to figure out how to smoothen the funnel to the referee Web2 user with the blockchain technology.
Right, right. Yeah, the funnel is so crucial. I guess I want to circle back a little bit on the community building KOL side, right? What do you all think how that the community building and KOL marketing strategy is really how does that play differently than what you have done in Web 2?
Should I go first?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we do have different implementations of KOL strategies that we have not had before, but maybe not saying not have, but kind of evolving these ideas even further in Web3. And a great example, like I mentioned, was the Maple Spread Legion, allowing users to become part of this ecosystem and allowing them to build out their own branding to become a influencer in this space was really really effective in our community.
Yeah.
And on top of that, we also had events during our playtest to allow. We gave them a space in our official Discord of about 180,000 people, allow them to stream their own content, stream their own adventure, and we are kind of rewarding them for that as well. Like I mentioned, it all goes back for reward contribution, and that's the values that we have at MapleStory Universe, and we want to kind of show that off in our community, and I think that really made an great impact in terms of how we kind of market this product to the broader audience and how we can bring these users on board for that as well. And I think also kind of leading into another aspect of marketing in Web3 is partnerships. Obviously, some partnerships like this where we can have offline discussions is obviously a great point that we can have in Web3. But Web3 basically just kind of breaks down all barriers.
Right. Yeah. I don't think there's as many partnerships, right, in Web 2. Again, you kind of just play on your own.
Yeah.
And
And Andy also mentioned, fairness in Web 3. For us, we are actually working with Chainlink with their VRF systems to allow for fully transparent RNG. That's a different level of transparency and fairness that we've never been able to see in Web 2. And partnerships in Web 3, stuff like that, really kind of adds features and adds new experiences to users. And that, again, really helps us to kind of market this project as an innovation in this space. It really is an innovation.
Yeah.
And we love that part of Web 3 that allows us to do
yeah,
that.
thanks for bringing that partnership topic up. I'm curious, in the Web3 space, how have we done partnership with more the Web2 platforms or projects where you are seeing some success there in terms of onboarding more Web2 gamers into Web3?
So, yeah, what's the thing's difference in Web3 partnership and Web2 partnership is, I think like the Web2, most of the Web2 games is turning like they're really into exclusivity. Like if you launch a game, then it's feel like you have to compete with another game to to get the more players, to get the more revenue. But the difference with Web3 is, like a Web3 space is the space of collaborations, and we are, I don't know, it's still early or it's not early anymore, but yeah, we are still a little, younger than this Web2 industry in terms of game, and there's a lot of builder here that keen to, collaborate, keen to, help each other to give a really good product in this Web3 market. in the global market, and that's why like I think that the partnership between projects, and we in the Kuga Labs as well, we've been doing that as well. Like we also have a kind of a partnership with another community from another NFT collections, and we feature their IP, their collections into a playable skin in our game, and we have a cross-marketing strategy with them, so we can meet two different community into one together to play our games, and we do that with more of one or two NFT project, and also we are in a partnership with the gaming guild. It's called Playground, as you know, and the Playground is kind of like really have a huge community, which is consisting of the real player, a pro streamer, pro player from the different esport team that really helping us on the market to market our game, because KOL, talking about KOL in Web 2 and Web 3 is same. Like people really like interest to play or interest to getting into the game by watching their streamer streaming the game. Like I'm from Indonesia, and Indonesia is the most biggest Web 2 player consumer in Southeast Asia, even the world, because our internet power is really huge. Like whenever a streamer stream a game from Indonesia or game from another country, our player will starting to play the game. So that's the power of KOL. I think that's the same, and we can apply that into the Web3 audiences as well.
Right.
So that's why the partnership with kind of like KOL management, KOL, and yeah, game guild. We know that in Southeast Asia there is a W3GC from Philippines, Gabi, and then there is some of guild that maybe we can, like we can utilize them into our early player, and then they can attract more players to join and play.
Yeah, for sure. I think events like this conference, right, is really about meeting other players in the space, right? Building more partnerships so that we can all grow together in the Web3 gaming space. With that said, I want to ask one last question. I want a really simple answer for that question is, we all know there are over 3 billion gamers in the world right now, but only a small fraction of that are in the Web3 space. So if I ask you to give one simple sentence to persuade a Web2 gamers to try out Web3 game, what would you tell them? That could be your marketing slogan, marketing strategy there. Who wants to start?
There I go. Yeah, I'll keep it short. I would say the community is here, the content is here, and we're just waiting for players to play. And the best advice I can give is to be an early adopter and be an innovator in this space, where you'll be able to reap all the benefits of Web3 and enjoy the gaming process while you do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think for onboarding more Web2 users to Web3, I think one sentence we can say is, we need to keep the enjoyment of game, but at the same time, the users can get extra rewards. So this is the most important sentence I can finish in this panel.
Agree, yeah. Just really showing the value beyond just earning, right? Love that.
April is always focused on gameplay first. So that's why we target mid-core player, not the casual player. But we also want to let the casual player enjoy April. So we will do something in the next couple of months. Hope it will success.
Yeah, and for me, it's quite similar. Like the main focus have to be your game first. You have to create a really good experience on how user play your game first, and then after that we can talk about anything.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for the panel today. I hope you all learned something from about Web3 acquisition. Thank you.
Thank you once again, the speakers and the moderators. So please stay as we will have a group photo all together. Please get closer right here at the middle of the stage. And I need to make sure our photographer got a photo. Okay, thank you. Thank you once more. And we would like to remind everyone, if you want to win some cold wallets right here at the booth of Geta and Matrix, you will have the chances to win the cold wallet, okay? And right here, right now, we will begin our next panel. Here are the moderator and the speakers, including co-founder and CEO of Whitewater Labs, Jake. How about a round of applause? And the co-founder of Step and Go, Yong. And the head of APAC, Managing Director of Bigo, Ebo. And the General Partner of Thrive Digital, Sean. 掌声欢迎。And the co-founder of Audrey Network, Ray. So right now we have all our distinguished guests, so should we start?
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm Jake, co-founder and CEO at Whitewater Labs. We are a Web3 accelerator based in Seoul, Korea, and it's an honor to be here with all the panelists and also with the audience. Before we getting started, let's go one by one with the brief introductory yourself.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Yang. I co-founded Steppen, and now we are releasing our new product called Step and Go. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Abel. I lead Bigo's business in Asia. For those who are not familiar, Bigo is the largest independent custodian around the world. 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transactions flow through a Bigo wallet. We've been around since 2013, have seen a few market cycles, a few market conditions, and like to think that we'll be around for the next 13 years at the very minimum. Thank you.
I'm Sean. I'm general partner at Thrive Digital. We're an early stage venture fund focusing on pre-seed and seed opportunities in blockchain and AI. We invest in three main verticals. First is infrastructure and security. Next is finance, and the last is immersive entertainment, which is basically why we're all here. We've deployed. We're a global fund, and we've deployed currently in the US, Europe, and Southeast Asia. So looking forward to learning from the rest of you guys. Thanks.
Hi everyone, Ran, co-founder of Orderly Network. We're a shared order book between blockchains we call omni-chain liquidity infrastructure, starting with perps, live on 7 different chains. During yesterday's crash, our trading volumes are 1.8 billion for past 24 hours, putting us in the top few perpetual decentralized protocols. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your brief introduction, and also it will be very fun panel discussion today. So let's start with a quick common question. So our topic before moving on is the relationship between decentralized finance and also the Web3 gaming. So it will be focusing on both topics. The common question starts with, what's your definition of Web3 game and how is it related or connected to the decentralized finance? Maybe start with, yeah.
Okay. I think to define what is a Web3 game, it has different names, right? It either can be called a GameFi or Web3 game or game-like product. So I think there's about 2 or 3 dimensions. The first dimension is where how much game element in this product, right? So we can have like extremely gamified, like the Matrix 1, or it could be, what we build with Steppen, what we call the game-like. So a little bit of gamification. And the second dimension is the token distribution. We see all the Tron game, Telegram game got quite popular. It's just like one-click game. So it's not much of a gamification model, But what it does is that it allows a way for the game to distribute the token. So that part it actually connect to the DeFi, because effectively DeFi is also where you trade, you also provide liquidity, and distribute the tokens. And I think the third dimension is where the value is created. With DeFi, certainly is the financial value, or with many of the GameFi, you say, okay, how I can earn, right? So how I can get the yield. So that's a financial value. But with more game toward, you're looking more on the emotional value. So how enjoyable, how the user experience I can get from this game that I'm willing to pay for. I think that's the three dimension I use. You can draw the map, you can plot, a different type of game or gamification, or like a DeFi in game disguise, right? Thank you.
Yeah, that was a really good answer. And let's move to Abel about your answer to the common question.
I guess it really depends on where we're coming from. And I hope I can provide a different perspective to this as an infrastructure provider, right? And Telegram's a really good example. We're obviously very privileged and honored to be able to provide the infrastructure for Telegram wallet. And with that, that enables the average user to interact from a Web 2 angle with Web 3. And that's how we think about it, right? Ultimately, providing the infrastructure that provides the optionality for users both from a Web 2 and Web 3 perspective to interact on-chain if they wanted to.
Yeah, actually, there's more question ready for you to add more about that infrastructure perspective on the Web3 game and decentralized. Thank you so much. And let's move to Sean.
Yeah, so I think if you want to talk about Web3 gaming and define it, I think you have to take a step back and look at what is Web3, right? So we know in Web 1, you have information displayed on the web. You can look at it, you can't interact with it. Web 2, you can look at it and you can interact with it. Now, platforms like Instagram, Facebook, they have this kind of structure, but at the same time they're centralized, so you don't own the data. Now, what Web3 does is then talks about ownership, right? And within Web3 gaming, how you own these assets, then now you actually talk about the ownership of the in-game assets as well as the decision-making authority that is decentralized. Now, within the Web3 kind of game, there is a value conferred to these assets, and that's why that's where DeFi comes in. Under previous models your play to earn, if you take away the DeFi element, you don't really have much of a game, right? You're basically just wasting time. But of course, now we have seen a shift, right, from play to earn to play and earn, and this is a sign that we're moving in the direction that maybe DeFi will play less of a core role, but more of a complementary role in gaming going forward. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And let's move to Ren.
I agree with that last point. We're liquidity infrastructure accessible from any chain. We start off on Near actually because we were incubated by Near and Woo. And on Near, there's a project called Sweatcoin. It's a bit similar to StepN in that people can walk and get tokens, and then they need to do something with it. So their in-app swap is actually fully integrated with Orderly, so that their users can easily swap Sweat tokens into other assets, or a few of the major assets there, and they can swap around. So these kind of in-application trading is what we. So I think this is applicable to any game or social instance where, like a big community, they want to have they want to monetize through fees from trading, perhaps, and we provide the liquidity infrastructure to make that happen. So I think this would be a very common type of a cooperation between DeFi and gaming.
Yeah, I think all the answers are actually representing a lot from your background and experience in the industry related to the game and also DeFi. So let's move to the next question. Actually, That's a really good point that a lot of people actually remember the Web3 game starting from the step-in, from the M2E, and also it started kind of like a P2E like Axie Infinity before. And there has been like tap to earn nowadays on Ton ecosystem. So from your understanding and perspective, what is the most successful DeFi structure or solution that is introduced to the DApp or Web3 game ecosystem so far? Maybe starting from Jan?
Okay. Actually, quite interestingly, we will release a, I think can be classified both as a SocialFi and also DeFi and also GameFi mechanism in the new product we build in Step and Go. It's called the house system. So how this works is potentially is a NFT lending mechanism. So, looking at how Axie did their academy, where they can get somebody to lend somebody's, the Axie and earn. The issue with that is you don't know who you're lending to, right? If you lend to some strangers and they do not use it to earn, you're basically holding that NFT for nothing. So our alternative is that you are lending this, let's say NFT sneakers, right, to your friends and families. And in that way, you're lending to somebody that you actually know, and you can call them and say, why are you not moving today? And then you can split the earnings. And the best way, the best way is that in this way, the Web2 people will no longer need the crypto to buy an NFT. They can start using that right away. This feature is going to be live after our beta testing, which is about September, so people can try. In that way, I think it will be, a very good mechanism, both having the DeFi element because it's a lending protocol, effectively, social because you actually get them to talk to each other, and also gamification because you're actually going to use that NFT to play.
Okay, let's move to Abel. I actually don't have too much of an opinion, but I'd love to know more from your point of view as you build out that beta system. What's the infrastructure behind it, and how does that mechanism work? Because it sounds very novel, doesn't it?
Yes, yes. Actually, that also connects to the next question. How it works is that if you are an existing user, you're working, you get activation code. You put one sneaker with the activation code. You send your friend. They got 2 hours to activate, and then they got the sneaker. You actually write a contract. They say, okay, we do 30-70 split or 20-80 split, and I will lend my sneaker to you for 1 month, and then they say accept. Then the bond is created, and they will be under your house. They're your guest, like a house guest, right? You're the host, they're the guest, and then you can monitor them. If they didn't work, you call them and say, hey, why it didn't work? Because it's a close friend lending relationships. It's not like you're lending to a stranger. You're lending to somebody you already know. So that is how it works. We were thinking about doing this in Stephen, but we couldn't figure out how we're going to deal with people that, say, rent your sneaker, but didn't work, just wasting your time. That will cause a lot of issues. At the time, we didn't figure out, but now we figure out. So we built a house system.
Is that a manual process at the back, or is that an AMM at the back?
No. You just automatically lend.
Okay.
Lend out. Yeah.
Yeah. There's another question prepared, like to listen to more about the comments from Jan. So let's move to Sean to add more. I'm sure that he has also a lot of comments about this.
No, so I would say that regardless of the model, it has to be organic. And I think, the way that I'm seeing this is, I think the evolution of how, kind of play to earn, move to earn, and so on and so forth, right? And of course, move to earn itself is a specific implementation of, play to earn, do something to earn. Now, the core difference is that if you just have a game which is play to earn, then if your tokens lose value, you're essentially wasting your time. You're playing the game for nothing. But if you're doing move to earn, at least you get some exercise out of it. You get fitter. You know, there's some external benefit that comes out of that, right? So I think that alone, you know, kind of provides an additional incentive to continue doing that activity or like, you know, kind of playing the thing. Now, of course, if you talk about tap to earn, then, you know, you will get a lot of users, right? Naturally, because it's low hanging fruit. It's a low barrier to entry. But at the same time, the question of sustainability then comes in, right? You know, you can tap for a day, you can tap for a week, you can tap for a month, but you know, will you be able to tap for a year, right? And then, so I think, you know, once you have that, then you need to think about the next step, right? You know, what are you going to do with that user base that you have? So it's not so much about the initial customer acquisition, but how you prevent user attrition, right? And I think so apart from that, so I think like, you know, move to earn is interesting. What else could be interesting is also this thing called sleep to earn, where I think, you know, it's a bit iffy, but you know, there could be some data around that could be monetized as well, and you know, potentially kind of used in the same way. So yeah, thanks.
Hard to go wrong, I guess.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think Ren is waiting, but actually I also want to add one more question to Ren based on the previous answers from other panelists that we are basically talking about the solutions as a method, the best method to have the user attractions and also build some legitimate user tokenomics in the app. But also at the same time, Ren is also very well known as a Web3 infra builder in the DeFi side. So I think you also have some advices or other comments related to that. Can you please answer to that question?
I'm not an expert on gaming at all. On the DeFi side, I would suggest just the whole interoperability of Web3 and DeFi. That we work together on things like this, right? I mean, that's even the way we're structured now. Like Orderly doesn't face retail. We just gather as much liquidity as possible through incentives and our whole structure that we offer the best liquidity for any asset, striving towards permissionless assets for anyone who needs it, essentially. And we have like 19 people built on top of us now. So I think for any gaming later, they can focus on, you know, the core aspects of the games or the social app. And for any sort of monetization, they can partner up with DeFi protocols like us for the liquidity piece for the assets they want, whether it's NFTs, whether it's the gaming tokens, whether it's derivatives and such. And there's all types of products that can be designed around this.
Yeah, as more going on, a lot of builders, especially in the Web3 gaming side, they are trying to adapt new strategies from the DeFi side. And I think Ren's perspective is very correct on like they need to adapt the new strategies and solutions and the perspective of the DeFi side, not only about the user acquisition and also the platform side. But I think Sean is also one of the very good expert in this part because he's doing a lot of investment and case studies. Have you ever find any fun or dynamic case studies in the market that is adapting DeFi strategies to you know, boost up their user acquisitions in the gaming industry?
I think that there are, and I think a lot of people do it in very different ways. Now, I think the issue is, you know, so I mentioned previously that, you know, it's like, you know, customer acquisition is just one piece, right? You want to get as many people to play the game, try the game as much as possible. That's why people do things like airdrops. That's why people do things like, you know, you try to have a low barrier point of entry that gets people onto the game. But then at the same time, a game can't be just that, right? A game has to be sustained, a sustained gaming experience that you take with you, like, you know, for a certain period of time, right? You might grow out of it, but at the same time, you need to make sure that user attrition is not a major issue. You can't be onboarding like, you know, 1,000 people a day and then 900 of them are not with you on day 2, right? So, you know, I would say games need to kind of think about that and the economics behind it. What we're seeing is, you know, in terms of how you in terms of the utility of the token as well, right? Where you not only see that, you know, there is something that has value now and you can, like, you know, kind of liquidate, maybe you could use it for something else. Maybe you have a partnership with someone else. And I think all these try to drive value, try to create value, and retain people within that ecosystem in the longer term. So that's like, what we're actually looking for as well. Yeah.
It seems like it is really hard to find the complete combination between the token utility and the game quality in the market, because that's probably one of the biggest challenges that everyone is having, regardless of the type of the platform they're building. But maybe Jan has a lot of opinions about this, because he's probably one of the most guys having the, spending most time to discuss about this. Do you have any other advices to the builders who are building Web3 games having the same concerns?
I think if we talk about the tokenomics, is also a myth and also is a science. I think I'm just going to speak for the gamification and GameFi, is that you better have 2 tokens, right? Because you will have your governance token, but you need a game token. Why you need a game token? Is because you need to allow the game token to be inflated. If it's not inflated, people are not going to spend it. And but you cannot get inflated too quickly. Otherwise, everybody sell off. You get into massive trouble. So you also need to create some anti-inflation mechanism. So we are currently stuck at this part, is how we do the anti-inflation for something that have infinite supply. So our solution in the Step and Go is the logic with all the game token are all stuck into, let's say, in the term of sneaker, right? So you use sneaker to walk, you earn token. You spend the token to improve the sneaker, you earn more token. If you go down that path, ultimately, you will max your level, you'll max everything. And what are you going to do with this token? You're going to sell it. So once you sell it, you get this death spiral thing, right? We have to break the cycle. How we break the cycle is that we have to introduce a different asset class, the non-productive NFT. So you're telling the user, say, okay, you have the productive NFT very well. You make more token. Now it's a non-productive NFT that is pure collective, cosmetic. Because we're trying to offer a platform for people to say social, and they're gonna wear a different outfit. If we have more user, they will create a consensus. Okay, this outfit look better, right? It's probably gonna worth more, and they will spending the excessive token on getting this special outfit. Because they are spending the token on something non-productive, we are effectively reduce the game token inflation. At least it is an improved version to the current, I think, the GameFi token model. Because there was no solution, right? Once you don't have the user growth, you don't use your token to produce more NFT, because nobody needs NFT, right? And the second option is they sell it on the market. So we have to break the cycle. We have to use different asset class to get them to channel them into something else. I think we need more mechanism like this in our tokenomic designs, in order to allow the your in-app economy to grow. Because I'm just adding one point. If you are a small GameFi project, you have, say, 10,000 users, 50,000 users, you can do okay token distribution of your governance token. But if you have 1 million users, you cannot distribute token to them. You will deplete your treasury in a few months. So you have to have a game token with infinite supply. So, and then it's a curse. You have infinite supply. You're going to deal with inflation. So this is a cost of growth. You grow to the threat point. You break the threshold of, let's say, 50,000 users. You have to introduce something infinite supply. Otherwise, it doesn't work, right? You just cannot do the token distribution effectively.
Yeah, I'm not sure like how many Web3 game builders are here, but I think like all the answers were very meaningful. That we have to think about all the types, like for the user acquisition and also tech quality, and also in terms of the sustainable growth. Let's moving to a new topic, which is another most important topic, which is security. I'm sure that like you have a lot of comments to talk about the security side as a representative of the BitGo. So do you have any thoughts about like how these Web3 game builders are adapting the security and also treasury management points? Because nowadays we are not seeing a lot, but previously we are seeing a lot of hacking issues and also treasury management issues leading to false operations in the management and the collapse of the game. So do you have any comments to the question?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And unfortunately, given how nascent the Web3 industry is, it's a really difficult balance between finding security, efficiency, speed, and ultimately having a good UI and UX coming all together at the end of the day. I think we can all agree that we want to get to the stage where the users can interact with Web3 games without having to worry about all the hassle, the security concerns, the operational issues that come along with interacting on-chain. And if I put myself in the shoes of the average gamer today, thinking about making that transition across, is really a few things that come to my mind, right? Number one is cost, right? If I'm going to pay for a game upfront, do I want to be continually sold to? It's very similar to the fandom culture in markets like Korea, Japan, etc., where fans are quite skeptical if they are persistently being sold to. They feel getting ripped off. The second thing is the operational flow, the frictionless experience that we always talk about. The last panel was talking about bridging, for example. Right? I know Chainlink can go a long way to solving these things, but lags, latency already causes so much frustration, discomfort among gamers. Imagine having to wait 10 minutes to bridge assets across different chains. It's a complete nightmare. It's not going to work. And the last point being security, right? The Web2 gaming industry is now multi-decades years old. A lot of the gamers from the Web2 side of things with bigger wallet share, higher value gamers that come into Web3, they will be asking the difficult questions around security, operations, fund management, treasury management, which you talked about. So if we set aside, token economics, token economy, and think about the infrastructure as a standalone thing, right? Treasury management, you mentioned. I think that's incumbent on the gaming firms to use that as a starting point to emphasize the importance of security. Paying up for good infrastructure providers, paying up for good wallet solutions has to be the baseline. That should not be something that firms compromise on, bar none. And then you talk about the individual wallets that users start to think about, right? The key management, the regulatory standing. Big firms like MapleStory, a Nexon company, they're not going to compromise on, using substandard wallet technology. It's just not going to work as well. So I think in lockstep with the right UX, the right token economics, if we can help build the right infrastructure along the way to ensure that the security is not compromised as Web3 gaming scales, I think we're onto a good thing. And hopefully that will continue to be the case over many years to come.
I think this is a great point, to be honest, that a lot of builders, mostly from the Web2 gaming industry, so they are sometimes do not considering too much about the Web3 components when they are building a new Web3 game product. And also you mentioned that earlier challenges that we have faced in the industry probably are caused by those like misconceptions. And I think there's a lot of good opinions about this from Ren, that because he's from the DeFi infra side, more on the TradFi, but also nowadays a lot of people are approaching to the tokenomics side and also adapting the tokenomics as a solution for the Web3 growth for their games. But also some of the people are saying that we need to consider from the TradFi concept and TradFi perspective, or DeFi more on the trading side when we are approaching to this tokenomics and stuff. Maybe, do you have any comments that about this? And also, what do you think about like, would these game developers in Web3 will adapt more on the trading stuff for their infra, or do you think they will still focusing on the game development side?
I think the gaming founders are actually better at tokenomics than the DeFi guys, to be honest, given their experience in designing these big ecosystems. So I don't think I have too much to add here, but I think it'll be a natural progression where wherever an asset needs liquidity, I think that's kind of the core piece of the intersection between DeFi and gaming. And then in some of the lending, borrowing protocols, the exchanges where this happens is where the financialization of these gaming assets happen, right? I think that's just the intersection. And that's where we're heading, and it's going to get more mature. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, adding to that question to Sean and Ran, as a Web3 investor and also infra builder, what would be your advice to build a better DeFi solutions or structure for these Web3 game developers? Maybe starting from Sean.
Okay, so at risk of sounding like a broken tape recorder, again, I think my advice would really be to kind of focus on community. So we all know that games need a large pool of gamers, right? If not, they will fail. Now, again, it's not just about acquiring them; it's about sustaining them. And of course, I think I'll just give an example, right? So we actually invested in one of these companies here. So we are exploring an investment into one of the companies here, which is going to be soon to be one of our portfolio companies. And the reason why we are writing that check is really because they have the right connections, they have the right partnerships, they are a good team, but at the same time, they also know everyone that there is to know in the industry, right? And so the risk of failure is not as high if, say, as if they were to go into it with no connections at all, not knowing a single person, and not being able to maintain that ecosystem. So I think to me, it's more about kind of community building, network building, to make sure that the right people, the right partners are in place when you do want to launch something, and then how you make that pie larger for everyone that's involved. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. And moving to Ren, about what would be your advice to this Web3 game builders in the perspective of the DeFi infra builder?
I don't have much to add here. I think it's just I feel like each party should know their strengths. I don't think DeFi people should try to go into games necessarily, and then I don't think the gaming guys should be building DeFi infra, because especially with more complicated products, there's a lot more risks. But with simple things like AMMs, one thing that we're pretty interested in is to be able to permissionlessly list even a liquid asset, and to incentivize liquidity and even professional liquidity providers and such. And I think the DeFi guys can do this much better than the gaming guys, and then it'll be a good partnership that way.
Yeah, so as I wrap up both questions, Sean pointed out the power of the community in terms of building Web3 games, because game also coming from the user acquisitions. And also Ren mentioned that the Web2 game guys also very, very professional in building the game economics and designs. And there will be something that we can expect the same thing from the Web3 game side in terms of their tokenomics and all the user acquisition. I think that was a really good point to all the Web3 game builders out there. Let's move to Jan and Abel about the next question. So probably Stepan is also very well known for the user experience, and also BitGo will be dealing with some of the user experience and also adapting the infra to the Web3 games as a wallet service. What is the biggest challenge that nowadays these Web3 game builders or DeFi builders are facing in terms of the UI UX? And what would be your advice on that? Starting from Jan.
Okay. I think UI UX. If we expand that a little bit, we can talk about, say, we rephrase the question, say, how intuitive can the product be to allow the Web2 user to onboard your product? So it becomes more than just a UI UX. I think that the issue with the Web3 game is that, yes, we talk about the Telegram game, the successful ones. Oh, we have 20 million users, this and that. But if you take away the non-paying user, you will take away the script, there's not much left. So if we want to onboard real human user to your product, what can we do? I think that's the key question. If you can answer that question, we will at least you can onboard user based on millions. So how we think this is, how can we reduce the barrier? You know, when we building Steppen, you know, before it was Axie, but what Axie does is that you have to go to probably Magic Eden to get the NFT. You have to use the Phantom to transfer, and then you play the game on the desktop. It's still a convoluted process. What we're trying to build on Steppen is that everybody can operate in the mobile. But that wasn't enough because people don't know how to back up their seed phrase, they lost it. People have frustration with the gas transactions. They don't, it's like, why do I need to gas, right? There's a lot of issues with the basic for Web3 become the barrier for Web2 people on board, especially that they say, okay, now I have everything. Where do I get a sneaker? So, oh, you have to pay it. Oh, pay by what? Pay, you know, by your token. And where do I get it? I get it from Binance, and then have to register an exchange. So our solution is we need to close in this gap. One is that we try to build we actually built a wallet. Basically, when you register Step and Go, it back up your seed phrase automatically in your iCloud or Google Cloud. So you don't need to remember the seed phrase. You know, you don't even need to know the seed phrase. That's number one. And number two is we have to upgrade our infrastructure. We say, okay, you don't need a Sol or Matic for gas. You know, you use your game token. That's it. That's for gas. So you remove the gas out of the equation. And then the third part is where we're saying the house system is, you know, the last mile issue. How can they play for free? But when something are play for free, they don't really treasure it. You know, that's the typical human, right? If I didn't pay for it, I probably not gonna treat it well. This also works in relationships as well, right? The pay have to be done by somebody else, right? So you pay for it. You give it to your, let's say, mother or father, and they work. And you will monitor them, say, oh, you call them and say, why you didn't work, right? So in this way, we can close the barrier between the Web 2 and 3. And we build the product so simple. They just press one button. Right? One button, go out, 10 minutes, that's it. So we try to simplify this to the bones and then remove all the barriers. And in this way, I think, you know, in our new product, we are quite confident that we will be able to onboard a lot of Web 2 people because there's basically zero barriers now. There's no excuse for them to say to not try.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. And let's move to Abel.
Yeah, no, I think it is a challenge, right? And we have to call it out. We need to recognize that it's a long-term challenge. And it's not just specific to the gaming industry. It's specific to any industry that's consumer-facing, right? We work with a range of Web 2 businesses, Nike, Starbucks, etc. And this is the single most important thing that they think about, we think about, to help them as well. You know, we spoke about Telegram Wallet and the success that they've had over there. That's a really good use case. But from my point of view, as we provide the infrastructure, you know, you very rightly called it wars, right? We think of it as silos. Right? If Steam, that's owned by Valve, right, can get their wallet UI UX correct, it really only works when a fellow competitor like Epic Games, for example, have that same standard. And that connects, that forms the connective tissues that allows gamers to seamlessly move around the value that they've accrued in one game to the other. Because most gamers are gamers because they enjoy playing games more generally, not just because they like a specific game within a specific confine. Or that may be true, it's not always applicable as well. So if we can get to the stage where a business, a firm can create the, you know, MetaMask of gaming wallets, or at least attempt to create the MetaMask of gaming wallets, I think that will be a very good foundation and a very strong platform for businesses to start with. The unique thing about gaming companies is that once they reach that inflection point and they have critical mass, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? For a lot of these more mature games, and I'm thinking more of the established sort of Web2 gaming companies, they have the privilege of already then having the user base, which is what a lot of Web3 businesses in general are trying to do, create newer, fancier technology to attract users. But once you have the users, you can then do the reverse, right? And incrementally introduce new features, new value add to them. And that is where I guess humans are naturally resistant. But if Web3 and Web2 firms can come together and introduce the right value accordingly over time and encourage that paradigm shift, again, I think there'll be a lot of success in time to come.
Yeah, as I wrap up the current questions to the last question, current answers to the last question and also the previous answers, I think we all talked about that. We all agree that we need to think about the user growth related to or based on the DeFi strategy, because it's also related to the token economics, and also that's related to how you manage the assets that are being traded or used in the game ecosystem. But also at the same time, actually, Jan mentioned about the actual user experience is really important in terms of the game developer perspective, as I understood. And also Abel mentioned about that seamless user experience, and also like how you manage the treasury management and also the wallets or other infra services well prepared will determine whether the game will go successful or not. And also Sean also mentioned that because game assets are basically the data that they are dealing with in the game ecosystem, and it can be transitioned to any other forms nowadays based on all the tech development. So that's also another part. And also he also mentioned really good parts about the community that will form the power of the user acquisition. And lastly, Ren mentioned about even though the Web2 developers are Web2 game developers are very good at building or designing the game economies, but also at the same time we need to think about the Web3 DeFi side, and also thinking about like how these people are building DeFi in their ecosystem. I think these are great answers from all the panelists. Here's the last question. Please answer this in one sentence. I'm not sure how many time we left, but I don't think this is the right timing to ask the question, but if the bull market coming back, do you think the Web3 gaming will be the key trigger for the bull market in the future or not? Let's probably start from Jan.
I think it will, because before it was the the Fed protocol, right? So it's all about infra, but now we actually have a lot of users demanding for a better app, a better game. The key really resides in if we can provide something new to the market. If we can provide something new, exciting, it will go up, it will blow up very, very quickly, because we don't have that much, right? So I think we have pretty much too much infrastructures, and we need to build some interesting product first.
Thank you. And Abel?
Well, I guess I've got a question for the investor. Is it over? Is it ended already?
I sure hope not.
I really hope not, because events over the last few days have not been so fun. But if we start from the top down, right? The way the world is moving is becoming more online, right? Technology is advancing. The middle class are becoming more and more engaged with everything from Web 2 to Web 3 as well. And therefore, gaming is a function of the wider progress that we're making in Web 3. If we're correct, and digital assets continue to develop a role in the future, a place in our economy, then gaming, there's really no reason why it shouldn't succeed. The world is becoming more impatient. People are looking for more ways to stimulate themselves, to have more dopamine stimulants, and therefore gaming is a very natural byproduct of that. If we can get the following that we just discussed in order, infra, the token economics, the interoperability, I think we'll be very successful there.
Thank you so much. And let's move to Sean.
I really agree with what you just said. I think what I would add to that is, so we're sitting at a point where, the future is uncertain, right? I would say that, if the cards are played right, gaming would be the most well-positioned to take us into the next bull market, simply because it is something that already exists. It's something that already had, there is a market for it. that there's a huge Web2 gaming market that could be onboarded into Web3 if the right rails are in place. Now, the question is it easy for that transition to happen now, right? And I think, the answer, as always, is it really depends, right? We are kind of sitting in an environment where, the regulatory aspects are still very uncertain. The mass adoption, mainstream adoption is still very uncertain, right? But if the cards are played right, I would say gaming is what would take us, to the next level. And I have to say this not just because I'm at doing a gaming panel, right? But this is what I really think, and this is also why immersive entertainment and gaming is one of the key pillars that we are focusing on in investing for the next for the next few years at least. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and let's move to Ren.
I don't know enough about the gaming side, but I certainly hope so. Right? That I do agree that there's too much infra relative to interesting apps, and I mean we're more focused on the app side than the pure infra side. I think we definitely want games to do well, right? To bring new users in, and also social apps. I'm quite bullish on social actually, and you kind of see some of that with like Firecaster and such, and that's another venue to bring in more Web2 users to the space. So very bullish on this in general, and I hope it really picks up along with the next bull market, hopefully starting in Q4.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, these are all the questions that we prepared for today's panel, and also I hope you really enjoyed today's panels and the answers from our amazing panelists. Please give a warm applause, and also thank you for attending our panels. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And right now, we would like to have all our speakers and moderators to stay to have a photo together. Closer? Yes. Okay, everyone got the photos. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please have some rest. As later on, right here at our main stage, we will have a co-founder of Step and Go, Yang, to have the keynote for us. So right now we have a short break.
My name is Tristan, and I just wanted to let you know that the BitBoy product was the best in show at the Bitcoin 2024 conference.
What makes you say that?
Most innovative way to get children interested in cryptocurrency and mining cryptocurrency, being part of the
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished guests, welcome back. And right here, right now, we will begin our keynote speech. It's our honor to have co-founder of Step and Go, Young, back on the stage to do the keynote for us. How about a round of applause? 掌声借一下。
Thank you, thank you. I took the liberty to put the topic, make the NFT great again. How we can do it, and how we did it with Steppen. I want to do a bit of a case study. So before we want to talk about on Steppen. When we're building Steppen, we always believe that we need to build for a purpose. And then we build the product. Then the product have meaning. The meaning will translate into value. Over time, it become consensus. So it's very important that we spend the first couple months setting on why we're building this product. So our main point is we have to take users' feeling as our top priority. We have to treat the user well so that they will treat us well. For the past 3 years of operation, we get about 5 million users. And initially, people know us from the move to earn category. But then around last year, we actually moved to the achievement to earn, right? So we get people to do achievement. And then we do airdrop to them. And that went quite well because in order to complete some achievement, people have to spend. So we turn the economy. And then we also drop token to them or NFT to them. So for the past 3 years, we dropped about over $100 million value of token or NFT to our users. And the mechanism is also quite simple. It's a dual token system. People can use the token either to upgrade their sneaker or to mint new sneakers. And about last year, we're starting to do the achievement airdrop, the genuine sneaker airdrop. So basically that rewarding people for holding the NFTs. So now we move into the step and go. Why we build it? What is different? How we can make the NFT great again? In the step and go, what we're trying to do is we're trying to introduce the social element. Well, many people like to talk about the social fi, which we're also going to talk about it. But effectively is how can we create a platform for people? No longer we're creating an app. We will try to create a platform. So it comes in primarily 2 main features. One is we designed new tokenomics. This is the industry is you have to build something new. You don't build something new, people don't come. And with new things, people got excited. People will talk about it. So all the tokenomics building in Step and Go is new. How we build is new, right? One is we're still going to introduce a game token. As I said earlier, right? You need a game token to have some inflation. With inflation, you can get more users. But when you're getting too much inflation, that's bad because people talk about the death barrels. People will say, oh, your token will lose in value because people keep selling it. So we need to build a mechanism, allow inflation, but also gonna counter inflation in the later stage. How that works is where we introduce the social fi mechanism, meaning that we will try to get the user to burn their game token for a non-productive NFT. Before, it's all about you spend the token, you build another sneaker, you sell the sneaker, you make some token. But there's so many people can buy so many sneakers. If the growth is slowing down, you don't sell much sneaker, what are you going to do? You're going to sell the token. If you sell the token, token price goes down. And then get death barrels. Not only that, we need to do the anti-token inflation. We're also going to need to do the anti-NFT inflation. How that going to work? Because if you have so many NFTs, NFT price is going to drop, right? And you cannot support both the token price and NFT price. So this is the typical issue with that spiral. Your token price and NFT price drop at the same time, and there's nothing you can do about it. So we do the new energy system. So now in the step and go, different from Steppen, right? In Steppen is you get the energy renewal every 24 hours. So you will top up your energy. But this creates an issue because the NFT doesn't die. You basically have a perpetual money machine, and that causes inflation pressure. So in Step and Go, what we've done is you have to burn sneaker, you have to burn the NFT, and to get energy. In this way, you are in a way to support the floor price of your NFTs. The second thing we've done differently this time is we close in the barrier between the Web 2 and Web 3. So people will ask, is this the end of this bull market? Will there ever be a bull market? It is the starting of the bear market. So I think the product will be more resilient if the majority of the users are Web 2 users. And how can we achieve that? How can you build a Web 3 product with majority of a user as a Web 2 user? You need to close the barrier between the Web 2 and the Web 3. So we build FSID, basically, you don't need the C phrases. We build a house system. It's basically an NFT rental system. In this way, Web 2 people do not need to hold token in order to start a product, your product. They can rent a sneaker from their friends and families. And this way, we'll be able to onboard a majority of the Web 2 people and be resilient in the upcoming either bear or bull market. So this is the mechanism for the step and go. So the key differences here is that we are separating the concept of productive NFT and the collective NFT. By separating them, we can build a much bigger NFT variety of the collective NFT, meaning that we can run more collaboration. We can release new skins for ourselves. And the token sync will be effectively on the collective NFTs. So now we come back to this. People say NFT market is dead. You know, for the past few days, I think the token market is also dead, right? The Bitcoin dipped below 50,000. But it doesn't matter because it will come back. It will come back very strong if you can prove, yes, we can 10x or 100x the current user base. You know, who doesn't like a growth story? Then we really need to answer the question how we can do it. But we need to identify some issues first. If we want to make the NFT great again, what are the issues with NFT at the moment? So I have identified 3 issues. Really, if you talk about NFT, there's only 2 categories. Either have the GameFi NFT, you know, is a productive tool. Either is a sniper, was a sneaker, was a pet. You use it to make more tokens. Or you'll be like a collective NFT, right? You have your Pudgy Penguin, you have your Milady, you have your Bored Apes. You know, those are for social interaction. That's for social status. But they both have issues. With productive NFTs, how you control the inflation. You know, if you're a GameFi, you can grow to what? 100,000 users, 1 million users, and then what? You can now effectively, infinitely grow your user base. And you will be under the pressure of where you're going to sell, where the user going to sell the excessive NFT to. They have nowhere to sell. And what's going to happen? Price is going to go down. So we need to control how many productive NFT can be produced and how we can remove this NFT from the ecosystem. So we provide 2 solutions. One is we need to impose a mint quota to not allow them to mint as many as they want. And 2 is we need to design a mechanism to remove them from the equation. And that is where we're having the burn sneaker to get energy part. And the issue with collective NFT is how it accrue and protect the value it created. You know, the Bored Ape, the CryptoPunk was really, really high in price in last cycle, but now their price cannot be retained. Why? Because they don't have a platform. You know, their platform is on Twitter, but Twitter is not built for Bored Apes. Twitter is not built for CryptoPunks. So we need to have a platform for people to have full visibility and full attention on their NFTs or their wearables. And in our case, it is the outfit. With full visibility and attention, it translates into the NFT value, and that value will stay as long as your platform is alive. Because of these issues, inflation, the value, we end up with poor NFT liquidity. That part could be improved through different marketing mechanisms. So our objective with Step and Go is to get 100 million users. You say, oh, that's ridiculous, right? You're looking at 100 million user base. What are you looking at? You're looking at Binance. You're looking at Coinbase. You're looking at probably Ethereum or Solana. Why a product, an app, can achieve 100 million users? It's because we will be targeting the Web2 people. And we have to set a very ambitious goal in order to achieve it. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it in four steps. One, we created the FSID. There's no need to write down the cipher. So the Web2 onboarding will not feel they are creating a Web3 wallet. It is a backup in their iCloud or Google Cloud. So they don't feel it. They just need to export it when they're changing a new mobile. And two is the game token now can be used as gas. We're looking at Steppen. We're looking at the Steppen, the conversion rate is about 10%. For 100 users in Steppen, we can only convert 10 because nobody can figure out how to do the wallet. Nobody can figure out where to get the gas. Nobody can figure out where to get a sneaker. So this is answered, one, game token for gas, and two, the house rental and mint system. So the Web2 onboarding no longer need anything. They just need to be there. And four, very importantly, is we need a simple mechanism. Looking at all the GameFis out there, there's no simple mechanism. You know, walking is a simple mechanism. Speaking is a simple mechanism. Writing is a simple mechanism. We talk about Twitter. Why Twitter have billions of users? Because everybody have their own opinion, and everybody can write down their opinion. With a lot of users, they are interacting effectively. This is the platform. You don't need to have the platform to build for value because the platform will have the user to generate the value. So now we're going to talk about building a SocialFi. You know, we have a few SocialFi products came out this year, got quite popular. But we have some problem with this type of designs. One, our objective and our definition for SocialFi is it should not be explosive. It should focus on the value creation. You know, we're looking at the key selling thing. You are effectively exploiting the latecomers. But in a true SocialFi setting, the value should be created together. And you're building a consensus. And then you can trade on that consensus, you can trade on that value. You know, taking, you know, the CSGO or the Matrix 1, you know, the skin, for example. And two, very importantly, the financial part should not dictate the SocialFi mechanism. Yes, there's going to be a lot of farming because people will farm to earn. That's okay, but the farming also need to add value. Otherwise, they are extracting value from your product. If you allow that, you will eventually lose. So we're looking at OG social file. You borrow money from your friends, right? So our thinking on this is any financial gain should be the result, not the cause. And the social file should really building a strong friendship, not to break a friendship. Meaning that with our design of the interactive map system, where people can make friends on the map locally or remotely, and then they can inspect each other outfit. That will create the value of consensus that, okay, your outfit look good, right? And it should worth maybe $5,000, for example, right? So once we have the consensus, we're creating value, and people can trade on that value. Not you taking value out of somebody else's pocket, because that is not sustainable, certainly. So that's it. We will run some community event tomorrow morning here, and Saturday as well for our social media. We'll do some sneaker giveaway with some alpha. We have some AMA. Feel free to join for our Twitter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much once again, Yang, for your sharing. And right here, right now, we would like to invite Head of BD and Partnership of Maple Story Universe, Angela, to give us the keynote. How about another round of applause? 掌声欢迎。
Hello? Hey everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. And today I will be talking about Maple Story Universe and basically how we are forming and structuring our platform into a community-driven ecosystem. So let's dive right in. A brief introduction of myself. I actually started my career in Web2 games. And so I started as a business development manager there, moved on to investments and corporate strategy. Also did strategy initiatives for our analytics division before joining the blockchain initiative. So it's an honor to be here. So I'm sure a lot of you, especially here in Taiwan, know about MapleStory and the IP that it is. But for some people who may not be too familiar with MapleStory, let me give you a quick rundown. So MapleStory has just turned 21 years old. It is a pretty old IP, but then what I can say about MapleStory is that it is continuously growing to this very day. So we have more than 190 million cumulative global users, actually grew to more than 200 million. We have more than $5 billion of cumulative lifetime revenue. And like I said, what's remarkable about this IP is that it is still growing, and it will grow more with the MapleStory Universe initiative. So just a quick rundown of how MapleStory has been doing. It has been strong in countries like South Korea, Taiwan, China, Hong Kong, Singapore, but then not to mention that it also has a very strong presence in other parts of the world. And this is our team building MapleStory Universe. We have more than 100 people who are experts in game building, who are experts in blockchain, who are experts in business, joining this initiative to build an ecosystem from MapleStory. And I'm very happy to say that we have recently started showcasing this initiative to the public and to the users. And we have started a campaign called MapleStory Universe, The Genesis, on June 24th. And it's been a little over a month since we started, but then we are still seeing remarkable results and participation from users around the world. And basically, so MapleStory Universe, The Genesis, is a sneak peek into the ecosystem that we're building. This is a preview into what we hope the MapleStory Universe will grow to be at the end of the day. ultimately, at the backbone of MapleStory Universe is the community. And I really can't emphasize this more because, we have been servicing the original MapleStory for 21 years, and we have been in live game service for 30 years if you count all the other games that we have been servicing. But then what we have come to realize is that the community is actually at the core of all gaming experiences and all gaming culture. The community comes in, plays the game, talks with the other community members about what they have experienced, and this in turn shapes what the community is like. This in turn shapes the culture of the game and expands the game. And so I really appreciate the community coming in and building on top of MapleStory, whether it be fan art, whether it be walkthroughs, or whether it be videos. And we want to encourage and empower more of that to ultimately drive and expand the MapleStory experience. And so the core theme of contribution and reward is at the center of MapleStory Universe. And we feel that, yes, we will acknowledge the community, but then we also want to be able to reward them properly for their contributions. And this is where we start from. Ultimately, I will go into the concept of synergy apps because MapleStory Universe is also an ecosystem. It's not just a single game. It's not just a single web experience. Ultimately, we have the name MapleStory Universe because we want this to be a cumulative gathering of different experiences, of separate single experiences gathered together to create a cumulative new one. Ultimately, I will go a little bit further into that as well. So, as a whole, this is the general picture of MapleStory Universe. At the center, there will be the game, which is called MapleStory N. This is a blockchain version of MapleStory, which I will go into further detail into. There is the marketplace as a separate experience. There is the quest as a separate experience. There's the navigator. There's the explorer, and there will be so much more that we will be able to introduce to you guys. But then at the Genesis phase, this is where we're starting from. So I want to start with MapleStory N. Like I said, this is at the foundation of where MapleStory Universe starts. For starters, adding blockchain onto MapleStory not only means that we're adding the technology, it means that we're transferring all of the items that you get into the game, the gear, the cosmetics, and even the characters into NFTs. And because all the items, the gear, the cosmetics, and characters are changed into NFTs, this opens new possibilities of interoperability where your MapleStory experience is not just limited to inside the game. It can travel beyond the game. It can travel onto experiences, many other ones in MapleStory Universe, and also possibly travel outside the universe. So this is where your items and your characters gain a new life and is really able to represent yourself in your experience and journey throughout the blockchain ecosystem. And also, I would like to add that although, this stays very true to the original MapleStory, you'll be able to use the same skill sets, you'll be able to meet familiar faces and familiar, jobs, familiar quest lines. Ultimately, we want to change this because there is blockchain, there is that transparency that we can work with. And so what that means is that we will be adding real-world economy tactics and real-world economy functions to the game that changes how the game works. And we want to be mindful of this because ultimately adding blockchain and connecting this ecosystem to other ecosystem means that we need to be very mindful about what impact that this may have. So to ensure that, we firstly have limited quantity of all items that will be released into the ecosystem. So this enables users to be firstly more strategic, but number two, it also keeps in mind the balance of the ecosystem and the economy as the world grows. And number two, there will be a dynamic pricing of enhancements. Enhancements actually gives new lives to the items and the gear, ultimately the NFTs that you can gain inside the game. And what this means is that based on your choices, based on how you decide to enhance an item, or where you want to enhance the item and when, you can add new value to an existing item. And because we have dynamic pricing, which means that the price of enhancements will depend on how many users are enhancing this item at the moment. So more supply means, more demand actually means prices rise, and less demand means that prices of enhancements get lowered. Users can have a strategic approach into what they could do with the items inside the game. So we believe that this adds a whole new layer into how you can play the original MapleStory. So basically, we think of this sort of as an engine upgrade of sorts for MapleStory that can be delivering new fun, new values, and new entertainment to users overall. And we actually had a pioneer test. So it just ended last week. We had more than 10,000 pioneers join our closed beta, and we had 10 days of testing the game. And what was really remarkable was that actually we had more than 30,000 users sign up for the game. And so there was a competition of more than 30 people basically wanting one spot to participate. And we're very thankful for all the attention that we got previous to opening the test. And this was very meaningful to us because it was the first round of testing where we actually opened MapleStory N to real users around the world. And actually, I want to share some results here, but the results were amazing. Honestly, it blew our minds, and we really want to thank the pioneers and the users who have joined the test once again, because we have more than 80% retention after D+6, which means that more than 80% of users decided to stay 6 days in a row after they had started joining the test. We had more than 200,000 transactions, and considering that this is a number that was intentionally restricted because we only had a limited number of users join the test, honestly, we feel that the potential that this game has, the potential that this universe has with additional transactions that are made from other synergy apps is going to be phenomenal. So this shows potential right here. And also what was great was that users have decided to stay for more than 480 minutes in a day. This was amazing because we feel that MapleStory is a very complex game, but people feel that there is entertainment, that there is attractiveness in this complexity, and we feel that this was a great opportunity to prove that. So we have gathered, meaningful feedback from users, meaningful bug reports, and we will be using that to form a new testing session that will be coming soon, and ultimately we'll use that to power the game. So MapleStory N, what we would like to emphasize, stays at the core of MapleStory universe, but then through the first round of beta, I think we have been able to verify that the changes that we have made, the technology that we have applied to the original MapleStory stands strong. So this is actually a photo that we took on the last day of testing. Everyone here are real live users who have participated, and everyone actually was very sad to see the test end, but we hope that we would be able to invite these users back again for the next round of testing. So announcements on that should be coming relatively soon, I promise. But I also want to shift you guys' attention to not only MapleStory N, but the surrounding experiences that we also offer on MapleStory Universe. Because like I said, this is an ecosystem. This is not just a single game. It has much more potential apart from that. And the marketplace stands alone as a separate experience on the web for users who may not really be willing to go inside the MapleStory N client, or for users who might want to be on mobile. So we believe that separating this experience actually gains more opportunity to provide more entertainment, more experiences for other users on different platforms. And during our test, we actually had a lot of Nesso usages on both our marketplace and also in the enhancement. And we have been able to verify a healthy usage of tokens, utility tokens actually, within the ecosystem, which was also a very meaningful factor that we see. So the marketplace will be still evolving. We will gather your feedback to make a more user-friendly marketplace so that everyone can access this. But then what I do want to add here is that although this is our proprietary marketplace that is shaped and formulate it so that it can showcase MapleStory items to its best potential. This is not all. We would also like to welcome these items to travel beyond the MapleStory universe boundary into other marketplaces that users deem useful. Also, we have showcased the Explorer during our Pioneer test, which basically is the Explorer. And we have been able to, again, see a very healthy number of transactions right here. We hope to reinforce the Explorer a little bit more. We hope to enforce transactions a lot more, and really hope that this can drive in, proving how blockchain can really bolster an ecosystem and really bolster a user experience in gaming. Oops. So the navigator is also a very important part where we provide more information about in-game items, MapleStory items to be particular, and where users can use that information as knowledge and use that to strategize in how they want to approach the marketplace or approach enhancements or approach playing the game in MapleStory N. So this will also be a very core part of our ecosystem. And last but not least, I do want to emphasize our quest system. So going back to the core rule or the core concept of contribution and reward, basically this is how we would like to define contribution. So it's all kinds of activity that benefits the MapleStory universe ecosystem and its members, and also enhances the utility of MapleStory universe NFTs. So it's a pretty broad definition for sure, but then we feel that it needs to be broad in order to encompass and capture all the different types of activities that people are doing on social, people are doing on our website, people are doing in game, so on and so forth. And yes, contributors, like I said, because the boundary is so large, it needs to capture builders who develop apps or web, or creators who develop content like walkthroughs or videos, or just even chats about what do you think is the best build for MapleStory. We think all of that is more than meaningful to adding onto the community. And also social media activity where you just kind of hang out with your friends. That's also contribution, and we feel that that is the most important activity that adds on to shaping the culture of a game. And so what we want to do is we want to measure and we want to reward the community for these actions. And that, in a way, is enabled through quests. So we think, ultimately, the quest system can be divided into two parts. The first part is the automated system, and the second part is more of a community program where we can draw a little bit more freehand. So for the automated system, this is basically the quest system that you can currently find on msu.io. And basically, this sort of details and just kind of defines the transactions or the actions that a user can do. So simple examples for people who might be less involved could be follow our social media, or look at our Medium post where we go into a little bit more detail about how we want to shape this universe. Those kind of actions. But then what was really interesting and what was great for us was that we were also able to define in-game actions as quests. So defeat Balrog or reach level 50 was also defined as a quest because we felt that we needed to firstly guide users into their journey of playing MapleStory N. So Quest firstly did that. But secondly, we also wanted to guide users through a path so that them playing the game, and them playing the game in so many different and free ways, could also give leeway to feedback and very meaningful bug reports that we could use to polish the game. So we defined contribution in a way with the auto check system, but then because we believe that contribution and user activity can be all sorts of things, we also have a community program in place called the MapleSpread Legion. This is actually the dress room that adds to the gamification of the quest system. And on top of this, I did mention its connection to the actual gameplay, so I think this also proves a point in that. I'd also like to go into a little bit more detail about the MapleSpread Legion. Joseph mentioned this a little bit earlier too, but then, well, the name MapleSpread is actually sort of a wordplay on MapleStory, And Legion is actually the name of our system where users grow with their characters together. So basically we wanted to just really have a format where users can get together, vote on the content that they think is meaningful, and use that to grow the community organically. So ultimately, this system really just pushes users, really just pushes the community to be a little bit more active in creating content and in selecting content that needs to be rewarded, and also just fostering a community where we can be supportive of each other no matter what format we're choosing. So we feel that all of this actually adds on to our direction as an ecosystem. And like I said, MapleStory Universe is not just MapleStory the game, it's the union of all of these experiences together. It's the union of the community and the game. It's the union of the community and the game and the builders and all the other experiences, whether on web, whether on mobile, or whether on PC, that's getting together to create a unified MapleStory experience. And so this is the roadmap that we're taking to starting to introduce this to users, to formulate this, to really solidify this before it goes out into the vast public. And so we just ended July, we ended the Pioneer test, and we're moving on to August. And what I can promise here is that we have a pretty big announcement coming up pretty soon. So everybody please stay tuned. We're very excited to be getting ready to showcase more in the upcoming months. So please enjoy the MapleStory Universe, the Genesis campaign. You can find this on msu.io, available currently here in Taiwan. And stay tuned. We hope to be able to showcase more. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Angela, for your sharing. Thank you so much. And right now we will have a short break for 5 minutes, and you are most welcome to visit all the booths right here, and we will be right back.
Close my eyes and I feel the rhythm of the wind. Pay no mind the time flying by, I am free. Take me away, away, away. Take me away.
时代洪流中，科技革命推动人类文明，区块链技术加快了变革的步伐。如今，我们迎来 Web3时代的黎明时刻。 Web3 市场迅速扩容，虚拟代币浪潮席卷全球，人们纷纷入局，与时代狂欢共舞。然而，浪潮之下，空气代币不断涌现，扩散滋长，市场上充斥着大量的空气币，但真正有应用价值的代币却非常稀缺。
And Bitcoin spot ETF will be trading. Does that mean that we could see the same for other tokens out there? Could we be seeing a spot?
Stardust 打造重应用的音乐新生态，将体量庞大的 Web2 音乐产业连接至 Web3，通过举办音乐节、演唱会以及选秀活动，培养与打造超级个体及其虚拟形象，赋能全亚洲明星通过 Stardust 进入 Web3 时代。大量的忠诚粉丝也将追随明星的步伐涌入 Web3 世界。音乐消费趋势不断增长，音乐产业价值已超过1万亿元。Stardust 借助音乐产业经济来构建元宇宙智能生态社区。无论是投资者、明星、粉丝，还是品牌合作伙伴，均可通过听歌、创作、消费等行为挖矿，共同建设及治理 Stardust 生态，并共享收益，携手实现 Web3 革命的关键一步——全面的应用落地。Stardust 集结了音乐产业核心资源、顶尖 Web3 技术团队以及资深国际资本，拥有完整的代币经济体系。Muse 代币作为 Stardust 生态的应用货币，采用创新的去中心化设计，限量代币均通过挖矿获取，拥有巨大的增值潜力。以希腊女神缪斯为名的 Muse 代币，将实现生态与现实间的价值流转，同时象征文艺之神正式莅临 Web3 时代。通过 RWA 机制，部分音乐产业收益也将以代币形式呈现。Web3 时代瞬息万变，音乐新生态正回响文明。Stardust 从亚洲出发，引领全球，邀您共度风潮，开创 Web3 应用新纪元。
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. And right now, we will begin our next keynote. It's our honor to have the founder of Big Boy of Order Scans, Zeph, to share with us. Where are the opposes? 掌声欢迎。
Good afternoon. Hope everyone's enjoying the event so far. It's my first time at such large-scale event in Taipei, and it's been so crazy seeing so many people, wonderful projects around us, especially here in the Web3 GameCon area. All these amazing games having a presence here in the heart of Taiwan, Taipei. It's really, really amazing. So my name is Zeth. I'm the founder and CEO of a project called BitBoy. The name BitBoy is derived from Bitcoin and Game Boy. And the whole idea is to allow for gaming to happen and flourish on the Bitcoin ecosystem. So here we have a presentation behind me that will give you a brief overview of what we are building and what we're hoping to achieve. So a short video on our gaming device is actually the world's first Web3 gaming device powered by Bitcoin. And hopefully this video, you can get an understanding of what it looks like. It's supposed to play the video. Let's see. No, did not play the video. One more time. I'm going to wait 5 seconds, see if the video plays. OK, it's not playing. All right, that's fine. Because we have the video in the loop earlier, but I mean, if it doesn't, it's okay if it does not play. It's fine. Is it easy to get it done? Okay. Well, while we work on that video, I'm going to keep going with the next slides. So we have a booth over there in the corner. I'm sure many of you have checked out our booth already. We've got a bunch of the prototype machines that you can play with. Unfortunately, you can't take any device away with you today because it's still under development. But our goal is to ship the device in Q4 of this year. So that's happening in a few months' time. During our pre-order, we have already sold over 3,000 units of the BitBoy device at retail MSRP. We're selling it at $500, and so we've generated over $800K in pre-sale revenue for this model alone, which really shows kind of the product market fit and the enthusiasm that the ecosystem has for the device. And in essence, what it allows to do is, number one, it actually mines Bitcoin. So when you think of a Bitcoin miner, you're thinking about a very large mining machine, mining rig, powerful, and sucks up a lot of energy, and needs to be close to a power source, etc. But in fact, there is something called lottery mining, where you only have to run a very small node on your device, and it will be able to enter into the lottery to win one Bitcoin block reward, which right now stands at 3.125 BTC, every 10 minutes. So you contribute a tiny bit of hash rate to the mining pool, and yet you have a positive winning chance of taking the whole Bitcoin block reward, which is pretty amazing if you ask me. Secondly, it allows you to play Bitcoin on-chain games. So these are the type of games that the game code itself is inscribed onto Bitcoin as ordinal inscriptions, which allows you to, the game is stored on Bitcoin as using Bitcoin as a storage layer, and it's immutable. So the game cannot be erased, cannot be altered, cannot be changed, and that's the beauty of on-chain gaming. And number three, it will also function as a wallet. So think of a lot of people, picture having like a cold storage wallet using Bitcoin and using a gaming machine, and this is what you will be able to do using the BitBoy. So there's a reason why that Bitcoin isn't really utilized for gaming purposes, right? Bitcoin, when you think about the blockchain, it is very slow. A block happens every 10 minutes, and it's very expensive. When fee rates are high, sending a simple transaction costs a few dollars, can be $10, $20. And if you want to write data on chain, you want to send any kind of data within the block, it costs upwards, it could be like $200, $300. To put a 4 megabyte of data onto Bitcoin costs over 1 Bitcoin to just do that one transaction alone. So yeah, many people argue Bitcoin is not scalable. Right? And there's a lot of scaling solutions right now that's coming out to scale Bitcoin. And that's a scalability issue of Bitcoin. And in terms of gaming content, because of the lack of scalability issue, there's really no gaming content on Bitcoin until ordinals. Right? Until we came along and we started putting games on Bitcoin, those tiny, small, retro game, arcade game codes that fit inside a block. And this is what I would say is a huge untapped potential within the Bitcoin ecosystem, because Bitcoin is the most known crypto asset. Right? When you talk to anyone in Web2, in fact, at this conference, if you talk to anybody, what is the #1 crypto that they first heard about? It's always Bitcoin. It is the OG crypto. It came out the earliest, much, much earlier than anything else in the ecosystem. And to be able to utilize Bitcoin for gaming, which is unlock a huge opportunity for the 2 billion people that play recreational games already on a daily basis, to come onto Bitcoin and to start interacting with the chain and to earn rewards that are based off of Bitcoin. I will not bore you with any of the details, but so a few words about what we have achieved up to this point. We started out over a year ago on Bitcoin as Ors Games, which is a gaming project that inscribed these retro games on chain. And we were the first to do it, and we are continue to be the first and probably biggest project that does that. And we have issued a token called the Games token. Sorry, I have to go back to the page. Yeah, it's as BRC20 token, it's called ORDG. How many people are familiar with BRC20? Do people own BRC20 tokens? Anybody own ORDI? ORDI, anyone? Okay, a few people in the audience, ORDI. All right, so our team, we inscribed ORDI, right? We inscribed ORDI on March 9th of 2003, and I still, in fact, hold some of that ORDI today. So ORDI has really been revolutionary and changed the lives of a lot of people. And we inscribed our token ticker called ORDG on March 15th. So we were very, very early on in the entire Ordinals ecosystem. And we listed our token on Gate, who is also one of the biggest sponsors at this event, and they have a booth over there. And we listed on Gate back in May, and then we've been doing very well at Gate ever since. And also, since that point onwards, we launched the BitBoy, which is the first gaming device in all of Web3. So for those of you who are familiar with emulation, it's a way to allow modern hardware to play retro video games. And so these are games that we pretty much grew up with. We're talking about Super Mario, Pokemon, Contra, etc. So the games that you used to play as kids, right now, they have nothing to do with crypto. Right? None of those games are enabling you to have any kind of yield with Web3 or to be able to interact with the blockchain at all. But what we're able to achieve with the BitBoy is to allow users to use emulation and download ROMs of these games and play them on a device and earn a yield. So we've revolutionized retro gaming. These games that are old, some of them dying, some of them not want to play them anymore. We are revamping them, we are revitalizing them via a retro gaming device that brings them back to the market, to the mainstream of people who are at the cutting edge of cryptography and Web3. And you can see on this chart, the Google search trend for video gaming emulator has been up in the past couple of years, and emulation has become increasingly popular as Apple recently allowed for emulator apps to be available on the Apple App Store. The most popular being Delta, and then there's also one called RetroArch. And RetroArch is the open source emulation software that we have utilized on the BitBoy. So essentially, any game that can be played on the RetroArch will be playable on the BitBoy, and it will have an earn feature that allows you to interact with the blockchain. Yep, and some of these just pictures from the events that we've done in the past. You see we have a giant booth over here in the corner. We've been around since a year ago, and we've been around the world showing people the BitBoy and what the device is capable of. We launched in April of this year. And since then, we've been in Paris for Paris Blockchain Week. We've been in Dubai for Token 2049. We've been in Lisbon for NFC Summit. We've been in Nashville a couple weeks ago with the Bitcoin conference, with Donald Trump, with Michael Saylor, with all the big guys in the BTC world. And I've shown the BitBoy device to many of them, and the feedback on the device has been overwhelmingly positive. And I think we've really been able to achieve a product market fit, not just with the people who are kind of gamers of the world, but also with people who are deep inside the Web3 ecosystem and builders and contributors and thought leaders and so on and so forth. And here you will see pictures we have. This was back in Hong Kong. We had the Bitcoin Asia in Hong Kong a couple months ago, and we had a booth together with Unisat. This was the biggest activation at the event, and I spoke on stage with Chief Innovation Officer of OKX, Jason, about gamifying Bitcoin on the main stage of the Bitcoin conference. And this was the first time that any Bitcoin event had a gaming-themed conversation about how to do video games on chain. And also here, Casey Rodamo, the creator of the Ordinals protocol and the Runes protocol. He's a fan of the project. Leo Callard, who's the sculptor based out of France, who created the Runestone. Runestone being the biggest airdrop in the entire Ordinals ecosystem, and later became the Dog token. Dog Go to the Moon is right now the #1 biggest meme coin on Bitcoin, and has an all-time high market cap of around $900 million, $900 million. We also have had a co-lead activation with Pizza Ninjas, which is a leading Ordinals project on Bitcoin. And not the least, you have guys from Animoca Brands, guys from Sandbox CEO Sebastian. He's a big fan of the project since day one. He saw it. He's like, I really love the project. Please let me have a prototype. And right now there is a prototype of the BitBoy device sitting in his office over in Paris. We've been covered by a lot of media attention. We've talked with Decrypt, loves us. I don't know if Decrypt guys are here. Love to talk to the guys. I think Puke Fest, Puke Rainbow was here. I was talking to him earlier. And the guys at Decrypt, they're very, very degen. So when they see this device and they understand what we're trying to build and achieve, there's been a lot of positive feedback and lots of articles about what we're building and the airdrops and the collabs that we've been doing ever since. And yeah, a huge element of this, for those of you who are familiar with ordinals and how to put artwork on chain, is we inscribe one of the biggest ordinals on Bitcoin since the very beginning. This was done in April of this year. So we inscribed a 3D model of the BitBoy on chain on Bitcoin. So the 3D model, you can enlarge it to be humongous, and you can put it inside an Apple Vision Pro. You can play around with it. And then when it's online, on-chain, you can go to or.io or any explorer for inscriptions, for ordinals, and you can go into this BitBoy, and you can play video games on the virtual version of the BitBoy as well. So it's not only just a physical BitBoy, but also a virtual BitBoy. So we call that a phygital, where you have the physical device and you also have the virtual device. The virtual device is limited to 1,000 units only, and we have that available Magic Eden if you look up BitBoy. And here are some of the other artwork in the 4 Mega Club. So the ability to put a 4 megabyte piece of art onto ordinals is kind of a show of commitment to the ecosystem, but also a show of strength of the project that we're able to achieve such feat. Okay, so last couple of points about mining with the BitBoy. So you will be able to mine Bitcoin based on a lottery system. And we are working with a bunch of Bitcoin L2s to mine their native token on a similar system. And also, we will have a native token also on the BitBoy, which can be mined not based on a lottery system. You will just run the mining software and be able to get a reward. So the whole idea is when you're not playing a game, you just leave the device on and it runs the mining software and you generate a return that way. Okay, and here we are really looking forward. If anybody here is one of these, fits one of these categories, we would love to chat with you and to see if we can work on something together. We would love to talk to game developers. So whether you have an existing game or if you're an indie game developer, we would love to talk to you and bring your game onto the BitBoy ecosystem. Distribution partners, anybody who's interested in selling the device to your local community. If you have a physical shop, if you have anything that has a presence in the consumer market, we're happy to engage. Co-branding. We've done a batch of co-branding hardwares with, in fact, we have a co-branded hardware that we're working on with Pomerium. We have one with OKX that we're in discussion with. We have one with some sports teams that we're co-branding BitBoys with. So there's lots and lots of co-branding opportunities here using the hardware device. And last but not least, token airdrops. If you're launching a token and you're looking to get, the best real people community within the ecosystem, look no further than our community at BitBoy, because every single person who is in our community bought one of these devices, and they're for sure going to be some of the best people to have on your community. And last but not least is we actually have an exclusive dedicated version of the BitBoy for the ABS event. So if you make a pre-order of the BitBoy at this event, the today, tomorrow, and the day after, you will be receiving the limited edition of the ABS Web3 GameCon version. And what this version, first of all, it is 20% off. It gets $400, but also it will be able to get exclusive airdrops with the partners that we're working with at this event and the partners that we are going to be engaging through GETA and the Web3 GameCon going forward. So it's going to be a very unique version to both aesthetically from the outside with the logo and the Taipei 101 tower, but also being able to monetarily be incentivized because it will have some airdrops that are only available for the attendees of this conference. So that's everything from me. Thank you, guys. Cheers. Enjoy the event.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zeph, for your sharing. And right now, we would like to showcase the video Zeph just mentioned about. Thank you. Isn't it cool? I would like to have one as well. And right now, we would like to invite everyone to take a short break. If you have any questions, my colleagues will be very happy to help you. And later on, we will have another panel, so stay tuned. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, when you hear this music, that means we're gonna begin right here, right now, our next panel. It's our honor and privilege to have from Xerox Consulting, Global BD of Xerox Consulting, Shoko Ayama. Shoko Ayama-san, どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。And also from SMPIT, Head of Global Marketing, SMPIT NEM. Welcome. And also Head of Alliance of DM2C Studio, Rumi. どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。And the founder of YA, Takahiro Ishihama-san, どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。So cool, we have so many fans. Okay, please be seated. And we would like to give control to the moderator. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. At the first time, yeah, thank you very much for participating for our panel today. We are three speakers for today as Japanese representative on the game industry, also Web3 industry. Yeah, and then let's give them short intro by each. I guess should we start from Ishiyama-san?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you a lot of audience. Thank you very much. A lot, yes. Okay, my name is Ishii, and the founder of the Yay SocialFi platform. And Yay is a social media platform, and we have 8 million user base and 90,000 community group inside our platform. So you can search Yay in the App Store, Google Play, whatever, you can check it. And actually from now on, we're gonna introduce tokenomics inside the platform. Then our future of tokenomics are we separate the user side and the investor side into two. Then for the user side, we try to build the best UX ever. So everyone can use our platform and earn token the most easiest way. On the other hand, for the investor side, we try to distribute back high yield as much as possible, not only from crypto revenue, but also our real business revenue as well. So the end of August, we're gonna announce the huge news. So that I hope you're looking forward to, seeing the news. Thank you very much today.
Thank you, Isham-san. Next would be Rumi from dmm.com.
Hello all. So I'm Rumi from dmm.com. DMM is an enterprise in Japan, and we have like 41 million members in Japan with entertainment industry. And recently we started Web3 projects, and we have a company called DMM Crypto. Actually, we recently rebranding from DM2C Studio, and I'm head of alliance there. So what we do is we try to make a mass adoption in Japan. So because we have 41 million members, and we have to bring them to Web3 users right now, and we try to have a platform for Web3 game and also the entertainment services in future. So we issue tokens soon and try to have an ecosystem with that and try to make a big Japanese Web3 community. Yes. Looking forward to talking with you.
Issue the token soon.
Oh, that's going to be exciting, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Approximately when? Within 3 months?
Oh, could be.
It's secret still.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Keep it secret, I guess, for this in on the panel.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rumi. Thank you, Rumi-san. All right, at the last, Ani from Snapit.
Yeah, so I'm Ani from Snapit. I lead the global marketing for Snapit. Snapit is a play-to-earn GameFi platform where users take pictures and earn tokens. We also have camera NFTs, which are essentially virtual camera lenses. So you can earn using the app by taking pictures, by voting for other people's photos, and you can also upgrade your camera levels. So the idea is you start off taking relatively low quality pictures, and you earn through the game, and you reinvest into the camera NFTs, and eventually you're taking really good quality pictures as well. One interesting point about Snapit is we have a few phases laid out for the entire platform, where the initial phase is the GameFi play-to-earn platform, which I just described. But upcoming in the near future, we're going to have a deepened platform as well, a database of photographs which are completely unaltered, unedited, not photoshopped, not AI generated. And we think there's a lot of business use cases, a lot of added value that we can build, that we can bring by providing this platform. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Regarding the deepening, it could be a really excited, if you, exposing, not only, Snap to on, but also, deepening product as well, right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, by the way, we are here for sharing, latest case study from Japan, also, what's the user's reaction from Japanese side. Then can we get any latest case studies or the situation of Japanese market? I guess we can start from Ishihama-san.
Okay. Yeah. Situation of the Japanese market, right? Okay. So actually, yeah, in Japan, actually player divided into two. The first one is crypto native player, more like Snapit is one of the service, like Steppen or also Gaskito or this kind of player. On the other hand, there are the other party, which is big company based gaming, such as the DMM and also Square Enix, Sega, Konami, or these kind of famous Web2 gaming. Okay, then what I'm thinking is software in Japan market are completely separated. Then for the Web2 side, Web2 big company side, they, they are coming. They're developing the game. Then let's see what happened in this year. But what I'm thinking is still need a lot of catch up for the crypto-related things by the Web2 company. For example, integrate the DeFi, integrate the, DEX, integrate the lending inside a platform or something, but still not that much. That's why Web2 side need to do that kind of way. And for the Web3 side, still user-based issue. Very limited the number of users are playing the Web3 game. That's why, players are always limited. So the number of users are still the problem. So right now in Japan, Telegram is not that much popular, especially for the Web2 users. That's why still in the Japan side, we do not have booming app for the population of the Web3 game yet. But from now on, what I feel is Web2 big company game and the Web3 crypto native game are merging and also building huge user base from now on. So that anyway, the next year or this year, I'm looking forward to seeing the new games from these kind of companies.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, actually, the combining the crypto native product also at a huge amount of user based Web2 IPs, and then that could be more like the boosting up Web3 mass adoption in Japan scene. Yeah.
Yeah, really. So that global market, Telegram building this kind of movement right now, so that we can see what's going on for the Catizen and hamster combat or something. But for Japan side, I think we need to do the other approach. But actually, the DMM or Sega or this kind of quite famous big company are building the blockchain game. That's why what I'm thinking is, next step, how much they can, engage the real users by publishing the game. This is what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, thank you very much. Rumi-san, if you got any insights or any situation with you.
Sure. So as Ishi-san said, so many builders happening in Japan. So, but the problem is that we have small Web3 user in Japan. But on the other hand, DMM has a Web2 user already. So I think we have something good thing to bring Web2 user to Web3 user. So the thing we try to do, so first of all, our first in-house gaming is Company Girls Rebloom. This has a cute girls IP. And this one was played by 2.5 million people before as Web2 for 7 years. So they already have fun for the character. So if the character make it Web3 gaming, it's easier to bring the user to Web3 users. That's why this is one key point, how we can do mass adoption. And also we try to have a system to allow users to have token. But if they have token, they can get DMM points, which is just Web2 points, but they can use the points to another subscription of DMM services. Then they can make, they have token, but they don't have to feel the complexity. And they can get the incentive from Web3. Then try to make it more feel less hurdle to the Web3. This is the thing we try to do. Yes.
Thanks. Thanks for sharing the information. Actually, the DMM has already got so many users from Web2 domains, and then working on developing Web3 infrastructure, also onboarding Web3 products on it, and then there's a lot of things to do, connecting Web2 people. Onboarding to Web3 products, they should be seamless design. Also, how can you exchange points to the tokens, right? So yeah, thank you very much. For Annie, I guess you already launched the tokens, also NFTs already with the Snapbit. So is there any the situations that you can share with them for now?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot I can agree with what Ishii and Rumi just talked about. Um, as far as Snapit goes, we're in a very interesting position because we're not a large gaming company. None of the ones which you mentioned, which are mega companies, nor are we DMM, which is again an extremely large company. We're a relatively small company that's trying to build a game where we're trying to get both the Web3 users as well as the Web2 users. So how do we do this? Well, one of the things is the Web3 side is, it's tried and tested. We know what the users think. We know what they want. So we provide them all the different socials platforms like Discord, Telegram, of course X as well. But and we're giving the whole gameplay experience, the earning experience that you would get in any Web3 game or platform. Now then the question is, how are we trying to bring people in from the Web2 space into the community and into the platform? And it's very interesting is because the approach that we're taking is by partnering with well-known existing Web2 companies, which have nothing to do with blockchain or Web3 at all. But we're kind of pulling them in so that we can basically show the rest of the population or the Web2 community that we're not sketchy or we're not, like a fishy organization. We're not a fishy project. Because, to be honest, Web2 folks, in general, they have this impression or assumption that, anything to do with tokens, NFTs, Web3, you're bound to lose a lot of money or you're bound to lose your life savings. So we have to start from a place where we're trying to change that whole notion, that whole kind of bias that the population already has. So I'll give you an example. One of the things we're doing is we're partnering with HIS, which is one of the largest travel agencies in Japan. And because Snapit is very closely associated with travel, which is when you travel, what do? You take pictures. You love taking pictures when you travel because you want to, show to yourself or to your family and friends where you went. So the match is really good. It's a really good match. So they're organizing special tour packages where they take people to locations which got a lot of votes on the Snapit platform. So it's a very interesting type of partnership where we're literally bringing the Web3 gaming concept into a real life situation. So I think that's one very interesting approach which I think a lot of projects can try to take, especially in the Japanese market, because I think the Japanese users also have a very high standard. You can't, I wouldn't say you can't. I think it's very tough if you're pushing out an MVP product and expecting everyone to join in, and Japanese users won't wait for you to get better. You're either good on day one or you're not. This is in my opinion. So I think you have to try to do your best to get the best version out on day one, and you have to do whatever you can to do that. So as part of, providing based on the expectations that the users expect, we are providing new experiences or new values by saying, hey, there are tour groups, or we're doing a collab with the Tokyo Metro, which is Japan's, if you've ever been on a train in Tokyo, you probably use them. So these are the kind of different things that we're doing a little out of the box from a Web3 perspective, but we are, trying to expand, how can we get more people involved and how can we get more people aware of what we're doing.
Thanks for sharing the insights of Japan and also the situation of Snapit right now. When you think about the mass adoption in Japan, the key factor that would be expanding your the business domains by collaborating Web2 IPs or Web3 another projects, right? As the Ishama-san's mentioned, always like he's approaching the another project to collaborate to expanding his Yay platform. Also, as DMM says, Lumi-san said, DMM has already got around 60 business domains from Web2, and then they are trying to onboarding to Web3 platform. And then also, like Annie says, that Snapit is also expanding their business with by collaborating HIS, in terms of traveling, and then there are a lot of users are enjoying about the Snap to on during this travel. That's gonna be awesome actually, yeah. And I guess we got still time to talk about then. Well, we should talk if you guys the next topic would be what's the expectations from in the future Japanese market, since you guys have already business domains in the Web3 area, and it might be a lot of opportunity to collaborate with the Web2 domains in Japan. If you're based in Japan, right? It's easier to collaborate with the any Japanese domains, business domains in Japan. And if you guys are have any expectations regarding the expanding your business domain in Japan, and that could be the opportunity from global side, if they are getting the Japanese market, and then they can expand their business domain in Japan, right? By collaborating with the Japanese companies. And if you, Ishama-san, do you
Okay.
have
Okay. So, what is the ideal situation for the ecosystem, token ecosystem is, from my view, Pokemon card ecosystem is quite good from my view. So for the Pokemon card ecosystem, there are a lot of traders. So the trader keep trading the card day by day. They are on a pump and dump. At the same time, a lot of players, let's say young child, a young woman also play the Pokemon card day by day. Then, as one ecosystem, it's packed as a Pokemon IP. Then balance each other. So this is the ideal situation from my view. So that completely we should separate investor side and the user side. Then for the investor side, they enjoy trading. They enjoy the, exchange the card day by day. But finally, once Pikachu card can be expensive, the player side also gonna be happy. Because I have the several Pikachu, I don't sell, but my Pikachu are expensive in the market. I'm really happy on it, yeah. So as an ecosystem, investor side, user side affect each other and positive affect each other, then build as one ecosystem. This is ideal from my view. Then what I feel is, of course, the crypto native project and also Web2 game side also have a lot of, shortage and also a lot of the, the part which they need to improve. However, Pokemon card ecosystem was born from Japan, and also they can imagine clearly. That's why, in the end, what I think is the Web2 game company and the Web3 game company also can build the ideal ecosystem at end. That's why what I believe is this year or next year, game changer can happen from Japan. This is what I'm thinking. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we can expect that if the big company,
possibly DMM.
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly DMM can
it.
be the game changer. Really, that because they have huge user base, and also they have a lot of the crypto-based thinking, knowledge, and also skill as well. Because DMM also operate the exchange as well. That's why I really, looking forward to seeing what happening. But, really have high potential from my view, yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, so
That's enough
thank you
of-
for the expectation. And actually, for the surprise is, so our CEO, the CEO of DMM Crypto, is thinking the same. So I think we have the two types of users: so token investors and game players. And it's difficult. They have a different motivation. They just want investors want buy token. Game player want play game. So we try to let them do what they want to do. And we try to have a sustainable ecosystem in total, actually. So, and the thing we trying to do is lending system. So token investors can put their token to the lending system of like we made. And the game player lend the token from there, and the token holder can can get yield from the lending system. But the player just keep playing, and we give them the incentive from the gaming player. Then no one don't have to stretch out to use token or buy token or something like that. So it's most healthy, we think. So we're trying to do by the end of this year. So we can try to get getting the expectation, make it realize. Yes.
Yeah. What about Annie?
Yeah, I think. Okay, I'll approach it from trying to get into Japan from outside of Japan perspective. And I loved Ishii's Pokemon card example because I think it's so relatable. And I think the idea here is that in Japan there's already a precedent of adding or bringing your own ecosystem, your own set of values, and adding your own set of values. Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Pokemon cards. I mean, these are really simple but easy to understand examples. It's its own ecosystem. People who love it, they understand the value, and I mean, it's traded for extreme prices and so on and so forth. But I think the commonality between all of these, in my view, is your product has to be really good when you're entering the Japanese market. So as long as your product is really good, as long as you're, even if it's a real niche product that's only targeting a small community of people, as long as they're happy with it, I think the rest will just fall into place in Japan because they already have these concepts. They already have these notions in mind. And you might not even have to say that it's Web3, but they'll just get it instinctively. And I think that's what makes it both easy and interesting to approach the Japanese market.
Exactly. Yeah, as the you guys thoughts, there's a lot of opportunity for the global projects who can get into Japanese market. There are a lot of opportunities by collaborating lots of gaming companies, other the products the Snapit, it's not a GameFi, but you can collaborate any travel company, I guess I don't know, Booking.com or some something like that. Utilizing your points to the booking, for the hotels, right? And then for the regarding the DMM, there's lots of opportunity. You're gonna be a game changer in Japan by the collab. I guess you can also collaborate with the global IPs, who can onboarding, who wanna onboarding your the sim protocol, the gaming, the Web3 platform, right? And also the Ishihama-san is working on the SocialFi times GameFi products right now. And then he already got more than 8 million users from Web2 domains, and then now onboarding to a Web3 products right now. So as you can see, there's a lot of potential if you get into Japanese market from business developer side. Also, if we changing this world from Japan, onboarding more Web2 users to Web3, and then it could be changing the world from Japan. I believe, and then that's one of my sum up for this panel, I guess. I don't know how long we can talk still. I guess it's time. Yeah. Yep. Almost. All right.
Almost.
All right. Almost. Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's time to wrap up this panel so far. If you guys any like comment at the last, you can share.
End of the month, maybe around 20th of the August, please prepare East. Then please follow our Yay Global X account. We're gonna provide a huge announcement about that. Yeah, thank you for hearing today. Thank you.
Barumi?
Okay, so yeah, for this session, I talked about what DMM do, but the thing to make it successful is the collaboration with many projects. So not only Japan, but also globally. So I've been to many global events and to see many projects. So if any project who want to collaborate with Japanese projects, please let me know. And also, I'd love to talk with them. And as I said, we have a token launch soon. So if you follow our X, you can find a good campaign. So you can follow us too. Then, yeah, thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Annie?
Yeah, so we're hosting a pretty nice offline event end of this month in Tokyo. So if you're in Tokyo, please do drop by. We're also extremely open to partnering with other projects, Web 2 or Web 3, all over the world. So please let us know if you're interested. We'll be happy to connect and have a chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I forgot to introduce myself. Just a little bit, like 1 minute. I'm Shogo, in charge of global BD at the Xerox Consulting Group. We support like mainly global products, Japanese products, like bridging together. We provide a comprehensive like marketing support, community growth, tokenomics, like design and simulation things. And then I'm happy to like help any products who can who wanna join the Japanese market and also expanding to the global. And then I'm glad to be here for the panel modulation. Actually, there's a lot of the opportunity to meet here and the connection also make a connection, right? So, thank you very much for the panel today.
How about another round of applause for all the speakers and moderator? And please stand up and get closer. We will have a photo all together. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please look at our photographer first. And big smile, maybe thumbs up. Okay. Thank you so much. Please watch your steps. A big fan, thank you so much. Okay, and later on we will have our next panel. And ladies and gentlemen, let's take a short break all together. Thank you.
With Trump narrowly escaping an assassination attempt, can he become the BTC president? Let's wait and see. Anomi, the most comprehensive fully on-chain platform for asset issuance and lending, has launched a special event called Fight FOMO. This event pays tribute to this historic event and the iconic blockchain game FOMO 3D. Fight FOMO is an event on the Anomi platform where participants collect cards, auction them to synthesize keys, and compete for a massive USDT prize. The gameplay mainly follows the classic rules of FOMO 3D. Users only need to mint event cards and synthesize keys. Each time a key is synthesized, the game's countdown timer resets. When the countdown ends, the last user who successfully mints a card and synthesizes a key will win 50% of the USDT prize pool. The remaining 50% of the USDT prize pool will be divided among other key holders through a random blind box mechanism. The Fight event, launched by Anomi, also improves the rules of FOMO 3D. All keys held by users and the synthetic raw material NFT cards support secondary trading on the NFT marketplace. Unused NFT cards can be used in the fully on-chain game for battles. Besides, they can be redeemed at par with a guaranteed premium after expiration, providing strong asset risk guarantees for all players. Years ago, FOMO 3D created a prize pool of tens of millions of US dollars, and the final grand prize winner received millions of US dollars. We look forward to Anomi's Fight FOMO creating a new miracle in the prize pool this time. Welcome to participate in Fight FOMO Anomi.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. And right here, right now, we will begin our last but not least panel. It's our honor to have from Web3 team, Cyberport James. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. And the general partner of Thrive Digital, Daryl. Welcome. And the founder of Ticker Capital, Q Lee. And the senior investor of Hash, Edward. And the founder of Second Ventures, Stephen. Please be seated. Okay, so we give the control to the moderator. Thank you.
So yeah, how's everybody feeling? That's great though, that's great though. Hi everybody, just like briefly run around the table real quick. My name is James and I'm from the Cyberport Web3 team. And for Cyberport, we're the digital flagship and also incubator from the Hong Kong scene. So far, our community has already over 2,000 companies, including 250 plus Web3 companies in general. We do have like different supporting programs, including the entrepreneurship programs, offer spaces, incubation program, and also our different network, including investor, technology circle, and also more. And right now, I would just like briefly run around the table for every honorable guest to briefly introduce themselves and also their background. Let's start with you, Daryl.
All right, so I'm Daryl. I'm the general partner of Thrive Digital. We are an early stage Singapore licensed VC fund, and we invest pre-seed, seed stage investments in between 50 to 250K. We invest in 3 key areas within blockchain. So we invest in immersive entertainment, DeFi, of course, infrastructure and security. So of course, if any of you, even the ones online who's viewing this, looking for funding, do look us up.
Hi, I'm Q. I'm founder of Ticker Capital. We are an early stage investment and incubation venture studio actually based in South Korea and Hong Kong. So I have been in this industry since 2017, have always been involved in early stage. Yeah, pretty much it.
Hi everybody, nice to meet you. My name is Edward. I'm from Hash. Hash is a global VC multi-stage fund founded in 2017, started in Korea, Seoul. After that, we opened up our office in US in 2019. In 2021, they brought me on board as the first hire in Singapore to act as our hub for Southeast Asia. So in Singapore, we look at everything across the spectrum in Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia as well. And then we also opened up an office in India in 2022. So we are multi-stage, so we do very, very early stage with a min check size of like 500K all the way up to 10 million, which means your very big layer 1 foundations or even OTC rounds that we partake in. Yeah.
So, I'm Stephen from Zycan Ventures. So we're a community-driven venture fund. So our goal is to like invest in GameFi, SocialFi, and AI projects. But most of us are like, we provide gamers for GameFi. So let's say you're a gaming company, you could connect with us, and then we share resources from financing to like community building.
That's perfect. And speak no more, and let's get started. As we can see, like there's a lot of the Web3 project founders, entrepreneurs, and also like all the VCs like hanging around. And there's like one very key question. I would love to throw it to Daryl and also Q. So when you guys like looking forward to invest in the project or whatsoever, what are the key elements that you're typically looking at? Let's start Daryl first.
I think the key element, if we're talking about investments in general, it's the founder's background when it comes to experience-wise. Because at the end of the day, if we're, especially for us, where we're investing in such an early stage, there's literally nothing to show, right? So the only thing that you could show is your experience, your background, or even some early traction that you've done. So I would say that it's the founders' backgrounds in terms of what they've done before, where they come from, you know, do they have any experience in the industry? Or even if they don't have that, then we look into some of the early tractions that they've done, which is, you know, what have they done to prove the thesis of the product that they're building for the market? And that's the key thing that we look at itself, yeah.
How about you, Q?
Yeah. So even though we are called a capital, right, ticker capital, but I actually shared with Daryl before, I work and invest more like an angel investor style. So for me, it's quite personal. It's actually all about the team itself. How like I would love to have to like I usually have this rounds of in-depth like interview with the team. Especially the founder, and then chat with about his like a background, and then see the synergy of the founding team. And mainly, actually, there needs to be something like a sparkle actually in the founder's eyes. So so that can make me decide to invest and then to back them for the long term. Yeah, like I believe everybody had their own investment thesis and all the checklist. But for me, the utmost, like a very important, always first one, and also the last checkbox is always the team.
Yeah, I sense it. See, I think the key message here we can all agree on from both like Q and also Daryl is the people. It's like do the KYC for the team. Like no matter like how good the narrative of the project is, but if you don't have like a really good team, especially when they have like successful tractions that you can actually tell the numbers or like any of the achievement they have done before, and that will be like something that's a really key element for them to look into the project to invest. So for the next question, I would love to throw it to Edward and Stephen. So I think a lot of the entrepreneurs like here, they are all curious about one thing. So how should entrepreneurs they pitch when they pitch to VCs like you guys, when they're like presenting the business models and revenue streams, what are the things that they should do?
Maybe I can start first. I think, you know, leaning to what Daryl mentioned previously, I think it's very important to start off with the team background, right? So if you are pitching at an early stage or even at a late stage, you can talk about a lot of things, including your product, including your traction and metrics. But in crypto especially, VCs want to know who are the people working behind this. So you need to be elaborating at least 5 minutes, and I would typically like to start at the beginning of your pitch to share why do you want to invest in me? Because the thing about crypto is that it's so volatile and it's very it is essentially what you build today might change as soon as next month, and it's very common even at a late stage. So you could be a project that has raised previous seed capital, previous pre-seed capital, but you reach a point where 1 year into it, you need to do your next round of fundraising. But by that time, what you're trying to build is not anymore relevant to what you previously raised for. So people that you're speaking to and you want to get more money on, you're telling them about a product that no longer exists. And so you have to convince them why invest in me. And so I typically get a lot more attracted to the pitch if you start off that way. The second thing is also not just what you're building, but rather why you're building it now. So it's what is this plus why now, right? That means that you got to be talking about the different landscapes and have a very good understanding of the landscape that you're building in. And you know, if you're a DeFi protocol, then you got to know the different taxes on every different chain. If you're a money market, then you got to know the different Aaves, the compounds, not just on Ethereum, but also the sort of Aave V3 forks on different chains. And so you got to tell them, why am I building a money market on this chain at this point in time? And it has to be a convincing pitch as well. So I think those are the two things I want to touch on.
Yeah, on my end, it's more of infographics. Utilize infographic, guys, when you're doing a pitch, because as a venture firm, I mean, we've been looking for like hundreds or like 50 projects, so less stress on the eyes. So and then, as much as possible, tell a story when presenting data-driven and data or facts. Just tell a story behind those numbers and how would you achieve it. So yeah, I think for the market potential and revenue stream, data is the king for us all.
Yeah, I do like I agree like so much on like both of its speakers like on the point it's a lot about like the infographics. It's like because when they're like presenting like revenue streams or like the potential like upscaling opportunities, everybody can talk about numbers, right? Like all the entrepreneurs, they're gonna tell you like how much we're gonna make in the future, or even like some of the break-even like points or period. These are something like this. Everybody can tell it. But if you don't have like looking into details, especially the rationales, like why they're like doing such things and doing like what areas, and also like explaining their whole plan of like doing such a project, I think these were really like see the difference between like a really legit project and some of the scammy ones, unfortunately. So I do have like a very fun question I really want to ask. And I want to like ask for probably, let's go for Daryl and Edward. So I'm sure that you guys have met a lot of like the entrepreneurs when you guys have like those kind of like pitching competitions or even like just like a matching opportunities with entrepreneurs. What are the common mistakes that you usually like look into entrepreneurs? They're saying, oh my God, this happens again and again. What are the things that you feel like is so such a like a common mistakes for entrepreneurs to make when they do the pitching to VCs?
Well, I think, okay, if you're talking about pitch, I think the funniest one is always saying that you can take 1% of the entire market share, because getting 1% of anything is extremely hard. And from a VC perspective, it's like, oh, that's all you're gonna get, 1%. So I think that's two slides that I'm always criticizing on, which is whenever somebody said that they can get 1% of anything, and another one saying that they have no competition. There's always competition, right? Like a lot of pitches that I've seen, they've always said that, oh, because what we've done is so innovative, we're the only ones in the market. And the question that we always push back to them is, I know that you may not have direct competitors, but you have alternative, because your existing users are using are solving their problems in a way that using alternative solutions right now, right? So you can't say that you do not have any competition. It's who are the existing alternative, and then they should say that how they are better, and that should be a better way of presenting it. And I think for the market share one is, people always do the 1% thing from a top-down approach. A better way is always to show a bottoms-up, which is, or it is two ways, right? But a bottoms-up approach more accurate, where you share more about what you have done so far in terms of the early traction, and I use that to do a rough estimate of the market that you can realistically capture confidently, because you've already done some early work on those. So I think these are the two mistakes I could kind of point out that I would say founders have made. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great answer, Daryl. I think definitely agree with Daryl on market sizing. That's your first point, right? But I'll share something else fun for those founders out there as well. So I think if most of us here are Asian founders, but what you realize is that the Western founders actually prefer coming into a pitch straight up without a deck. And that's something that we have also realized quite a lot of, whereby they start the pitch with a conversation. They start a pitch immediately with like, oh, this is how I got to know you, whether it's a cold reach out, or whether it's a referral from a VC or a referral from another founder. And then they start they build a little bit of a rapport with you, which gives you a little bit more of a light-hearted tone, especially in a very busy and like fluid environment. I think that helps a lot. And if you find yourself in that position where it's a little bit too rigid, you may want to start with that method, which means just like going with my own background, where I came from, what led me to building out this particular project before going into the pitch deck. Likewise, you don't want to do too much of that. So I would say probably spend like the first 2, 3, maybe even 5 minutes on there. And then if you see that they are leaning into you, that the VC, that the person you're pitching into is leaning into the project, Then you can start saying, okay, let me share a little bit more details about it, and you whip out your pitch deck. So what happens on the far end of it is that they actually end up talking too much at like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and you've only carved out about half an hour of your time to be able to listen to this pitch. If they spend half of that time on introductions and on background, then you don't get enough time actually hearing about the product. So you want to make sure you have that very clean balance between striking a rapport with the VC you're talking to, and also making sure you go into the details. The second thing is also, I think one of the more common mistakes is just leaving out your team background. And I mentioned that at the start because that's something that at an early stage investment, whether it's like Daryl, super early stage, or myself, where we have minimum 500K, 1 million, even then we need to know who we are investing into. So if you're a college degen, then you even then you want to share a little bit of background about what you did in college. Like you played with this protocol, this aggregator, and it shows how in tune you are with crypto. And you don't have to be shy about that. And that's the truth. Like we met many players with no official professional experience trying to raise from us. And if you're reaching out and already we set up a call with you, you shouldn't be too afraid to like tell us deep degen details about your background. Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree. Like both of you like mentioned like something like no matter it's about like the competition side, content side, or even during the presentation, it's always very critical to leave a very positive impression especially when you're pitching to the VC. You have to let them know it's like what you're doing. And also, you're very confident in your project. You have to convince them to invest in it, to have the same vision. I believe this project is actually have some true potential to be invested in long term. And we actually talk a lot of we have gone through a lot of questions, including some of the entrepreneurs the common mistakes when they are going to pitching and the key elements and so stuff. So when we combine everything into details, and I want to throw it to Q and Stephen about it. So for making a very effective and successful pitching to VCs. So how can the startups actually do it in a very efficient way, especially when they're we have talked a lot of the highlights on the market potential and also the competitive edge about their company to VCs. What are your views on that? Let's start with Q.
I'd rather go second. Sorry, my answer might not be that well organized because personally, I have to admit I'm still in the aftermath of yesterday's price shock. I think I would love to take one example out of my whole portfolio. I was actually doing more like an inventory, personal inventory from yesterday. So over the past year, I have been investing around less than 20 projects, but mostly centering on the gaming sector. The check size is a little bit everywhere. The range can be really wide. It's $10,000 to some of the projects are actually giving a check size around $200,000 or something. Yeah, but out of that 20, I think what got listed yesterday on OKX called Matrix Max token is the best kind of example or the most kind of the best portfolio company I want to talk about actually to answer that question. Matrix team and then Saku himself and then the founding team, they actually have this a long track record of successful track record of Web2 gaming. They were former Tencent guys, have been the core members of a mega hit before. But well, everybody knows it. Yesterday, they managed to launch, did the first launch on one of the most toughest day in crypto market. But I think they still have so many supporters and then eco partners because they actually did everything right from the pitch with the execution and then until yesterday's launch. Well, for me, actually, it's the dedication of that team, and then how fast they come from a real traditional kind of Web2 gaming background, but how fast they actually transition into Web3 gaming, and then their deep level of understanding of the token, crypto, and then blockchain technology overall were quite impressive. And then for me, right, like when the last trigger actually with the investment decision or how successful it is that it's not just one direction kind of like a pitch to me anymore. Because we are actually based in South Korea. We actually have this big alpha group called SearchFi. We had like 150,000 like Discord members, quite active, quite involved on the NFT and gaming scene. I also want to see the like interaction between what we have as resource and then our eco partner as a VC, and then the potential kind of portfolio company, see if they would they can actually make utilize of our resources as well. And then that's why it's not just about the financial investment, it's actually all about the long-term kind of a collaboration and a synergy. And I think Matrix actually is the best example that interact most with us quite deep, and then we are actually supporting them for the long term. And then I think they actually, those kind of team actually can achieve bigger given the tough market. Did I answer the question?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And huge respect for the Matrix team as well. I saw all the price chart, especially when the big dip happens yesterday, right? So I'm guessing it has to be a big moment for everybody. How about you, Steve?
Yeah, I think I can't provide. I'll just answer it on a personal perspective, what I wanted to see. So for the market potential, it's more of what you have as a, let's say for a GameFi, how much real active users do you have, and then what's your plan on like growing that active? How do you grow it more efficiently, right? And for the competitive advantage, it's more of an operational thing. Like, are you utilizing, like, there are games that utilize AI to like enhance the game optimization so that they could just cut costs. So it's more of what's the edge on their positioning towards other games. So like, if you highlight most of these subjects, I think that's the thing that I want to see for a project to pitch in.
Yeah, especially. I think today we also share a lot of the thoughts, like especially from the VC side, because usually when we're having like different panels or like Web3 connections, parties or events, we often met a lot of entrepreneurs and we hear a lot of thoughts from their side. But from the VC side, when you talk about, especially for entrepreneurs, they're always looking for funding. But you have to know what exactly the VC is looking for when they decided to invest on you or not. So I think today we got a lot of the key message and also a lot of the strategies and also recommendations from our honorable speakers from the VC side today on the panel. And I really hope like this is going to be like a very fruitful discussion and also a lot of fruitful thoughts like shared to the audience and everybody on appear in ABS today. And we're very looking forward to chat with you guys all again. And once again, thank you for all the honorable speakers and all the attendants today. Looking forward to chat with you soon. See you.
Thanks, James.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All the speakers and moderator, please stay at the stage as we will take a photo all together. Thank you. And to make sure everyone got the photos. Perfect? Selfie. Why not? Thank you. Thank you so much for your sharing. Please watch your steps. As later on, we will have our next keynote, and we would like to have everyone to take a short break, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
My name is Tristan, and I just wanted to let you know that the BitBoy product was the best in show at the Bitcoin 2024 conference.
What makes you say that?
Most innovative way to get children interested in cryptocurrency and mining cryptocurrency, being part of the community. They can learn about it, earn it, grow their fortune, their wealth at a very young age, and get started. Absolutely the best in show product.
Right there. Cheers.
I know what Bitcoin is.
Oh.
You Unisat, you do experts on there, right? Yeah, Trump knows his things.
Check out the
wow, beautiful. That's amazing. I feel like I'm in an arcade.
Bitcoin arcade.
Good luck and God bless you all. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
Introducing Board Slot, the first Web3 online slot game that utilizes the BAYC, MAYCIP. Experience immersive digital and live slot gameplay through Board Slot. Start earning banana points through our slot games. Exchange them into SBC token. Register now.
Venture next.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when you hear this music, please be seated as right now we're gonna begin our keynote speech. Please be seated, don't be shy, and join with us. You will get a lot more. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the CBDO and the co-founder of GetUp, Richman, to give us the keynote.
Okay, hi, oh hi everyone. 我今天讲中文，因为明天要讲英文。那很高兴最后可以作为今天 这个活动的结尾，跟大家来分享一下。那其实今天可以有这样的机会，也是很感谢 ABS 大会跟我们的一个合作，让我们有今天的这个环节，也很欢迎就是现在今天那么多朋友来到现场参与我们 Web Game Con 的活动。那我们今天呢，其实来了有10几家的赞助商，那我就不一一点名去感谢各位了，因为每一家在这个行情里面愿意相信游戏这个赛道也是不容易。那我们最后就是非常感谢大家愿意来到台湾跟我们参加这个活动。我们也希望在接下来东京、韩国和新加坡的活动继续见到大家。那我今天呢，其实跟大家分享的一个东西是我们 Geda 的最新的一个 update 然后跟大家分享多一些有关于我们的这个产品的一个状况。但是呢，主题呢会想说是我们怎么样透过电竞平台产品让可以我又讲英语。可以呢，让这个Web Game 就是 Web3的游戏可以有一个更好的增长。那主要呢，我们的角度是按照 Revenue 的这个就是营收的这个状况去切入的。那下面这个这个 UI 很漂亮，对吧？我觉得还可以。那其实有很多人不知道为什么我们突然会 Title Sponsor ABS 来办 Web Game Con 这样一个大的活动。其实我们是从上一年开始，我们从社区开始就知道，其实游戏赛道它是比起一般的币圈的社群，它有一个更不一样的特性，就是说它在社群的凝聚力和方向是更好去参与到市场里面的。那就是说，其实这个群体是非常有潜力的。但是当时我们看在整个Web3的赛道里面。有让我们一些普通的玩家有信心的游戏产品，其实非常有限。但是随着时间的发展，推移到后来的Web3 Festival， 我们接触得到不同的优秀的游戏项目方之后，我们发现了一个游戏叫 Matrix。然后呢，当时其实我们的背景是一家超过12年的电竞赛事举办公司，叫 Cyber Game Arena。那个时候呢，我们一拍即合，就说 OK， 市场上有一个非常好的游戏。我们很希望可以跟着这个优秀的产品一起去拓展电竞赛道的这个叙事，那 Geda 就诞生了。然后我们在24年在 Web3 就是 Festival 里面，透过 Asia Master Matrix 的这个大师挑战赛，这个赛事最终得到了180万的观看量。就说其实整个就是当用户他不知道这个游戏是 Web3 还是 Web2 的游戏的时候。他单纯看影片，他是会感知到这个游戏是好的，然后他会有兴趣去看，然后呢了解原来有个新的赛事诞生了。那后来我们也在就是香港的 SOHO House 里面办了一个大型的展览，吸引了超过50家的游戏项目方一起参与这个活动。当天也来了好几千人，然后来了很多是就是小孩子啊，然后大人啊，就是甚至是一些海外的用户都会来到现场去看这些游戏产品，玩这些真正有产品的游戏。那我们就更愿意相信游戏赛道这个东西是完全可行的，只是说当时是时机不够成熟的状态以下，它没有一个很好的舞台。那我们 Geda 就要来做这个舞台，而且我们不是一家活动举办公司，而是说我们是一个有产品能力的就是一个新创公司。我们推出了一个创新的平台，它上面会就是包含着各种功能，但是这个平台的诞生呢，是基于我们相信这个市场拥有庞大潜力。那以一个例子来说，我们看到 Web2 的市场现在它的一个价值，就是说它的营收可能超过240个 billion 一年。那这个数字就是什么样的概念？就是说它很大很大的一笔钱，整个世界的一个经济收入很大一笔钱是投入在游戏里面的。那我相信，就是在座各位也会知道，游戏是在娱乐产业里面占据着一个非常重要的位置。但是我们看到，以我们从有资产泡沫属性的一种新兴产业，就是新兴科技产业 ，Web3 游戏来看，发展到今天为止，它的市场的这个价值能力，它只有26.38个 billion。那就是说，它的市场潜力经过那么多年的高速发展，它仍然拥有着巨大的潜力。那我们常常说Web3 Game，Web3 Game， 那为什么要 Web3 Game？ 其实它跟为什么 Web3 是很类似的，就是 Web3 这个东西它其实是一个新型的概念，代表着新型的技术诞生， 一种新的概念带来的一种新的资产属性，包括它的去中心化，包括它的自领特性，包括它可以带来蕴藏的无限的经济价值。那我们以一个例子来说明，就是我们看游戏市场其中一个标杆就是 CS。我相信只要有打游戏习惯的朋友们都会知道 ，OK，CS 这个 game， 尽管你没有打，你都会知道这个游戏很成功。那它甚至到今天为止还是运营的非常成功的一个游戏，甚至可能说是史上最成功的一个 FPS 游戏也不为过。那我们看到一些数据来说，它其中的一个模型在 CS 里面，它是有一个叫开箱的机制的，就是它的枪皮、它的内容是，甚至枪本身，它是可以交易的。那交易的方法有很多，但是透过这个开箱的这个内容，它开了多少个箱子，然后它赚到了多少的钱，是非常可怕的。而且这个活动从当年出现第一个开箱平台，直到今天仍然是不断的增长的过程之中。那就是说，其实开箱这个行径，它跟一个 FPS 游戏或者是游戏天生呢，拥有非常好的相近，就是互相是有一个很好的关系的。那我们相信呢，这个当中跟它的一个博弈属性，或是它的几率概率属性有关。因为你有可能会开得到一个很有价值的皮肤，你也有可能呢可以开得到一些没什么用的东西。但是当中的这个几率和概率呢，会吸引很多人呢去玩这个东西。但是开箱的最终结果是说，游戏本身必须要足够好玩，它要成熟，它要是一个好的产品，那才会吸引用户呢去处理这个开箱的动作，从而呢得到更大的满足感，又或者是得到一些一些增值的机会。那我们按照相同的比率来看，在市场上我很有信心，就是一个平台，就是游戏平台的角度来看 ，Matrix Fire 是现在目前游戏史上 Web 游戏史上我们看到最接近 CS:GO 的产品。那它也背靠着一个非常庞大的生态，生态里面包含着其他我们耳熟能详的 Web 游戏。包括 Castel， 包括Mobile 的 Evermoon， 包括我们自己 Geta， 甚至是他们这个就是 Matrix 这个生态里面将会有更多丰富和有趣的内容诞生。而这个一切的你目前看到的6个不同的内容，只是它的其中一部分。我们相信在 Matrix 生态的发展底下，我们会有更好的发展。那我们自己是做什么的？讲了很多市场，讲了很多数据，讲了很多其他人。那其实呢，我们 Geta 会有3种不同的关键功能是核心的内容。第一个是我们有一个类 AMM 的一个系统，我们会判断一些资产，特定资产，就是我们自己的目标资产的价格的底价，然后我们会做一个策略性的回收。比如说有一些稀有的枪皮、稀有的道具，它在市场上里面它有一些价值是没被找得到的，或者是没被释放的。我们会用一个比较低的价格，在我们的平台上面列出我们的需求。当任何用户他需要流动性的时候，他可以直接把这些资产交给我们，得到它的流动性。那我们平台来说，我们以一个非常相宜的角度，得到一些我们相信有价值的资产。那后续呢，就是我们可以透过 margin 的方式去把它卖了，又或者是我们透过各种方式把它储存，又或者是我们因为知道它未来有更大的增值空间，要把它留着。这里呢，就当中牵扯得到我们跟游戏市场、跟游戏项目方之间的关系有多深厚，我们对市场的敏锐度有多高。但是基于这个概率底下，我们会针对着一些我们很清晰、很精准的资产，比如说 Matrix 里面的一些特定的一些道具，又或者是我们合作的平台项目里面的一些资产，一些飞船啊、一些装备啊、一些宠物、一些皮肤。我们会针对着这些特殊价值的资产进行收购，那我们收购之后呢，就会有另外的一些用途。那这个过程呢，其实是可以替游戏项目方直接减轻了一些 sales price， 就是有一些卖货的压力，又或者是对它地板打压的一个压力、挂单的压力，其实在无形之中呢是被我们吸收了。那我们相信这个渠道可以让整个游戏市场发展得更加稳定，因为资产的流动性变得稳定了。但是在这个平台有这个功能以外，核心的关键是有人去 使用这个平台或者留存在这个平台里面。那我们 Geta 其实来自于一家超过12年的电竞公司，我们也在全世界、全亚洲大量举办线下活动、电竞比赛。我们希望把 Web2 跟 Web3 现在不一样的电竞，我们把它精简，我们就不分 Web2 和 Web3 的电竞了。我们电竞就是电竞 ，eSport 这个 title 我们想把这个赛道的概念把它融合起来，转播给有兴趣的观众。所以说，如果你是一个电竞赛事的爱好者，你喜欢看，你喜欢参与，你不管是喜欢的是 Web2 的，或者是现在 Web3 的电竞游戏，你都可以来看我们的平台，成为我们平台的用户。那有什么好处呢？就是我们平台有一个竞猜，免费竞猜的功能，它其实是一个我们叫互动的一个环节。我们希望用户在这个平台里面，他可以透过社群，透过他自己的看法，他会对一些结果、一些行为进行判断、进行预测。那这个行为是完全没有牵扯到任何金钱的。我们希望他透过这样的一个行径，证明他有在看这个比赛，他会跟我们比赛的内容进行互动之后，得出他一些想法。那这个过程最终产生的就是一些奖励，奖励呢是一些抽奖券的本身。那抽奖券它就会跟我们的之后要讲的一个功能产生一个很大的关系。那就是说，平台在目前的分享下，它除了拥有一个平台产品是拥有直播和竞猜的功能之外，它还有一个资产交易的一个策略的一个位置。我们会有买和卖的行为在这里发生。但是买跟卖它不是人跟人去做的，而是说平台与客户之间去做的，所以我们会有比较高的主动性和比较中心化，那也是基于我们交易策略和风险规避的一个方向来做的。那在这两个情况以下呢，我们就会把这些资产买回来的资产、合作谈回来的资产，又或者是一些我们相对认为有价值的资产放到盲盒里面。所以说，当我们讲到这个位置的时候，我相信聪明的观众，又或者是大家朋友们，已经理解得到 Geta 其实想做什么。我们想把一些有价值的内容，透过各种的渠道，把它放到一些位置，给用户可以透过他的互动，免费的得到这些资产。但是，假如你不想，就或者是你没办法长时间跟我们互动，那你也可以选择一些更简单直接的方向，得到这些盲盒。那就是开箱啊！开箱这个过程呢，它牵扯到一些行为，我就不详细说了。就简单的说，就是你不想花费时间，你就花费你的资源来去直接获得这些盲盒，从而呢从打开盲盒的过程里面挖掘一些价值。那当这个行为发生的时候，它就会让用户、项目方和平台都有一个好的反馈。但是呢，更关键的是，其实这个行为本身创造了一个新的。我们说的 revenue model 就是我们会跟不同的游戏项目方合作，把它的资产放到盒子里面。当这些盒子进行销售成功的时候，有人去开箱，有人去得到这些资产，那这个过程就会产生买和卖，对吧？当这个代币或是一个费用产生的时候，我们会把这些费用成为我们的利润，也要分配给合作的游戏项目方。那未来呢，游戏项目方在平台合作的过程中呢，他就不需要担心我们要去发一个资产，因为在市场里面，特别是现在这个波动的市场里面，发资产本身的行为是有很大的风险或者是波动率的。但是他们把一些特定的资产交给我们，然后我们放到一个盲盒系统里面去抽的时候，对用户来说，这个博弈是他自己想要的。那有可能他得到一个他很想要的资产，也有可能他得到一个他不想要的资产，但是很有价值。我们平台又可以用一个比较低的价格直接回收，让他继续去抽。那这个呢，就是我们 Geta 平台3个核心功能。我做一次整理，就是直播竞猜让用户留存，然后呢策略性交易让我们跟客户得到不同的资产，最后呢是透过盲盒创造一个新的收入模式，跟游戏进行分润。又或者是让用户有更多的渠道得到一些限量的、稀有的，又或者是特别的游戏资产。那这里呢，我们就不会再定义它是不是 NFT， 我们定义的所有的资产类别都是游戏资产。那我们现在平台其实在游戏资产和开盲盒这个功能还没开放以下，我们很荣幸透过过去一些活动，我们找来了超过20家的不同游戏合作方去进行合作。 那这些合作方部分它是参与我们的展会，部分呢是参与了我们的一些市场营销的方案，也有部分呢是透过 Gala 平台去，我们有个任务中心去转化用户。那在这个过程里面，跟我们产生了很多的连接。我们也很荣幸，过去有机会跟一众优秀的游戏方合作。那未来呢，我们希望透过不管是 Web3 GameCon 这个平台，又或者是我们 Gala， 又或者是我们所有合作方、所有投资人，你们的领域里面的游戏，只要有信心，又或者是你相信它是一个好的游戏，我们都会跟它探讨合作的可能性，让我们彼此呢都有一个比较好的增长。那其实到这里呢，我已经讲的差不多了。到最后的结尾就是说，我们不说一些负面的事情啊，就是说，过去这几天经历了一些好像不太开心的事情。我们说就是开玩笑说那个是一个 Bloody Monday 嘛，但其实今天开始就是 Happy Tuesday， 所以我希望让大家呢，今天开始我们游戏行业又会迎来一个比较好的一个机会。我相信呢，游戏赛道跟其他金融类别的赛道是不一样的，因为游戏赛道这个起点它很明确，但是它这个路是很模糊的。我们希望整个游戏产业可以跟我们一起去团结起来，然后一起去发展这个大家认为还是很小众的市场，让我们 Web3 游戏真正走到主流里面。感谢各位，谢谢。
再次热情的掌声，感谢过去们的分享。好的，愉快的时光总是过得特别短暂哦。在我们第一天的论坛当中呢，很多新的消息、新的面向呢，也跟大家做了一个分享。Right now is almost the end of our day one. Thank you so much for joining with us, and we wish you really have something interesting and you like the most. 好，那我们要谢谢大家啦。然后明天的同一时间，一样有相当多精彩的论坛。那也希望大家第二天的时候呢，可以再跟我们一起参与。离开的时候不要忘记您的随身物品。Don't forget your personal belongings with you, and we have lots more to share with you guys at day 2. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
The world's most advanced cold wallet for the new generation of cryptocurrency lovers, Descent. Quickly verify full transaction details on large OLED display. Save valuable time using 4 buttons for fast operations. With Descent's fingerprint authentication, transactions are made secure and convenient. Using Bluetooth communication, manage your assets anywhere and anytime. Based on multi-chip architecture, Descent provides robust security to managing all your valuable assets. The world's most advanced cold wallet. Descent.
It's whatever. Decentralized aggregation platform dedicated to crypto community members. Real-time monitoring on-chain data, providing the latest market data. A variety of app and tools. You can use Telegram in the app. Your convenient crypto wallet. Full button the token creation titan. Forges new coins with the power of the thundering hammer. Holding rocky elite sniper strikes with eagle eye precision, seizing profit of opportunities. Ahead of 95% trend traders. Connect global crypto communities. Experts, social feature share insights. Get a strong one-stop experience.